Yo,
Hello, everyone.
we're back, man. All right, sorry, we're late a little bit. My fault.
Yeah.
Basically right before we went live. I was catching up on the boys, and oh my god, an acolyte. Oh man, acolyte. Oh man, that piece of crap. Yeah, but yes, we're
Yeah.
back. Sorry, we're late. Yes, chat. Hope you guys are doing well. But yes, we do have a guest, so he's hanging out in the back. But yes, we're going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. Just want to address some people in the chat right now. We got Denny Tate says, "Hail all." Yo, what's going on, Denny? Hope you're doing well. We have just JK hanging out in the chat. Yes. Hashtag stop Asian hate. Yeah, thank you. Yo, melodic method. What's going on, dude? I'm here before my beloved Asians. What's even going on now? Yep, exactly. Yeah, or Orientals. Yes, that's what we're called, right? Like I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Grae, if you've seen
Yeah,
the top ramen stuff, it says Oriental flavor.
Really?
Yeah. At least here in the States, it says Oriental.
that word just became for me anyway. That word became common like just in recent years. It's like I didn't even know what that name was like 2 to 3 years ago. What is it? What does an Oriental mean? I had to read. Oh, okay, we're actually Oriental.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's sort of like, oh, they're exotic. They're from the from the Orient. It's like, all right,
yeah.
whatever. And then basically they made a top ramen flavor for us. It's called Oriental. It's basically soy sauce. But yeah, it's funny though. Let's see. Late and Phillip too. Yeah, we're late. We're late. Sorry. Where's my Orientals? We're here. Anonymous, what's going on, dude? Hope you're doing well. You got Amelia Clark Scroll Arm. Let's see. Late and Philip Schofield. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. It's the Mighty Grae and the Quarter Gay Phil. Yep, that's basically me. And yo, Booming Bob, just like clockwork. Phil is gay. Yes, I am. You tell that to my hot wife. Let's see. Well, fancy meeting you all here. What's going on, Dylan D? Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Hey, it's me in HD. What could be better than eating American Chinese takeout while watching the stream? Yes, nothing else better. But yes, hopefully everyone's doing well. See, Anonymous, Bretter Mayer, was it Edwin hanging out, Peekaboo hanging out. Hopefully everyone's doing well. But yes, we have a bunch of stuff to talk about. Acolytes, House of the Dragon, The Boys, video game news. There was an article that came out from, I believe, The Gamer, and we're going to talk about that. And we do have some stuff that has to do with Sweet Baby. Sweet Baby always rears its ugly face. But before that, would you kindly smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share this video with your friends. Hopefully, our goal is we're slowly getting there. Is to get Mike, at least for me, 5,000 before the end of the year. I think that's possible. I think that's doable. But hopefully everything goes well. But yes, we're also live on Rumble. So if you guys want to check out Rumble, and we're also live on X. So if you guys want to check us out on X, be sure to check us out there and also follow us. But before we move forward, if you guys would like some Project Eggroll merch, go ahead and check out some of our merch right over here from Teespring. Go ahead and get yourself some cool merch. It does help out the channel a lot. And yes, to use promo code Asian at checkout to get yourself 20% off your order. The link should be in the pinned comments. And if you guys do want coffee, go ahead and check out Coffee Brand Coffee. We are affiliated over there, and do get yourself some Coffee Brand Coffee if you guys are interested. This is one my wife's favorite Ethiopian light blend, which is her favorite. Please do use Asian. Promo code Asian at checkout, and please do use our affiliated link so we do get a kickback. But yes, before we talk about a whole bunch of stuff, we do have a guest, and please do welcome back our guest, Ogami Goro. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, Eggroll? What's up, chat? Hail the fellowship. And by the way, congratulations on your YouTube partnership. I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool. And
okay. Yeah.
And I actually prefer the word Oriental to Asian. The more I hear it, it just sounds nicer. It's a prettier word. I don't know what happened. I have to look into why that became wrong, but it seems like a much nicer word. And when you say Oriental, because you got to remember it was the English who came up with that, they call Asians Middle Easterners. Middle Easterners are Asians to the English. So when they say like, oh, an Asian person blew himself up at a Ariana Grande concert, what they mean is a Middle Easterner. So when they say Oriental, they mean what we call Asian, which is Japan, China, Philippines. That was Oriental. And so I don't know when that changed. And I know it was always kind of the thing to, oh, this is the wrong word. But the more I hear it, it's like, this is just a nicer word.
It is.
I like
Yeah,
this word better.
what about you, Grae? What about you? How, do you think Oriental sounds better than Asians?
It's not definitely not a term gonna be used by locals here, especially in the Filipino language. But yeah, it does have a nice ring to it, but I don't see it catching on. Maybe it's just like it'll be used like professional papers or professionally written articles, but I don't see that being used in a casual conversation, in a sense.
Yeah. See, like, okay, here's the thing. This is for everyone in the chat as well. Are Pakistanis Asians?
According to the English, they are.
I
But,
see.
yeah.
I wouldn't consider them like, and things like, oh, if you consider Pakistanis and people in Iran or Iraq or whatever, like if they're considered Asians, then Russians are considered Asians. And I'm like, no, not like technically, technicality, right? On a piece of paper, yes, they are.
Yes.
Right, they are. But to me, a fellow yellow person, I don't consider them Asian. But hey, the thing is, Indians are Asian. I don't. For me, we can. It's just if you're a part of Asia, and how big is Asia, right? But the thing is,
huge.
Yeah. So, but anyways, yes. I bet we're gonna be here all day. We're gonna be here all day talking about different types of Asians. But yes. So, Grae, you're caught up with House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I basically coerced Ogami Goro. I was like, hey, you're gonna be coming on this weekend. Your homework is watch House of the Dragon, and he was like,
all those TV shows.
And he was like, no, just House of the Dragon. Okay, I'm not just to watching all the other shows.
Okay.
So I told him to watch House of the Dragon, and like basically he was like, watch all of them. Yes, watch all of them. So season 1's been out for like about 2 years right now. So Ogami, like I want to ask your what are your takes on the season 1 before we actually dive into season 2, episode 2? What are your thoughts on season 1?
Well, unlike your other homework that you gave me before, this homework assignment was an absolute pleasure to do, and that's a very Asian thing to say. Yeah, it was great. It reminded me of watching Game of Thrones season 1 through 5, which are the best. It was nice to hear that great theme music again and have it actually apply. The thing is, I never read the book Fire and Blood, but I was a sucker for in the original Game of Thrones, they had the history and lores of Westeros that usually were included with the DVDs and Blu-rays, but you can also find them on YouTube. And they talk about the House of the Dragon for like an hour. There's like an hour's long worth of history and lore of Westeros that has to do with this very thing. And it's great because I kind of know the story, but it's great to see it. And what the history and lore does not cover is the personal aspect. Like you actually see the characters. And, I actually changed my mind the first episode. I realized that, I was always Team Black. I was always for Rhaenyra. And then I watched the show and I realized she's a big piece of shit and selfish and spoiled. And I feel kind of bad for Alicent, but she's doing her duty. So all of a sudden now I'm Team Green. But as the series goes on, and of course it does what, the good writing of George Martin does, is like it shows you different sides of the characters and shows they're full complex people. So now I'm kind of up in the air. Like I still think Rhaenyra has the correct claim, and the Northerners are right to say this is what the king's words were. But at the same time, you see the other side where Rhaenyra is kind of a piece of shit, and she's got Damon, who's this crazy murdering kind of psychopath. And the Hightowers and the Greens are really better for the realm, even if they're literally breaking the law. So it's great. It's a great series. The first season was every episode was a pleasure to watch. It was hard because I still have lots of Helldivers to play, but I had to interrupt my Helldiver time to watch an episode here and there. But I was able to catch up. I actually finished episode 2 of season 2 right before we started the stream. And so far, it's following, again, knowing what's going to happen because I know the history and lore already. It really is great to see it play out. And the fact that I can still be entertained and still, enjoy the show and enjoy the characters, despite already knowing, like, oh, he's dead. Like little Lucaris is dead. He's not surviving this. But it's great to see it. So, and I keep using the word great. I'm going to come up with another word. But yeah, I'm a fan. It reminds me of Game of Thrones 1 through 5, and I haven't really wasted any time on Amazon's Rings of Prime or Willow's catastrophe or the Acolyte or all the stuff that they keep on ruining. I'm not wasting my time with any of those, but I have watched those reviews from all our favorite reviewers, and I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm not wasting my time on that, and I'm glad to be watching this one. So, yeah, thanks for that homework. I love the homework. Thank you for homework.
No problem, no problem. Wait, what did we make you watch last time?
I took notes on it, and you know what? I put it out of my mind. I don't remember what it was, but I remember I brought my notes to class, and I was not happy about it. So yeah, I'm not gonna go trying to think of it. It was, I think the last time I was on the show was like a few months ago.
Might be Ahsoka.
No, it wasn't Ahsoka. I wasn't gonna watch Ahsoka. It was something else. But
no, I think it's further back.
Maybe the chat will know, but yeah, it was a while ago.
Yeah,
I had to go watch it.
I don't even remember what I made.
I just remember I actually wonder if I have the notes. Maybe I maybe I still have those.
Oh man. All right, so let's go ahead and dive right in to season 2, episode 2. So right over here, you have been warned, chat room. The Chiron that's basically scrolling through the bottom right over there. It says House of the Dragon, season 2, episode 2 spoilers. So we're going to be talking about spoilers. And then if you guys feel free to leave and come back later, whenever you see the Chiron for House of the Dragon, it will be we'll be talking about spoilers. So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about spoilers. So let's go and talk. Grae, what are your thoughts on the spoilers? Or you know, either one of you, you can chime in whenever you want. But what are your thoughts on episode 2?
Yeah, I think it was really good overall. It's like it continued the story basically with and Aegon is very angry, breaking Daddy's Lego set. He took a really long time to make those, and then he just
actually broke my heart.
Oh yeah, I was like, no, what are you doing, man?
Recreating Valeria like freaking Henry Cavill level Warhammer crafting, and then he just shattered it all because what a dick.
Yeah. And what else? I also did like Kristen, right? That's the name of the Kingstars. Like he's such a different character from when he started in season 1, from the honorable and naive character. And I was like banging Alicent 24 every chance he gets, and it's kind of like hypocritical for Alicent because that was why she was angry with Rhaenyra in season 1. Like that was one of her pet peeves with Rhaenyra, and now she's doing it herself. Then what else is there? I was expecting the twins to like clash at a certain point in the story, but I think it's too soon. Too soon-ish for them. That's what I mentioned in my video, right? I think it was kind of too soon. I expected it to be at some point later in the story. But I suppose because it's only 8 episodes, that's why they're kind of a bit, it's significantly faster paced compared to season 1. And I don't actually, thinking about it now, I do not like how convenient it was that the second twin who was about to assassinate Rhaenyra was identified. It was identified because of the information broker, right? Miss Mysaria. She was the one who told the troops, oh wait, no, this is the other twin. I don't know how she managed to point it out, but yeah, it was supposed to. It came very close to succeeding, but because of her, apparently, that she was able to identify it was the other twin.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, it's still a solid episode, and I'm looking forward to what's gonna happen next, because like it's probably more retaliation from Team Black this time.
Yeah. What about you, Ogami? What'd you think about episode 2?
Yeah, I was like, Christian Cole, he in the histories, he's known to be a real ruthless member of the guard. They make him a little bit more sympathetic in the show, and but the thing is, it kind of ruins it that he's banging Alicent because, like, in season 1, he fell in love with Rhaenyra, and Rhaenyra just wanted him as a plaything. And so here he is, this sympathetic character, this great warrior, this guy who beat Damon in a duel, and he seems like a good person. And then he has this thing with Rhaenyra, and then of course she doesn't want to run away with him and marry him like he wanted, and she literally breaks his heart. Mm-hmm. Now, I thought that was setting him up to the reason why he hated her so much, is because he hurt him, right?
Yeah.
And so I thought that was a great addition. And I was like, okay, good. Now I understand his motivation for hating her so much that he would wage war against her. We go to season 2, and now he's banging Alicent, and I'm really confused. Like, well, wait a minute. If he's banging Alicent, he's he's now the whore that he didn't want to be with Rhaenyra.
Yeah.
And I understand he's still probably not a big fan of hers, but many years have gone by, and I can't imagine that his heart is still broken, especially if he's banging the queen dowager.
Yeah.
So now I'm
Yeah.
not seeing the motivation anymore that they set up in the first season. Making Aegon like this little weenie, I thought that was great. Again, it broke my heart to see him break his father's his Valerian. That thing belonged, like, what should have happened is that he should have created a royal museum, and that should have been in it. Like, this is old, because it was like a perfect model of old Valyria that doesn't exist. You would think it would end up at Old Town where the Meisters train, but yeah, that was hard to watch. And although it didn't really have much to do with the plot. And then the whole thing about the brothers, that was mentioned in the histories and lore, but it was meant to be like, it's just a show. It was supposed to be like, kind of like how in the American Civil War, they called it a war between brothers, brother versus brother, where you'd have family members on different sides of the line, and how tragic it was. And that was something that was mentioned, that you would have brother fighting brother, and it was a tragedy because it split the realm. And I was expecting them, when I saw the twins, like, okay, these guys are obviously going to fight in some big epic battle, and they're said to have slain each other with tears in their eyes. Well, they showed the tears in their eyes, but it wasn't a battle; it was an assassination attempt, which kind of took away from it,
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get it; it works. It's a good plot device. We're going to end this war before it starts. But I was kind of hoping to see them in this great battle where you both sides have a valid claim. Both sides have a valid grievance. It's not a matter of who's right and who's wrong. They both have their own side, and they both have honor in their own side, and they just on opposite sides, and they have to kill each other. That's the tragedy. And that's now gone because now he's become an assassin. So, so yeah, those are some things that I wasn't a super fan of. However, again, the histories and lore, you can tell the whole story in an hour, and I haven't read the book, and those who read the book will probably know better than me about what's actually in it. But I understand they do have to do a lot of filler. There's a lot of boot leather to attach here, so it doesn't break the show. They're more like disappointments only if if you had like a headcanon of what was going to happen, if you were hoping that it was going to turn out a certain way. I'm still interested to see how Christian Cole pans out, because right now he doesn't seem like the ruthless, fearsome terror of the blacks. Like he is like one of the blacks' greatest enemies, and I don't understand his motivation, because in the original history and lore, he doesn't accidentally kill the Master of Coin. He literally slits his throat and threatens to kill anyone else who has a question. He's nowhere near that strong. He's nowhere near that, dangerous. So I don't know. I don't know where he's going to go from here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the next episode. It is a great continuation of the story. I do like how they slowed down a little bit, because in the first season they would skip ahead 10 years and ahead another 6 years. And like, this dying king is taking his sweet ass time to die. But
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yo,
yes.
but before we move forward, yo, Johnny KS with the 5 gifted memberships. Yo, thank you, dude. Holy crap, man. Thank you. Yo, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Also, I'm always going to be saying it. If you guys haven't already done so, please do enable that you guys can receive gifted memberships, just in case people do drop them. But thank you so much, Johnny KS, for that. Holy crap, man. Thank you. But yeah, go ahead, continue. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, that was it. I think one of the highlights of the show is the guy who plays Otto Hightower, and I don't know his name, but I've seen him before. He looks very old now. But that is a great character. Like, that's someone who you didn't really hear a lot about. It's even in the retellings. But he does have an agenda for his house, which is obvious. But he also seems to have this genuine care for the realm, and these two are not exclusive in his mind.
Yeah.
And you really get that from him. So yes, he schemes. Yes, he seeks to further his house's station, but he does care about appearances. He cares about the reverence and honor of the station of the king, of the crown, of the law. And he does ultimately want peace in the realm. And it's cool to see someone who is at the same time self-interested and for the good of all.
Mhm.
So I think I think he pulls it off really well.
Yeah. So my thoughts on this episode. If you didn't already hate Kristen Cole, you freaking hate his guts in this one. Like, he's like a little weevil, sneaky, conniving piece of shit. And I'm like, dude, man, you always go assassinate him. And he's like he basically became he was, everyone loved his character in the first season. And then when he sort of like does a like a 180 and about face and sort of and we get it, right? You wanted to leave and marry, and I'll give up everything. And he basically he sort of broke his oath to basically, trying to get with Rhaenyra.
Rhaenyra.
Yeah, so like and now he's basically, he's basically carpet munching on what's it called again? On Alicent. And here's the thing. Would you give up your duty and all that kind of stuff for a girl? Not okay. I think the actress that plays Alicent, she's pretty in her own right, but I would absolutely not. Okay, if it was like Selma Hayek or like Sofia Vergara or Sydney Sweeney, oh man, I'll drop my duty. Fucking all right, I'll do that, and then just bring me to the wall. Just bring me to the wall. I'm gonna bang the shit out of them. This is worth it.
Yeah. I think that's the perspective, assuming like Alice, it's this mega ultra type of girl. Because that's I watched Jeremy John's reviews. Like, that's also what he thought about Kristen Cole's perspective. Like, I already fucked up bad, so what's more fuck ups at this point? That's the character he is right now. So I'm gonna do whatever shit until the end of my life, something like that. That's what he's become.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yo, SuperBas, thank you for coming in with a 5 gifted memberships as well. Yo, thank you, SuperBas. Holy crap, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Holy crap. Now, you guys don't need to do that, but holy crap, you guys are very
Another thing
generous
about
already.
Kristen Cole is that at the end of the first season, I mean, he was ready to commit seppuku, right? He was ready to kill himself. And then Alicent saves him. Now, what I got after that moment was that she's now Alicent's man, and not the man that she bangs, but the man that he's now her instrument.
Mhm.
And so I figured that he would be serving her because she promises to keep his secret, not sully his white cloak, and in return, he is to serve her, and his devotion becomes to her. And okay, they're banging, but that's not the same as devotion. We already know this. And so now he doesn't seem to be serving her. He seems to be serving himself. And I cannot understand how that would just randomly happen, but it didn't feel like that's what was being set up. He was in his lowest place where he was about to self-delete. And she saved him. And so he owes her his life and owes her him having a purpose again, which is what he wanted in the first season. Now, it just seems that he is just, I don't know, I just don't see what his purpose is anymore.
Okay.
I don't see the hatred. I don't see the hatred of Rhaenyra anymore, although apparently he still has it. Okay, so now you're banging Alicent. Again, I don't understand where the hatred of the Blacks is going to come from, which is what the Histories and Lore said. He has such a hatred for the Blacks that he becomes one of their greatest threats. And right now, I don't see why. I don't see why this character would be that.
If Rhaenyra at the time when they're like sort of doing their thing, like looks like Sydney Sweeney, I get it. I understand. I will go to hell. Like the thing is that she's supposed to be like, I'm not sure how hot she's supposed to be, like Helena Troy or something like a fucking goddess looking thing. But it doesn't seem his motivations are that good where he would actually. But before we move forward, SuperBas right over here. You're crazy. You don't have to do this. But he said, if someone donates 5, I'll match. You're crazy. But here's the thing. a lot of people. Okay, another thing is he also looks like my wife's cousin's husband. So like, it's so crazy. He looks like him so much, and
Yeah, keep an eye on that dude.
yeah. But now here's the thing, though. So his name is Fabian Frankle. I think that's his real name, and he did his job so well that he limited his comments on Instagram because he was starting to get death threats.
My God, man.
Yeah. So if you go to the next one right over here. Right over here, where were you when heir to the throne was murdered? I hate you. How did you go from being the most liked character and became the worst character in Game of Thrones history? Man, I hope someone jumps this guy. I hate you, Kristen.
Guys, you gotta chill. It's a
well, you know, it's a good thing he's a cishet male, because if he was anything other than a cishet male, this would be actionable. This would be a huge outrage. We're not allowed to make these sort of threats, you guys.
Yeah. What the heck? The Coconut coming in with 5 gifted memberships. Holy crap. And then SuperBas matches with another 5. You guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy. Yo, thank you, Coconut and SuperBas with another 10. Holy crap. You guys are crazy. But thank you. But the thing is, like I actually responded to this, right? I actually like let's see if I can find it right over here. Bro, I remember Jack Gleason, the guy who played Joffrey Baratheon, got death threats too for playing his character so well. People online are insane.
Yeah.
And in real life, he's actually a really nice kid. Like he's the kid from Batman Begins, and that's him in real life. Is like he's this really sweet guy, but he did such a good job playing a prick that people hate him now. They hate his face. You know, it's rough.
Yeah. But the thing is, I do enjoy it. And now, what are your thoughts on what's it called again? What Helena? I think Helena is going through, like the fact that she doesn't. It seems like we talked about this last week with Grae. Like it seems like she doesn't want to be anywhere near the throne, right? And she's just like, you know what? Like I lost my son, and like fuck it. And then like her and Aegon aren't even talking anymore. And then it's just and now here's the thing, not the elephant in the room. What were your thoughts on this scene? Hold on. Let me bring this up. What are your thoughts on the scene? And I think everyone was grossed out when they saw this. When they saw Aemond in the brothel. Right? What are your thoughts on this? You know, Aemond being in a brothel. How do you feel about Aemond Targaryen looking like a sphinx?
I was disturbed by how skinny he was.
Yes, right.
I was very disturbed by that.
Oh man, yeah, he was extremely skinny.
Yeah. He kind of was.
Oh, but what about body shaming? Don't care. He's painfully skinny. I don't know where his guts are.
And he's supposed to be the more battle-hardened person. He's more obsessed with combat and with fighting. So if he can beef up, that would be great in succeeding episodes or seasons. Or I don't know until at a certain point maybe he's gonna fall to Damon or some other person. But if he gets longer, if he stays longer in the show, he gotta.
Well, when I first saw him, you know, because I already knew who Aemond was going to be. Aemond was going to be the rival to Damon. He was supposed to be one of the most dangerous of the Greens with the sapphire eye. Aemond One Eye is what he was called. He's as a character, I already knew who he was going to be. And the fact that I saw him in season 2 and he's already, was season 1, he looked like a total Chad. He outgrew all his tormentors. He's this really ruthless, cold, dangerous guy. I was like, all right, that's great. Because his face, he's got this chin. He looks fantastic. And then all of a sudden you see him naked. And it's like, all right, your face is buff, but your body, come on, man. You're supposed to be a master of sword. It's like, what is this, an anime? It's only an anime that someone can be painfully skinny and still wield a sword with such expertise. In real life, you got to have some meat on you because those swords are heavy, and to be able to wield one with expertise, you have to be strong. So I don't know. I just didn't believe it. As soon as I saw him, first of all, I was like, he's folded in half. Like it's like taking a straw that doesn't bend and bending it. And then it has that crease. That's him bent at the waist. And it was like I was just focused on that. And Chris was like, "Oh, who's that old lady?" I was like, "Don't worry about the old lady. What is going on with this guy's body?"
Yeah, so I have the image pulled up, but I'm not sure if I want to scare the chat room with it. But
No, you have to see what we're talking about, because obviously we've been body shaming this whole time. We have to show we're justified.
all right. The thing is that the good bits or the bad bits are being covered. So and there's no nudity and everything is being covered. So I think we should be fine to be able to show this. So basically that's how he looks like. And we're like, what the he looks like
he looks like he's dying.
Yeah, he has like extremely anorexic.
I didn't know either who it was until it zoomed a few seconds later that it synced in. Oh, this is Aemon. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not what you expect given his character.
He obviously went to the Robert Pattinson school of getting ready for superhero roles, which is do you remember Robert Pattinson? He was supposed to play the Batman, and then lockdowns happened, and so okay, you got 6 months off. That's plenty of time to work out, bro.
Yep.
And instead, he got skinnier because he was already skinny. And when he was interviewed by, I don't remember what rag interviewed him, but he made a comment that like, well, you know, guys being buff for a superhero role, that's actually really sexist. Like, guys don't have to be buff to be strong. And it's like, okay, dude, you're just making an excuse for being a lazy shit and not looking like Batman. And of course, when the movie comes out, he's swimming in his suit, and I couldn't even make it through the movie. Everyone loved that movie. I couldn't make it through 15 minutes of it because I just couldn't stand seeing him in that suit that looked like he was like he could have rolled around inside the suit. And then the fact that they took him 15 punches to knock out a single bad guy, I'm like, what are you, Daredevil? That just makes you look weak. And oh yeah, you are weak because it's sexist to work out. So yeah, that's the school that Aemon went to. He's like, yeah, I'll be strong. No, I'm pretty sure Matt Smith actually buffed up for his role. I think Matt Smith actually buffed up for Morbius, but in Morbius he was ripped, and this is the Doctor. He was like this gangly, skinny dude because he was Doctor Who. And then you see him in Morbius, and he's shredded. He's got muscles, and he still has those muscles as Damon, and like that's good because Damon is a warrior. He's supposed to be one of the best warriors in the land. Of course, he has muscles.
Yeah, and going back what you said about Otto, like you know the whole thing, how he's like, okay, he's sort of like he's doing everything for House Green, right? Like I think he plays a very good hand. Like he's never led a good disaster or whatever opportunity. You know what Democrats say, right? They don't let a good disaster or
go to waste. Yeah,
go to waste. And basically that's what he did, right? He's like, all right, this is a disaster. We got his head. And then, we're going to basically stitch it back on the neck and we're going to parade him around town. I'm like, that's sort of fucked up, right? And the thing is, like, I was watching with my wife and then she was crying. She's like, that's fucked up, But, like, the thing is, how can you get everyone on your side, right? Mm-hmm. If like, this is the sole moment where, like, everyone's going to be on your side now, right? This is great. And then Aegon fucking is like, all right, I'm gonna kill all the rat catchers, and then like I'm gonna hang them all on the side of the walls. And like, you ruined everything. And the thing is that he's doing his best, right, as grandfather to make sure this shit happens because this affects him too, right? He is the great grandfather of that kid. What Jace is it Jay Saris or I forgot his name already, but no, Jaehaerys, I believe. But yeah, it's just like and then at the end he just gets fucked. He's like, all right, you're no longer the hand. Give it to Sir Kristen Cole. I'm like, what?
But yeah.
Like, are you serious, man? It's just I feel bad for him, and he does an amazing like act. Like the guy who plays him really good.
Yeah,
he comes right out and says it during the small council because even Allison can't believe he's still politicking even with this tragedy, and of course Aegon is beside himself. But he even says it. He's like, I'm not going to let my grandson's murder be in vain. It's going to strengthen us, and it did. That's the thing. It worked. The people got behind the Greens. The strength, the strength of Rhaenyra's claim did falter. The strength of the Greens' claim got stronger. They could have ended this war before it started. So he was right. And then, of course, yes, Aegon's a piece of shit, so he ruined it. But yeah, that's the great thing about his character, and the guy who plays him is so good because you see, yes, he is self-interested, but this is not exclusive of his service to the realm. both
Yes.
are equal in his eyes.
Yeah, so I believe this guy's name is Rise Ifans.
Is he Welsh? That's a crazy name.
Yeah, Welsh actor. Yeah.
How'd I know? Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah. Yeah, so he's let me bring him up right over here. Yeah. Amazing actors. He was an Amazing Spider-Man. Oh, he was Lizard Dude.
Oh, that's right.
Andrew
Yeah.
Garfield. Oh, okay. No wonder he looks so familiar.
Doc Connor. Okay.
Oh.
Man, yeah, he's really
Yeah,
good.
I've seen him in a bunch of stuff, and he's always kind of been a bit.
He's in the Kingsman as well.
He is
The Kingsman, not Kingsman, Kingsman.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
He kills it in this show though. Like
he's so good.
Yeah, he's so good.
Let's see. I'm trying to see what other stuff he's been in. Yeah, he's been in. Wow, this guy. Yeah, this guy's been working a lot.
A huge portfolio. Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I love his character. I think he's amazing. I wonder what's gonna happen like after, because like for like I haven't read any like epilogues or like I haven't read the books, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen to him. But like I do like his character, and I wonder if he's gonna go like underhanded stuff out and just like sort of just whisper into like Allison's ear. I'm not sure, but like yeah,
he's headed for the job. As per the ending of the episode, he's headed for the Tyrells. So he's bringing in
Harrenhal, right? Is it Harrenhal?
No, High Garden.
High Garden. Okay. Yeah.
Now the thing is, since I know the history and lore of this story, again, I haven't read the book, but I know what's supposed to happen, and the only thing that's missing are the details. I can see some things in the future that are going to happen that he could have a big, pardon the pun, hand in making happen. The fact that he's from Old Town, the fact that he's, Old Town, for those who don't know, is where the Citadel is, which is where the Meisters come from. It's like it's like the game. It's like the Westeros version of universities. So it's like one of the oldest places of learning in the world, and so that's an Old Town, and his family is very much connected to that. And the Meisters, it's not part of the official history, but they are kind of implicated in the things to come in what's going to happen with the Civil War. So I can see him playing a big part in that, just because that's his character. It's the war is going to get so bad that it's going to become desperate, and we have to do something desperate and drastic, or else the realm is lost. And I can see him being the type of person who he does actually care about the realm. He's like Varys. He's even like Tywin Lannister. Lannister.
I love Tywin Lannister.
He was very much interested in House Lannister and his legacy, but he was right about his feelings on the realm. The realm needs to be at peace in order to prosper.
He's like a softer Tywin. I would say.
I would say he's a more good-hearted Tywin. Tywin was completely cold and ruthless, and this guy isn't. This guy, what the great thing about this actor is that you can almost see the pain on his face.
Yeah.
He just like his daughter forsake themselves for their duty, and you can see that that's what he wears. He wears it on his face, the wariness, the worry, the hurt. He has to sacrifice so much in his mind for the sake of the realm. And Tywin is just a boss who he's happy to sacrifice them. His children are pawns, and this is what's going to happen. And I am your father, and you're going to do what you're told. Period. That's it. End of discussion. This guy does the same thing with Alicent, but he knows the cost. He feels the cost, and it weighs on him, and it grieves him. But it's still for the sake of the realm, and it's still the right thing to do.
And I think that's what makes this show, especially like it's sort of like Ogami, like when you mentioned earlier, you were originally on Team Black, now you're on Team Green, and now you're sort of like teetering between the both. And that's how it should be. It shouldn't be that's how good writing is, right? Yes. I asked my wife, like, what team are she in? She's like, I'm on Team Black, but I feel for Team Green. Right. And it's like I feel bad for them, is because yes, like the original lore or the prophecy that was told, that's passed down to king, people who inherited the throne from her dad to her, and then but it just so happens that the name is Aegon, and then he's like on and dying bed. It's like, oh, Aegon must be king, right? And then he's like, Allison is like, there's the only one there. It's like, oh, that's my son. All right, cool, right? So now you have like she has the right claim to the throne, but she doesn't know that because she does not know the lore. So it's just so I think that's what makes this show really, really well written, and it goes to show, yeah, this has the same feel as like you said, season 1 to 5. I would say definitely like season 2. Like it's slow but has a lot of story building, and right now it's like you're getting to the whole meatiness and the whole war that's happening, and but the thing is that, like, you know, him being like a big I'm talking about Aegon, the current king, him being like a man child to sort of like, you know, can't hold his anger. Like for me, like he looks very young. He seems very young. And the thing is, he has lost his heir, his son, right? And the thing is that I can't, as a recent father, like I can't help but to empathize with him and put myself in the situation. And I'm like, damn, like, fuck, that sucks, man. That absolutely sucks. And yeah, he had, you know, like the thing is, I would go through hell and high water to find everyone too. I would do the exact same thing to like, I don't care if any of you guys are the rat people, I would go to hell high water to find that person.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. If anything could make you turn dark side, it would be that. And that's Aegon, who didn't really seem to have much of an interest in his kids, but I think at some level, like the great thing about Aegon and a lot of these characters is that they're multidimensional. Yeah, Aegon's a piece of shit, and he's self-indulgent, and he's immature, and all that stuff. But he also has a softness in him as well. He is very childlike, and he does, you know, even though he doesn't seem to care outwardly for appearances, when his mother is disappointed in him, it really hurts him. It hurts him that he's not good enough. And part of him knows that. He knows that he's not good enough. And that's why he never wanted to be king, is because he knows he's not good enough. There's a deep shame there. And so I think there is a deep love, even though maybe he is not the type of person to be able to express it well or even competently. He's in no control of his emotions at all. But that doesn't mean he didn't actually love his children. And the fact that, I mean, he says it's because he lost his heir, but that wouldn't make you completely fly off in a blind range like that.
Yeah.
That I think there was something deeper there, that he used the "I lost my heir" as an excuse, as
a reason,
as just a front for the deep hurt that he feels. And you know, it reminds me of another great heel turn, and it's very hard to show heel turns because usually they're just so abrupt and they're done with very little fanfare. But there's a movie that a lot of people didn't like, Black Adam with The Rock. That was his heel turn. And again, a lot of people didn't like that movie, but I thought they were able to explain him turning into to the dark side very well, because his son, for those who haven't seen the movie or didn't bother, his son is actually the hero of the Wizards and becomes the hero of that country. And The Rock was his father, who was a slave. And in order to get to the hero, the king sends assassins to kill his family, and kills his mother and shoots his father. And as his father dies, the son shows up as the hero and transfers his power into him to save him. But at that moment, he becomes a boy again, and that's when the assassins kill him. And so here's the Rock, who was not chosen to be the hero. He's just an old man. He's just a slave man. And he just watched his son sacrifice his power to save his own life. And then the assassins kill him right in front of him. And that's when he becomes Black Adam and just lays waste to the entire place. And that scene explained it perfectly. How could you take a person who seems good and turn them to the dark side? That's a great way to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good writing. Like for me, I didn't bother to watch it. I know Grae watched it, I believe. And I hearing that now, yeah, like take away a man's house, a man's shoes, you know, they can still live, but take away their will to live, which is their family. Like, yeah, that's how it's like, that's where you have like a person, like in terms of story writing, you take away like this person's like, you know, livelihood, they'll still live on, but like their family, that kind of stuff. Like, I think that's the reason why it's, you know, for me, like he, like, you know, Aegon is a bratty kid, you know, he's young to be sitting on the throne, but it's not like his actions weren't warranted. It's like, oh, this guy's immature. He's not like Joffrey. Joffrey, it's like completely opposite. He has everything, and he's still a little bitch, right? But I think this guy he has an actual reason to be mad, and the thing is he wants to be good, right? Like he's like, oh, he wants to like thank everyone. You remember at the beginning of episode 1, right? For season 2, like people will come up to him and it's like, hey, my land is fucked up.
Yeah.
Can you hey, my cow, my goats are dead. And then he's like, oh, we actually need to go to feed the dragon. Like he wanted to be a good king. He wanted to say yes for everything. Sort of like when Jim Carrey was playing Bruce Almighty, it's yes for all, right? It's the same thing. He wants to be loved, but the thing is that he has to choose what's good and what's not good for the realm and his family. And I think that's where Otto Hightower was a very good, like he's a good VP for him. But now he's going to be unhinged, and I'm looking forward to episode 3. But what are your thoughts on? I'm gonna go over here, the fight between the brothers.
I thought the fight itself was good. I didn't like the fact that it was an assassination attempt, because when I saw the twins, again, the history of lore talks about brother versus brother, and they do talk about the 2 members of the King Guard who were brothers. They didn't say they were twins, I don't think, but they were brothers who had to fight each other because they're on opposite ends, and how tragic that was. And I thought the fight itself was really good, and I felt, it did feel real, like they, they're on opposite sides and they would both be crying as they fight. I just didn't like that it was just a petty assassination attempt. I would have liked it if it was some deciding battle, some big eventful thing where, there's going to be no winners in this, and we're going to have to kill each other because we're on opposite sides. Like, so the fight itself was great. One thing I always liked about the Game of Thrones fight choreography is that it feels believable. Like, maybe not necessarily real, but it feels believable. Like, and I always attribute it to the fact there's no lightsabers. It seems like anytime you give people with swords, and
we're gonna be talking about lightsabers and
well, here's the thing: bad lightsaber
metals
has been a thing for 20 years, and it seems to be they only choreograph because they're light sticks, and so they have to whip them around as quick as possible because that looks so cool. The problem is, if you know anything about fighting, and I do, that's one of my hobbies, not sword fighting, but fighting. That is complete nonsense. It's bullshit. And so it just looks like a bunch of people at a rave. But then on YouTube, you can look this up. Someone actually took Game of Thrones sword fights and edited it to make them lightsabers, and they're way better. Why? Because they were choreographed with swords, and they wanted them to be not realistic, but believable. You believe that Jaime Lannister versus Ned Stark, one of them is trying to kill the other person, and one of them could. Now you make the swords lightsabers, and suddenly there's stakes involved, right? So I've always liked, for the most part, the Game of Thrones fight choreography. A great one is the Hound versus Brienne of Tarth. That did not happen in the books. That was Brienne of Tarth's character was really blown up and put over in the show. But man, that was a gritty fight. And it wasn't like she girl bossed him all over the place. It was, she could have died at any second.
She punched died at any second. The fact that she was like, it's like punched the shit out of him. Like, man, I feel that, Yeah,
but like,
rock. Yeah,
like, she could have easily been killed, because even though, okay, she's a strong warrior, she's stronger than most men, but the Hound was not most men. The Hound was stronger than most men too, and he was stronger than her. And suddenly, she not only had someone who was her match, but someone who outmatched her. And just through sheer will and determination and just a little bit of luck, she was able to beat him. Now, again, that wasn't in the books, and her character wasn't that important, but that was a great fight because you believed it. Wasn't realistic, but you believed it.
And that's another way, is like, here's the thing. Do I find the actor that plays Brienne of Tarth pretty? Subjective. I don't think so. I think she's a regular looking woman, very tall woman.
Yeah.
Why is it that every strong female character in Game of Thrones does, like, the whole entire show was filled with strong female characters. At the end, the entire kingdom was run by women. Like, they're basically ran by women. Why wasn't it woke? Is because it was written really well. Besides the last couple of seasons, but like Brienne of Tarth, like that. Oh, she's strong. Now she's a knight. Oh, is that woke? It's like, no, she earned her place. And I think that's and I think that's how it is. But I'm not sure how do you feel about this fight over here. I know Ogami. You mentioned how do you feel, but Grae, how do you feel about this fight between the brothers?
Yeah, I would have liked it better if it was some climatic battle too, rather than an assassination type, because it feels so cheap given the character of these two twins. And yeah, like I said earlier, it's how the assassin Eric gets spotted. I don't buy that. Like that's too much of a convenience. With Viserys passing by as she was about to leave. Hey, I know that. How did you know? It's like they look exactly the same. Were we able to identify that? Oh, that's the other twin. But it wasn't really established. Yeah, it's how how could they have known that he's wearing the exact same outfit that he was wearing? It's like I don't buy it. I don't. It's like that's the part that I don't like. But in terms of the fight itself, yeah, I agree. It's actually pretty good. It's like when I mentioned this in the video, when it's like it gets so fast, it gets so hectic, you won't be able to tell who is who anymore. So it's like, oh shit, who the hell won in the end? Then we find out it's actually Eric, because like when you said your grace, then I'm so sorry. That you know the Rhaenyra's version one, but he ended his life in the end.
Yeah. So like I watched the what's it called again? Behind the scenes, after the show ends, and it talks about like what the intentions were. Like they said that they felt like if an assassination would have been more intimate between the brothers, is because if they made it a big spectacle, it would have been the love that the brothers have between one another, because they love each other, right? And like that love would have been diminished. So that's the reason why they said that they wanted to be some sort of like assassination, and it's like a one-on-one. Not a lot of people are watching, and it's because it's a more intimate setting, and then you don't know who's who. And for me, like I think both of these actors, they did a phenomenal job showing that they didn't want to hurt one another, but they had to do it because it's
okay. Yeah, this is a dumb question. Are they two really different actors?
Yes, they are.
They are
different actors.
Okay.
It's not like May and Osha, who are the same people. These are actually like if you actually look at them, they're not 100% identical. They're like 95%.
You gotta zoom in and do a compare and contrast for you to see that.
Yeah. But it's for me, I felt the torment. It's like, fuck, I have to do this, right? And the fact that you got Kristen Cole's like, you got to do this. Are you disobeying your orders? And he could tell, like, what? Like, what? Why? And it's like, are you gonna do it or not? And he's like, fuck, you're right. And the thing is that like they're both wearing the same armor, is because they're both basically the Queen's Guard, right? Like basically
yeah. Well, you would think that they have like a different, like, what do you call that, raiment or design at some point? Not exactly the same.
Well, they're basically both Targaryens, so like it's going to be the same. Like in my opinion, like for me, like I thought about that too. I'm like, wait, why are they always the same? Well, why is that? And then I'm just like, oh, because
they're Kingsguard, and the fact is what makes this a dynastic dispute is that both Rhaenyra and Aegon have a legitimate claim to the throne. Although I would say Rhaenyra's is a little bit more legitimate, but they both believe themselves to be the true ruler of Westeros, and so there's no reason for the Kingsguard to look different. She's not a rebel. She's not rebelling.
It's not like a Baratheon, right?
Well, Baratheon ended up taking over the Kingsguard because he became king. But if there was like a rebellion, like if Dragonstone wanted to become independent, then they would have their own Queensguard outfits and they would have their own everything. But the fact is, Rhaenyra believes that she is the true ruler of Westeros, and Aegon believes he is, and they're both the ruler, and the other one is the traitor. But that the Kingsguard, that puts the Kingsguard in a rough position because they are to serve the ruler, and so that's what makes the brothers, such a tragedy, is that they both believe they're serving the legitimate ruler. There's no reason for their armor to change.
Yeah, but overall, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's episode. I think it's gonna be great. I think the show, I know it's gonna be 8 episodes per season, and then I heard they're going to be like 4 seasons only, which is sort of short in my opinion, but I get it. I think
one book,
yeah, but like I wonder, aren't they already getting ready to do something? I mean, didn't they say they were going to do some kind of like Jon Snow spinoff? And I don't want to see that. I don't really care.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of cool stories that could be told in that universe. Again, if you haven't seen the history and lores of Game of Thrones on YouTube, I mean, that's where you can find it. the actors who play the different characters in Game of Thrones are the ones narrating it, so it's fantastic. And it really gives you a deep dive into like the history. And George R. R. Martin made a comparison to his world as kind of being an iceberg that isn't an iceberg. Everyone knows you look at an iceberg, you're only seeing the tip of it, and it's much deeper than it looks. But the fact is, he never really bothered to flesh it out. So he called it an iceberg on a pallet. But if you do bother to go into the look in the history and lore, it points to a very deep, the world of Westeros, they don't even name the planet, but the world of Westeros and Essos and the Game of Thrones world it feels ancient. It's an ancient world with civilizations that are long gone and completely forgotten, but were once super advanced. Valyria was only one of the more recent ones. So it is an old place with lots of stories. This in season 1, episode 1, or season 2, episode 1, we got to go back to the north, and I recognize right away.
It's so good.
And then you hear the person talking, and right away it was like, is that Jon Snow? Because they do pay attention to the northern English accent, and so they always pick someone from the north to play from the north. And then of course you see him, and Cragen Stark he's got ice, which we recognize, but he is actually just a completely different actor. But he sounds like a Stark. He is a Stark. He's a Stark ancestor.
Yeah.
And there's so many stories in the north that have to do with in the Age of Heroes. I mean, the First Men. There are so many potential stories that could be told in this universe that we haven't even touched on. And if you go and watch the history and lores, you'll see that there's so much to do here. I just don't trust anyone to do it. Like, not even these people. I'd rather them not touch it at all, because even though this one's turning out okay, this could all go tits up tomorrow. There's literally this can go bad at any moment. And so to say that I hope that they go and make some more stories, I really don't. If they can make them as good as this, yes, but that's a big ask, and that's a big if.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Any final thoughts on episode 2, season 2? And I think pretty much but like, I'm not sure if I have anything else I want to say about it, but overall, it's a really good show. I'm really, really enjoying it.
Matt Smith is great. And
yes.
What's the guy's name? What's his last freaking Welshman? It's not even English what they speak there.
Is it Reese? I think Ifans. I think that's his name. Oh, but I like the argument. I forget. That's something that we haven't talked about. The argument between, like, the actual dispute between Rhaenyra and Damon. And Damon.
Yeah.
That felt like an actual couple's argument. I'm like, hey, that's something that I used to argue with my wife, not my wife, my ex about, right? Like, it was something that we disagree on, throwing shit and stuff like that. Like, it's like, toxic relationships, that kind of stuff. Like, it felt like they've been together for a long time, and that's good. It's because they sell the argument,
right?
Yeah,
and the thing about Damon Targaryen, his character is legendary for being the most dangerous man in Westeros, and you get it. Like this, Matt Smith is awesome at it, and that character does feel like, even to the people he likes, there's still like a danger there. And like when he was married to the Valyrian daughter, I don't remember her name, but she was the rider of Vhagar before. She kept on, they were in exile. He was living in Pentos with his family and all that stuff. And she kept on like trying to push him to be more than, because she knew that he had greatness in him. But even he knows that greatness is tainted. He knows that he is dangerous. He will destroy everything. And he's a weapon is what he is. He knows this. And so it's almost like an act of mercy for his brother, because he did love his brother. It's almost like an act of mercy that he didn't do anything for all those years, because he knows that he is a bringer of destruction. And you get it. So even when he's with Rhaenyra, who he also loves, you can tell he loves, and as much as someone like him can love, does love her. But he is a destroyer. He is a weapon. And you feel it every time he's on screen. You don't know. I mean, the way he looks at people, like he looks like a dragon looking at his next meal at all times.
Yeah. It sort of reminds me. I'm sure if Grae or Ogami, if you guys remember that scene where was it? I forgot. One of the Valyrian dudes is like, no, you slept with this dude, And it's not really the kid, and not really, your kid. And then like Damon just like cuts his head off, like with no word. He just goes shriek, and then his head just got like holy shit. And I think that's how I feel every time Damon is in a room. You don't know what the fuck he's going to do, and I like that about him.
That was a great scene because Damon again was ready to kill this guy any second, but you always have to remember all these characters have a little bit of light in him. Damon did love his brother. And he waited. He waited for his brother to actually pull out his own knife. And in his decrepit, old, weak state, there's nothing he could do about it. But when his brother said, when his brother pulled out his knife and said, "I will have your tongue," at that second, that's when Damon struck. Damon is.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I completely.
So he waited. He waited for his brother to give him the nod, and brother didn't mean to give him the nod, but Damon always saw himself as Viserys's sword.
Right.
I think that's when Viserys sent him away. I think that's why I hurt him so much. It's like you're sending away your sword. I'm the reason you're strong. I am your weapon, and I will protect you. Was always his thing. But there's no doubt that he is a weapon. So that was a great scene because the brother of Corlys Velaryon, he was right about everything.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as the king said, "I'll have your tongue," that's it. A head was off, but the tongue stays. He can keep his tongue.
Oh man! The thing is that's great. That's what we should have done. I'm not sure if you did it. Like, go back and we should have rewatched the entire season before. I completely forgot about him saying that.
Yeah, that's the ideal thing, but it's just that I do so much stuff, not just TV shows. It's really tough, dude.
And
it's really tough.
That's the other thing about Damon, because he is the most dangerous man in Westeros. He is a weapon. But there's always been someone there to sheathe him. It used to be his brother. Then it was Corlys Velaryon, his wife Velaryon. I don't remember her name. I'm sorry. Someone can put Rhaena or something. I think it was Rhaena or whatever. But she was the Velaryon girl who was the rider of Vhagar, and Vhagar was greater than his dragon, right? And so she was. Even though she was pushing him to become more involved in Westeros and his family,
I think Lena.
Okay,
Lena.
He had his daughters to think about as well, and so those were kind of his restraint. And now he's with Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra is his restraint. And when Rhaenyra was grieving and gone, that's when Damon started planning war and ready to freaking kick some ass. And then when Rhaenys comes back, then he's restrained again. There's always a sheath for him, but what happens when there's no more sheath? What happens when he doesn't have anyone restrain him?
You get that beach scene, even though we didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like episode like 3 or 4, like his first season, where he fucking runs through. You don't see the actual fight, and then like, oh man, it'll be cool if it's solved. But we knew that he was a badass. And then that's like, you don't get to see him like go all out, like like basically Michael P said, he's a loose cannon. And I want to see like the fact that like he's gone, and I think the next episode we're gonna see, and it's tomorrow. We're gonna see more of Damon, and I think we're gonna see what's gonna happen because you see him, he sort of rides out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's supposed to go to Harrenhal, and again, I know what's gonna happen in the future. The reason I thought the guy they picked for grown-up Aemond was perfect because he actually resembles Damon a lot, and they're supposed to be a match for each other. The fact that when Aemon steps up to Damon and they eye each other, it's literally like two dragons staring each other down, but one of them's younger and stronger. And unfortunately, we saw Aemon without his clothes on, but Aemon is supposed to be younger and stronger than Damon, and so it's gonna be the most epic matchup that they're building to. And again, we saw him naked, so now it's like a bird with no feathers versus buff Doctor Who. So we already know how it's gonna turn out.
Yeah, man. I can't wait for tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. All right. I think we're good in terms of spoilers. There we go. All right. So we're gonna take a little bit break in terms of talking about shows and spoilers. So we're gonna talk about some other stuff. But yeah, I think everyone in the chat is like good guess on House of the Dragon. Yeah, that scene was great acting overall. Yeah, that's that. I think I forgot that guy's name. The guy who played Viserys.
Patty
Constantine.
Someone mentioned in the chat. Patty I think that's right.
Yeah, he's amazing actor. Amazing actor. Holy shit. You felt, especially when he became decrepit, like near the end where he's wearing a mask. I'm like, damn. I will have your tongue. He's like, damn, he's so good. And the fact that like, like that part where he was like walking up and no one is holding him, right? No one is helping him up. And then we're like, come on, Damon, do it. And he fucking does. Like we were waiting for it and he actually does it. We're like, he's a good brother, man. He's a good brother. But yeah. Yo, what's going on? Tom, how's it going, man? How's it going, dude? Rogue Attraction. Whenever you're okay, I know Rogue Attraction. We want you to come on whenever you can. But if you are going out on dates and stuff like that, it's that takes priority. All right.
Mhm.
If you are chasing this lovely woman, don't worry about coming on the show. All right. So, but hope you're doing well, Tom. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. All right.
Little
Let's
side
go
note,
Yeah, go
Pat,
ahead.
the guy plays Viserys. He is one of the detectives from Hot Fuzz, and he's
Oh,
hilarious in that movie. So go
yeah.
back and watch Hot Fuzz. You're like, hey, it's Viserys. He's fantastic in that.
All right. Yeah. I'll definitely go back and watch it. I haven't seen it in a long time. Are you this Saturday? All right. I guess next Saturday will be we're gonna have Tom. We're gonna have Tom on the Rogue Attraction. All right. There we go. He the man confirmed it himself. All right, cool. We'll send you an invite. But awesome, man. Awesome. Hope you're doing well, dude. So Grae, I'm pretty sure you've seen it. Ogami, I'm not sure if you have, but earlier this week, there have been some officially set photos from the new Superman movie.
Mhm.
Ogami, have you seen it yet?
I've seen them, and yeah,
Yeah.
What do you guys thoughts?
Gun ain't cooking, man. They tried to hype this up, but yeah, I'm not feeling it either. I didn't go through all of them. I've seen I just scrolled through them, scanning them casually, but yeah, I don't think this is good either. Like,
it's DOA. It's DOA as far
yeah,
as I'm concerned. Yeah.
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 It's like even if they like put in a lot of CGI on the suit, it's like people already seen this raw footage, so yeah, it's not gonna feel kind of like authentic. He should have just stick with Cavill, dude. He let his ego get the best of him.
Yeah.
It's really
So
annoying that they changed the S to be the Kingdom Come S, and no one knows what the hell that is, and they just think, "Oh, this looks cool." It's like, okay, for those of us who know Kingdom Come, like we recognize it, but no one else is gonna recognize it. It just looks like a lazy S. And if you're gonna be reestablishing the Superman, mythos, then you got to go back to the original Superman S.
yeah.
We don't want to see the Kingdom Come S ruined like this. And okay, yes, they brought the trunks back, fantastic, but you still put a bunch of crap all over the wetsuit part.
It's
It'll look like a
it's
wetsuit. What the frick?
extremely over designed, right?
It's like if you're gonna bring the trunks back, just bring back the classic costume. What are all these lines for with this wetsuit crap? I hate that shit.
Yeah. So I want to show. Okay. So I was on Versus earlier this week with Film Threat, and we talked about Acolyte. But while talking about that, we talked about the suit, and they asked us what we thought about the suit. Now, so I'm going to zoom in. Like this is a blurry photo, but I think we can see all the detail. I think it's extremely over designed. I think the S looks cool and not cool at the same time. Right? It looked, to be honest, this looks like a piece of cheese that just slapped on the suit. And I'm not a big fan of the collar, in
I
my
hate
opinion.
the color.
Like if you actually look at some of the Superman outfits, like you see the what's it called again? You see like let's bring back Christopher Reeves, okay? Like the freaking perfect one for me. I like Henry Cavill, but I think Christopher Reeves plays an amazing Superman and Clark Kent at the same time.
Better Clark Kent.
Some people some people are like, oh, I like him as Clark Kent. Oh, I like him as Superman. But the thing is that you can't beat him. Like, and the thing is that this is natural muscle, and like he's not extremely super buff either. But I like the fact that it shows more of his shoulders, right? I like the shoulder look.
He's got the Superman neck for sure.
Yeah, and he has the butt chin, and he has the little Jerry curl thingy, the curly Q thing that's happening. And this is a timeless look, and they know what they're going for with this new one. They have this little. He has similar hair. He's a pretty good looking dude in my opinion. No homo. And the thing is that the suit is also very loose on him. Look. He sort of looks like he's sort of like
You know what it is
Out of shape?
it's
I don't.
muscle padding, which is like what we just saw. Like I actually hadn't seen the Christopher Reeve Superman in a while, and I was like, wow, he's painfully thin too. Even though I know he put on muscle for the role, but he's still pretty skinny as a guy. If not for his
Mhm.
neck, like a lot of the shots of the original Superman is like it's chest up, so you see that magnificent Superman neck that he has, and you're like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's like, if you look for chest up, it's like, yeah, that's totally Superman. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, but he's actually really skinny.
Yeah.
Uh, the Cavill was great because that was his natural build, and he actually went natty, for the
So,
bodybuilding term.
like
He
like
went
like like
natty for that. So
like
they
holy
basically,
crap, man.
yeah, they molded the suit off of his body. His body was naturally built this way, and Cavill's got the neck and shoulders too, so it's great. But then
Yeah.
again, the new one reminds me a lot of, again, Robert Pattinson's Batman, who he's swimming in the suit. They had to put padding in the suit to make him look like he had muscles. The collar, here's why I don't like collars. The collar is to hide the fact he doesn't have a neck.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's Robert Pattinson has no freaking neck. He has baby head. I could grab his neck with my hand and almost touch my fingers. I swear I could. And so they put a collar on him to thicken it up, and it's just fake.
Yeah.
I feel like they did the same thing. This guy looks like he's wearing a padded suit,
Mhm.
so the muscles are padding, and the collar is to hide the fact he doesn't have traps. He doesn't have a neck. Maybe he did work out for the role, but we're not going to see it. Not in the suit.
Yeah. And the thing is that like now if you compare to Cavill, right? This is the original suit right over here from Man of Steel, and this is from BVS, and then this last one over here is the one he said I'm coming back as Superman, and then he lied because he got basically fired. He didn't lie, but like he got fired. And the thing is that I think like a lot of people was like, oh, actually, if you look at it, they actually put in these like weird muscle things. I'm like, well, that's where his abs would be, is because have you not seen him like without clothes? He's insanely buff.
Yeah, we saw him in the original Superman movie without his clothes on, or without a shirt on.
Mhm.
That's his actual muscles. So if they did add muscles to the suit, they molded it off of him, just like they did with the guy who played the Flash back in the 90s. That
Yeah.
muscly ass Flash suit was built off of his body. It was molded off of him.
Now,
So it's different.
so now the thing is that other than the fact that I love the fact that they brought back the trunks. Okay, like I said, I wish they removed this collar thing and just have him work out his fucking his shoulders more. All right, just start fucking like working at your jaw and your and your neck and stuff like that. We're not sure. Based off of how this looks, this could look really good on film, right? They could, but the thing is that this thing is, you could tell like near at like sort of where his stomach would be and his what's it called again, his elbow. Like there's a lot of extra material, and versus if you look at Cavill's, like it's complete, it's absolutely fitted to his body. It's like a leotard, right? And the thing is, there's more. Now this one made me not have good faith in this movie, is because, have you guys seen the Clark Kent one?
Oh boy.
Oh, that one.
Oh man. So yeah. It looks, that's probably his actual hair, but it looks like he's wearing a wig, and it doesn't
Yeah.
look great. But I don't know. Like someone in my Twitter feed said that he looks like Hassan Piker. I was like,
does.
whoa. He's not that bad. He's not that bad. But this is pretty bad. But what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I was just talking about how I haven't seen Christopher Reeve in a long time as Superman, and he is pretty surprisingly skinny. But there's a good part about being skinny. A lot of us who know people who are actually very well muscled, but they're not bulky, they fit into normal clothes and look normal. And the great thing about Christopher Reeve is that when you saw him without the suit on, he actually did have pretty good muscle definition. He put on a lot of natural muscle to play the role, but he didn't get so bulked up that when he puts on a suit, he still just looks like Superman in a suit. He makes the greatest Clark Kent because he looks like such a nerd. I mean, he's tall, but he's not so big that he doesn't pass for a normal person. He looks like a kind of a skinny, dorky guy, and the suit's actually too big for him. And so that's what makes him no one even looks his way. It's not the glasses, it's everything about him. No one even looks at him. The problem with Clark Kent in the later years, especially like in the animated series, is that he just looks like Superman in a suit. He's this broad-shouldered guy, this big bodybuilder. And so that's what I'm seeing here, is that I actually don't have a problem with the hair. Like someone who looks like this, if he looked like smaller, would be like, yeah, okay, I'm not looking at this guy twice. Except he's 6'3" and he's got shoulders wider than wider than an airplane chair, right? So he still just looks like a really buff dude with like overly done hair. And it's like, yeah, you're still Superman.
Do you know who's a very good Superman in my opinion, but they sort of fucked up with his movie? Was Brandon Routh. I think Brandon Routh.
Yeah.
I think he was really good. And if you guys haven't seen the CW stuff, there was this what's it called, a Crisis on Infinite Earths, where he played a bad Superman. And I think the suit looks great. And this is what they should have done, in my opinion.
There's the Kingdom Come again, yeah.
Yep. Like, and the S, I like this S better. Like, you can see the S in there, right? It has the actual top, because you see the actual like the sort of like the sort of the trim outside of the S, and then you see the S in the middle. And I think this and he plays a he plays a very good he was a really, really good Superman in my opinion. Like, and plus he does look sort of like Christopher Reeves.
He does.
Yeah.
Brandon Routh actually, I think, was a really underrated Superman.
Yes.
And when he played Clark Kent, it looked like he actually went to the Christopher Reeve school of playing Clark Kent. It was great. It's just the movie itself wasn't that great. And we know that Bryan Singer had a thing for him, which is why he was wearing the swimmer's trunks instead of the normal trunks.
Man.
Really gay coded. But it wasn't Ralph's fault. Ralph was actually pretty good in the movie. And so it was kind of sad that the movie was so bad, because
look, okay,
fine.
so look, you want to see I want to show a comparison between Clark Kent Reeves and Clark Kent from that. So let me show you a comparison. So this one is Christopher Reeves, right? He's pretty good. He looks great. And let me see. This one is Brandon. Like, he looks great. And the things, it just sucks that he was in a shitty movie. I'm glad they sort of like fixed his Superman characters in the CW shows. I think Legends of Tomorrow was a funny ass show, and it was wacky, but I liked it, and they brought back a lot of the cool stuff, like if he was Superman. But the thing is, it's not looking so well for the movie. And are you guys going to watch it? Do you guys have high hopes for the James Gunn?
No, DOA.
Yeah.
Same thing with you, Grae?
Yeah, but we're gonna have to watch it, but I'm not excited for it. That's why I'm not personally excited for it.
If I end up back on the Eggroll podcast and we're gonna cover it, then I'll have to watch it. But other than that,
do you know who's also really good that a lot of people sort of overlook? Is Tyler Hoechlin. He basically plays Superman in the CW stuff.
You know,
like,
I've heard this. Was it not Lois and Clark? It's what's the name of this series? I've heard that series.
I forgot. It's basically like Lois and Superman or something like that.
Yeah.
But they have their own show. Tyler plays a very good sort of like, he plays a good, like, happy, like positive Superman. And this is like, oh, we wish his personality was in the Snyder stuff for Henry Cavill. Is because and the thing is, I am a little bit biased because he plays the voice of Sephiroth in 7 remake. And so like really? I have a bias over that. But like, of course, when I first saw him, it was like, why he doesn't look like Superman, but he has the Superman personality. And I think that it sucks is because according to, I haven't seen the shows. I only seen him when he's like a guest appearance on Supergirl or Flash or whatever, right? And it sucks because he's a good actor, and it's definitely sad. But I'm not looking forward to it either. I'm it's like, come on, it's like, what, like yeah, I guess, but the outfit is not great at all. So like, it's just, it is what it is. But we're probably, Grae, you're right, we will probably have to watch it, man.
Yeah, we do.
All right, let's go and read what the chat's saying. Let's see. That Superman looking so men, Gunn should have just cast his wife as Superman.
I mean, he does favor his wife a lot.
and his brother. And his brother. His brother.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Maybe it says I'm sure it'll be touched up in CGI, but still looks bad. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but like we could be completely wrong. I would love to be extremely wrong when it comes to like this. Oh,
Yeah,
this looks.
that's the
Mhm.
thing with people like making like opposing us or getting upset with us in the comment section. It's like they feel like us being wrong is such a win for them that without realizing that it's also a win for us. Oh, it's actually good. And okay, we're glad to be wrong. It's like they don't get it. They don't get that it's good for us to be wrong in these certain things. And they
Mhm.
feel like they feel so victorious and fulfilling for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
get it.
I usually celebrate with them. It's like I I always I run into that all the time. It's like, well, you're gonna be wrong. It's like, look, I hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping I'm wrong about everything. Everything I ever say, I hope I'm wrong. If I'm start making predictions about anything, like I have a very clear sight of what I think is going to happen with everything, whether it's pop culture, economics, the state of animation industry. I will make all these predictions based on what I've seen. And when they say, well, I mean, how could, you might be wrong. I'm like, good. If I'm wrong, that's fantastic. And I will be just as happy as you are that I am wrong. I want to be wrong about everything. The problem is for the last 5 years, I haven't been.
Yep.
So, yes, please make me wrong. Watching House of the Dragon, I had my expectations. I love the fact that I was wrong. I love the fact that, oh, good, they didn't get Dan and Dave to freaking write this thing. It's clearly made by people who actually do respect the source material. It clearly is made by people trying to recapture that Game of Thrones season 1 through 5 audience. So I'm glad that I'm wrong about this. I'm glad that it isn't a total shit show. All the things I was complaining about, those aren't show breaking. Those aren't lore breaking. They don't break my interest in the show. It just, oh, I thought this was going to happen differently, or I would have liked to see this, but that doesn't ruin it. Nothing gets ruined. Yes,
Yeah.
him without his clothes off, he's painfully skinny. It doesn't ruin the show. It's just one of those things
Yeah.
like, he must be one of those anime wiry type of guys,
But yeah. Let's continue reading. See what over here. Finally an American Superman in the role. They clown him like this. Yeah, the suit doesn't look great. But here's the thing, like we have been wrong so many times on so many things, right? When I first heard that someone mentioned in the chat, Heath Ledger was going to be playing Joker. I'm like, what? 10 things I hate about you, Knight's Tale guy? No way. Right? Hearing Ben Affleck is going to be Batman? No freaking way.
I was definitely wrong about that one. I was
Yeah.
clowning on Ben Affleck as Batman the whole time. He was actually a great Batman.
Yeah. And it's just like it's crazy. Same thing with Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker. I'm like, what? The guy who wants to have sex with his phone? No, man. It's so
Well, the fact that they were making a Joker standalone origin story, I was like rolling my eyes so hard. I was like, oh, great, they're gonna ruin this character. But no, that movie was fantastic. That movie was so good
and he
that
won
the
an
mainstream
Oscar.
media tried to bury it. That's how good it was.
Yep. Let's see. The suit. Don't like the suit. Lois looked good at least. I haven't seen Lois yet, but I'll probably check it out. Let's see. What's funny is the suit's partially based on the New 52, a reboot that wasn't all that well. Like they feel like this is the right direction. Yeah, it's the New 52 stuff, right? He has like the collar thing. I believe they're supposed to this based off of Superman Legacy, right? So he's supposed to be like more simple outfit, but yeah, looks bad. Let's see. Cavill's Clark was like Dean Kane's. And I do like Dean Kane. I do like Dean Kane, Lois, and Clark. Yeah. See, Brandon was awesome in Legends of Tomorrow and CW. Yep, I agree.
He was awesome in Dylan Dog. You guys seen Dylan Dog?
No.
Oh my god, that's one of those really cheesy movies. But Dylan Dog is he's a detective that solves supernatural crimes. So in this world, there's werewolves and vampires, and there's like a truce between them. They're not supposed to go to war, and there's zombies too. So there's monsters in this world, and he's like the special investigator whenever there's a zombie killing or a zombie kills a person or vampire. Instead of getting the regular police involved, they hire Dylan Dog to go do it. It's based off a comic book. It's completely silly, but it's a lot of fun. It's a fun ass movie to watch if you just don't want to take it too seriously. And he's great in it. Brandon Routh kicks ass in that movie.
Yeah, and I also liked him. I know he's a side character, but I also really liked him in Scott Pilgrim.
I
Yeah,
have
he-
not watched Scott Pilgrim. Just
Grae,
'cause I
have
hate
you seen?
Sarah.
Not yet.
Okay, so I'm just gonna spoil it for both of you. What's it called? He plays a guy who's like a vegan, and he gets his powers from being a vegan. And like, and the thing, how what's it called? Michael Cera beats him is like, I believe he accidentally ate a non-vegan food and he ended up dying. He just blows up. It's like wacky ass shit, man. But yeah, Scott Pilgrim is it's okay. I think Michael Cera is okay in that one. He's not super annoying like he is in
Everything else.
what's that other movie that he was in that was awful? Is it Superbad?
Yeah, super bad. End
Yeah.
of the world. Whatever. Everything is in the one. What was it? Juno. Oh God, he's just can't stand looking
Yeah.
at him.
All right. Let's see. Let's say in Henry Cavill Superman, he accidentally murders thousands of people. That's true.
Yeah, that's James. Gunn.
Yeah.
That's Zack Snyder. Thank you, Snyderverse.
Yeah. Let's see. The thing is, Gunn's brother is a good actor. Yeah, if he's cast correctly, I believe so too. He plays Yondu's understudy, part of the Ravagers, and surprisingly, I actually first found out about James Gunn's brother when I used to watch Gilmore Girls. He was the mailman. So yeah. I used to watch Gilmore Girls. Yep. Have you watched Windbreakers? What's that? Have you guys
Sounds
seen
familiar.
Windbreakers? What is that? All right, let me
But
bring it up.
probably not. Sounds familiar, but I most likely.
Windbreakers. Okay, not the pants, right?
Yeah.
Not the
Sounds like a
pants.
show about farting.
Yeah. Yeah. You're breaking wind, not just passing it, just breaking it. It's like forcing a fart out. All right, let's see. Ogami Goro, Dylan Dog was an underrated gem.
Absolutely agree. It's definitely one of those gems. Yep.
Yeah. I definitely do want to watch it now. That sounds really, really cool.
It's
Let's
fun.
see.
You guys should do like a little I don't know, like maybe have a segment of just like underrated gems, like movies that everyone just kind of passed over that are actually pretty good and a lot of fun.
Yeah. Let's see. Lois has awesome boobs too. Check out the scenes from the marvelous Miss Maisel. Well, yeah. If the chat says I have to check it out, and I have to check it out. Who plays her? Who plays her?
Don't know.
Okay. Do you know what you should watch though? You should watch Euphoria with Sydney Sweeney. Oh man. Okay, so this is the girl that's playing Lois. I haven't seen this one yet. I heard there might be a nude scene in this one, but we'll see. Yeah, the vegan police. Yeah, was SuperBad that bad? It wasn't that bad. It was okay for me because I watched it like 3 years later. It's sort of like the hype went down. It's sort of like I never watched Napoleon Dynamite because I heard it was stupid, and a lot of people loved it. I'm like, I don't think I'm ever gonna watch that.
SuperBad would I guess if I were to describe it, it's like Napoleon Dynamite was an independent movie. SuperBad was the corporate version of that same movie. They wanted to capture the same kind of Napoleon Dynamite feel, but in a big company make, and Napoleon Dynamite had kind of its own charm because it was an independent movie, but that charm was completely lacking in SuperBad. So
yeah. Let's see. SuperBad was the masterpiece. I like
only McLovin. That's it.
I like McLovin. That's probably my favorite guy. Like the actor. He plays the McLovin. I think the fact that he was like, "That's your name," and the fact that like you don't get. And the good thing about that movie was McLovin. And the fact that Seth Rogen is not like prominent in that movie. He was just a cop in the background. Okay.
I seriously thought Seth Rogen and Bill Hader were gonna kill that kid. They got dark really fast. I was like, oof, oh boy.
Oh, so Windbreaker is a manhwa. It's a Korean Korean comic.
Okay.
It's a webtoon.
Immediately.
Let's see. Okay, Windbreaker is a popular South Korean manhwa comic series written and illustrated by Young Seok Jo. Story follows a life of Haruka Sakura, a high school delinquent who transferred to Furin High School, a school notorious for delinquents. However, Sakura soon discovers that Furin High School has transformed into a group that protects the town. Oh, that sounds fucking cool.
Dude,
They
anything
become
that is
vigilantes?
names in Japanese, it's got my ear. I'm ready to give it a chance because they're kicking
Damn.
they're kicking all the
Windbreaker.
ass. Yep.
All right. This actually sounds cool. The synopsis of it sounds really cool. Yeah, see. Yeah, Gilmore Girls was good. Oh my god, gay.
Yep. In that order. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. I watched it with my ex. All right. I watched it with my ex, and I think it's well written. It's a well written show, and the fact that they talk really, really fast. So that's about it. Napoleon Dynamite is amazing. I have not seen Napoleon Dynamite, man. All I know is there's that dance sequence. Grae, have you seen it?
No. I
What
have
about
no
you?
idea
What about
what
you,
those movies
Ogami?
Yeah, I saw it. Like I said, I thought it has its own charm. Most of the time you sit there wondering like who are these weirdos and what is going on in the show? But there's so many weird characters in it. It's like watching an episode of Beavis and Butthead or something. And there is a really fun payoff at the end. So it's not one of those movies I can watch over and over again, but when I watched it, I really did enjoy it because I spent most of the time going like, I don't know why I should be rooting for these characters, but I kind of hope they win, you know?
Yeah, maybe it's like an underdog kind of thing, right? It's like
It is. It's a very
Yeah.
much an underdog thing, and yeah, it's good. They're definitely all underdogs, and it's like you just love watching. You just love hoping the loser wins eventually.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. Let's see. Wash Napoleon Dynamite allegedly high on Oxycontin. I still don't get it.
Well, OxyContin is not known to increase your comprehension.
It makes it worse.
Doesn't help that at all.
Let's see. SuperBas has one of the best lines ever. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Funny thing, Jules, my back is located on my. That sounds so dumb. So basically, it's a movie for people who are high, right? I'm assuming. Let's
The
see,
problem is, I watched Superbad. Here's a spoiler for Superbad. The fat guy, what's his name? He keeps on getting fat and skinny. He's in 21 Jump Street.
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill. So he's still really fat in this one. And his whole thing is he's trying to get beer for the party because he wants to be cool. And he tries to figure out a way to transport beer, and he ends up transporting it by dumping out a couple of laundry detergent containers and filling it with beer. I watched this as an adult who does his own laundry.
No.
So right away, I was just like, how the fuck did you get all that detergent out of those things? There's no freaking way. You could have sat there for hours just rinsing that thing out. You would never get all the soap out. So your beer tastes like soap. Good job.
This before Tide Pods was a thing.
Yeah.
Oh man. Sorry, driving home. Yo, Tom, what are you doing, man? Drive safe, man.
Yep.
Drive safe. I don't know how you're
Careful.
typing. Maybe text to speech, but yo, drive safe, man. Take care of yourself. You gotta watch it on shrooms. All right. We will do that. We will do that. You see, I used the use of canned heat by Hamarit. I'm not gonna pronounce that, man. It's excellent filmmaking in a Napoleon Dynamite. I don't know how to say it. Is it Jamariquai or
Hamarikai?
I don't speak foreign.
Yeah,
Hamarikai.
yeah. I don't know how to say that, but I know that. What is that? Okay. All right. What is that? Let's see. English funk and acid jazz band from London. Oh, it's a band. Okay, prominent in London-based funk and acid jazz movement of the 1990s. They built their acid jazz in their earlier sound in their earlier days. Okay, Jamirikai. Jamiriquai. I'm never gonna pronounce that, man. If it's like 1+1, then I would know. Jamiriquai is awesome. So glad I learned about them in Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah. It's weird. It's because like a lot of catchy ass music. The thing is, it's sort of like when you watch this and you watch Chappie, right? You get like weird bands. It's like, who are these? What is music coming from? But yeah, thing is sort of sounds like Stevie Wonder. He probably sees better than him, right? And unless he's Asian, then you know he's straight out of the block. All right, so let's go ahead and talk. Let's go and get the shit out of the way. Let's go and talk Acolyte. There we go. Let's go ahead and talk Acolyte. And let's see. it's not great. Was it episode 5? Was this episode 5, Grae?
Yeah, 5.
Okay, so I'm not sure if they're actually going to be getting a sequel because I'm not sure if it's doing so well. But we're going to be talking about this thing.
Even if it doesn't, I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Because like I know there was an article that came up recently that Leslie had wants to go as far as season 5.
Really?
Yeah,
we'll
but
see.
I also
Yeah.
heard that Leslie Headland has gotten herself new management. Now, here's a question, and this was put by the video that also broke this: is that if you are locked into a Disney Star Wars IP for the next 5 seasons, why do you need a new agent?
Yeah.
Oh, that is true.
Oh
Mhm.
boy.
Yeah.
Harvey
All right.
Weinstein's old personal assistant might be personally assisting again.
Yeah. So what did Ryan say? She's so ugly. She's Harvey Weinstein didn't want to fuck her.
Who was it? It was a member of the Fellowship.
Someone said. I forgot who it was.
No. Was it My Nerdy Home? You had her on the channel one time, but isn't she the one who sent out the tweet? Like she put a picture of Leslie Headland and said, "This fat neck bitch just ruined Star Wars for everyone." It was one of the Fellowship who did it.
Oh man,
it was hilarious.
All right, so before we actually dive right in, we talked about it last week, Grae. But Ogami, did you see the cringe music video that Amanda Stenberg put out on her Instagram?
I have only seen 3 or 4 seconds of it before I had to turn it off. It was when she's like apparently roasting the journalists.
Yeah, so basically she's talking about she roasts everyone, right? And the thing is that it's really bad and it sounds awful and you can tell it's awful. But the thing is that if you actually go to the Instagram and you scroll down a little bit, of course you can't really see it here, and you zoom in, Daphne Keen replied with "Wokalite unite."
I don't know.
So the thing is that does she know that it's woke as fuck too? Or is she doing this to like be funny? I'm not sure what she did here, but I'm like, yeah, it is extremely fucking woke. So but yeah, let's go ahead and actually talk about the show. So Ogami,
yes.
you haven't seen it, but you've heard murmurs and you watched videos.
I have spent more time watching the reviews of the show than watching
the actual show. Me too.
Yes,
because those are actually entertaining and fun.
Yeah.
So I know what's happening in the show, and it's just look. Star Wars was killed for me a long time ago. It kind of started to come back, and then they killed it again, and it's been dead ever since. And now it's just they're just killing it over and over again. It's like it's already dead, but they just keep on stabbing it. And this is just the latest in a long line of just hacks who have no love for a story, no love for our myths, no love for our legends, who are just using this to further their own agenda. And they've come out and said it. It's not like this isn't a conspiracy. They've come right out and said, as a queer person of body positive and bisexual, my sexuality and my identity will be in this. It's like, okay, so now we know what you're writing it about. You don't understand anything about this, and it's clear. And just from what's happened so far, that all the way up to episode 5, which is a complete fucking joke. They have no love for this at all. This is all just them using. It's a skin suit. It's just more of the Star Wars skin suit. It's the Star Wars is dead. There's a thing walking around wearing its skin, pretending to be Star Wars. Yeah, that's what this is.
Now, in my opinion, I'm gonna go first, and I'll throw it to you, Grae. In my opinion, this is probably the best of the worst, in my opinion. It's probably the most watchable because there's less talking. And there's more fighting, but the thing is that a lot of the fighting looks awful. And I'm not sure someone probably mentioned that this might be like the best fight in Star Wars. I don't know.
That's what the shill media has been saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
The best fight was Phantom Menace. Phantom Menace's fight sucked, by the way, and we can go into that. So anyway, that's not a high bar either.
Yeah, my first impression of it was the same as My Nerdy Home. It's like, why would you show the very first angle with Osha looking at the trees with the lights going left and right?
Yeah, see right over
here. Why? That's my first impression too.
So shout out to Steph, My Nerdy Home. He said, help. I can't see the greatest lightsaber battle of all time. Does anyone else have a different angle? Well, according to my squint, my slanted eyes, I can't even see anything. But the thing is that it's really bad, right? So I'm gonna mute this right over here. So basically, it's like
Why? What?
everything's being obstructed.
Yep.
Maybe they're trying to hide the fact that they
They're
don't
trying to
have
hide-
They are
choreo-
definitely trying to hide it.
crappy
They're definitely
choreography,
trying to
right?
hide it. Because if
Yes.
you were to play this back, and this is why the Phantom Menace sucked too. If you were to play this back and just don't look at the red lightsaber, look at the other lightsabers. There's a
Mhm.
lot of fucking useless spinning and movement that doesn't do anything. They're just fucking around.
Yeah.
And it's all so they can wait for Smilo Ren to do some kind of move. But everyone's just kind of waving their lightsaber. Look at this. What the fuck are they swinging at? The blue, yellow. What are they doing? Where are you going? What are you aiming at? This is the worst shit. And again, they did this in Phantom Menace as well. It's just Ray Park and Liam Neeson were so good to watch that no one noticed it. You really had to like stop it and pause it and play it forward. But you really see it in like in Last Jedi when Rey and Kylo take on the red fucking Knights of Ren in Snoke's throne room.
Oh yeah, that
it's
person
really
was just
apparent there that they're
we're just waiting for
spinning
them to
around,
attack.
waving their shit around. And this is the problem with adding light and effects to weapons is that I'll just spin this and it looks cool. And so no one's going to notice I'm not fucking doing anything. And I'm not actually trying to hit anyone. It's
now,
awful.
what are your thoughts about his helmet being like a specific cortosis? Yeah, cortosis, where it's like the fact that the helmet and the bracer that he had on can basically shut off lightsabers.
Yeah.
And I believe this has been in the EU for a while now. Now, what are your thoughts on that, right? Because he headbutts one of the lightsabers and it stops, right? So what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's completely fucking stupid, but they've been nerfing lightsabers for a long time now. Look, this guy was stabbed. We know that doesn't kill anyone. That guy should have got right the fuck back up. And by the way, wasn't the Padawan? She was stabbed too, and then she kept fighting, so she had to get stabbed 3 or 4 more times in order for her to fucking die. So we know that stabbing the lightsaber doesn't do anything ever since pretty much Ahsoka when Sabine got stabbed and she had a little boo boo. And before that, Obi-Wan, what's her face? Reva got stabbed and didn't fucking die. So what the hell? Why are we stabbing people now? But no, they've been nerfing lightsabers for years, ever since they decided that we're just going to give these droids these electro sticks and they're going to be able to match a lightsaber. In the EU, in the early EU, there was material that could resist a lightsaber, but they were rare. Beskar was one of them. Back in those days, they called it Mandalorian steel or Manda metal. Mandalorians are extinct, so it was very rare to find that kind of metal. And then Luke, I think it was in the Timothy Zahn trilogy, he ends up fighting this creature that lives in lava. And so because it lives in lava, it has this carapace that can resist fucking lava. So his lightsaber's useless. He hits it and it completely shatters. The lightsaber winks out because it gets overloaded because it can't penetrate the magma armor. Now, that makes sense, but that is rare. When are you going to find that creature? Now, everything can fucking stop a lightsaber. Some random stormtrooper in Force Awakens with a fucking billy club can stop a lightsaber. So they've been nerfing lightsaber for years now.
So me and Grae talked about this during our Ahsoka review, and then I actually legit Googled what is the temperature of a lightsaber.
It's supposed to be
36,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. So then the thing is, it's not like the US went boom, boom, right? Really fast. Okay. Maybe could have cauterized the wound. A lot of people's like, oh, it cauterized the wound. No. Sabine was stabbed and it was in her for at least 5 seconds. Her internals, her internal organs, her internal organs would have died. Like she would fucking explode internally.
That level of temperature in contact with water, the water would flash into steam and she would explode. Because we know that would happen because Qui-Gon used it to cut through blast doors. It was better than an arc welder.
Right there. There it is.
So you stab and by the way, in Star Wars lore, in engineering, that's Duracrete and Durasteel. These are very, very powerful versions of steel. And the lightsaber is able to turn it to liquid molten slag. So you stab that into basically a person is a water balloon. You stab that into a water balloon, the water, which is our blood, flash evaporates and the person explodes. That's what should have happened to Sabine, and that should happen to everyone who got stabbed, including Qui-Gon, by the way. So he should have been stabbed, and the fact that Maul kept it in there, he should have blown up and exploded. If you're going to stab someone with a lightsaber, you got to do it quickly, or else you're going to end up with a really big mess all over you.
Yeah.
But again, okay, fine. Qui-Gon did die by getting stabbed by a lightsaber. No one else has.
Yep. And that's the reason why this shit is absolutely dog turds, right? Like you have this scene right over here, and then you see the part where like he headbutts and does that. Okay, yeah, but then look, it's just the writing is really dumb. It's like it doesn't really make sense. And all of a sudden, like now this person is dying from lightsaber stabs now, right? You get Daphne Keen. Daphne Keen basically like she was dual wielding these lightsabers, right? Dual wielding it, and then like she basically gets fucked is because his lightsaber has a built-in mini saber that he can disconnect, which is weird.
That's another thing. Also, I thought I was the only one who had a gripe with that. So yeah, you noticed that too. Yeah, I find that really dumb too.
So within his saber, he can disconnect it, and there's a mini saber, and he basically like stabs her 3 times, like two.
That's the thing. It's like the lightsabers are so nerfed, it's so watered down that we're not even sure if she's dead despite 3 stabs. Right? I would believe it if she's still alive in the next episode. Don't you think?
Yeah. No, but the thing she got stabbed like where her like trachea would have been. Right? Because it's like 1, 2, and then 3. Right?
Yeah,
it was really fast, and then she ended up dying. And then South Korea Seoul was like, no.
Yeah, he was just watching the whole time. He was just watching the whole time.
And the thing is, the acting is really bad too. Like the acting is really, really bad. Now, if you go forward, what makes this worse is what's it called again? Later on in the scene, like after everyone dies, you find out that okay, here's the thing. I sort of been feeling a little bit bad is because Filipino Ezra Miller, Asian Ezra Miller doesn't deserve it, is because I think he's better than Ezra Miller. Manny Jacinto. Okay. Yeah. And the thing is that a lot of girls are swooning over him because like how jacked his muscles were, like how his arms are pretty big. I'm like, now this guy works out, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, the acting is so bad. Right after everything, the whole entire thing happens, and like he basically reveals he gets his mask like knocked off, and then it reveals that Manny Jacinto, which is the Asian Ezra Miller, is the Sith the entire time. And there could have been a lot of times where he could have killed May, which is like what his original thing was, right? So now I want to play the scene a little bit. I'm not going to play too much because we will get DMCA'd first. So I'll probably play like about 8 seconds, and I'll pause and talk about it, and we'll play it again. But the thing is that the acting, she does not know how to act. Amanda Stenberg cannot act.
She was not hired to be an actor. She wasn't hired based on her ability.
So basically diversity hired then.
Yes.
So here's the thing, right? So let me go ahead and play this really quick. I will pause it. But this is basically what happens is that they meet up. Both the sisters meet up in the forest and they hug each other. And then she basically like, you're a criminal. You're a murderer, right? So this is the scene. So
you're a criminal, May. You must pay for your crimes. What are you doing? What I came here to do. Arrest you.
Yeah.
Yo, that deserves an Oscar. That deserves what's it called again?
What does she mean? What are you doing? Didn't she say she was going to turn herself over? She said she was going to turn herself in before this.
Yep.
So when May says, I got you, you're a criminal, she should be like, I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll go with you. Not, what are you doing? I can't believe you're going to arrest me. That's what you showed up to do.
Yeah, it's like she said, they brainwashed you. It's like, that's the point where you got to spill more details for her to believe you. It's like, they brainwashed you, so believe in me. Osha was just okay with it. It's like, it's incredibly stupid, man.
Yep. Now let's continue with this Oscar-worthy acting.
Don't do this. You did this to yourself. You followed a false master. So did you.
It's the same shit as
what the fuck.
It's the same shit in episode 2 with the Jedi are bad, the Jedi are good. It's the same thing. They just reworded it here.
You know what? This is like watching Power Rangers, except Power Rangers has good fights.
Yes. Yeah, so basically this gets really bad. She basically like force shoves her, and then May force shoves the sister. She falls down, and then the most cringiest scene happens. Like, no shot, the most cringiest shit ever. She cuts her hair.
Yeah, I've
This
seen
is-
the salon memes where the
What?
hairstylist
fuck?
is holding a lightsaber.
She should have cut off her own face at that point.
Yeah, because how hot it is. Her clothes should have been on fire by then. But here's the thing. Ogami, if you don't know, May and Osha, you can tell them apart. Even
One
though
of them has a tattoo or something. Right?
one of them has a little seal or a crest on her head. Now the thing is, the reason why she did this is because she wants to be trained under the Jedi. Right? She actually wants to be trained under the Jedi. She actually that's the reason why she took the lightsaber and she cut her hair, because she's gonna pretend to be Osha. But the thing is that Osha doesn't have a tattoo, doesn't have a seal on her forehead. Does she have like space makeup or something like that to cover that shit? It's because at the end of the scene, she basically takes her clothes and basically pretends to be Osha. Like, how? Dude, this is a freaking like something you let. This is a plot hole that you left out.
You know what Jedi used to be able to do back in the day? They used to be able to sense when someone was being dishonest. It wasn't that they could all read minds, but they could feel the emotion. They could feel when a person was not being truthful. So if she's going to show up and be deceptive, she better be trained to be able to deceive what would be a Jedi's instinctual ability to detect deception. But of course, let me guess, Master Squid Games completely loses that ability.
The thing is, he basically when she shows up, it's like Master Soul is like, all right, let's go. Where's her sister? Oh, she's gone. She ran away. It's like, all right, let's go to the ship. But the thing is, I'm not sure what this material is, right? Cortosin or whatever, cortosis, right? I'm not sure if that material can prevent you from Jedi mind reading.
No, it's only meant to disable lightsabers. It has nothing to do with the Jedi's ability to mind read.
Right? So the thing is, the Master Soul was like, remove your helmet because I can't read your mind. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You did it to you did it to Daniel Craig in The Last Jedi. You did it to a bunch of stormtroopers later on. Like, how is this possible? Ogami, you know more about the EU than we do. Is there any type of material that has a magneto helmet that stops you from reading their minds?
No. Not that there couldn't have been. It's just I'm not aware of anything that did that. I think the only exception to this is like the Yuzhang Vong were invisible to the Force, but that has something to do with the fact they're from another galaxy and they had bio weapons. Their bio ships were able to grow this like material that could, push back the Force. There's also the Isilamari, which are little creatures that can make Force bubbles. But again, these things are supposed to be rare. These things are not supposed to be common enough to where you just find them and they're going to pose a significant threat to any Jedi out there in the world. And the thing is, if it wasn't that way, if Yisilamari or Yuzhong Vong Chitin or Cortosis Weave were so common, then the Empire would have decked out everything in these.
Yeah.
All of them. There would be no such thing as a soldier that didn't have some kind of weave that would resist a lightsaber if their job was to kill Sith or Jedi. And so there should be no Sith and there should be no Jedi, or at least there should be no threat from them, because they would just send a specially trained unit of actual soldiers decked out in Cortosis and Beskar. And just for good measure, with little Yisilamari salamanders on a little frame on their back, like they did, in the first trilogy after the movies. So, which by the way, that sounds great. And for those who don't know, that's what you've been robbed of. You've been robbed of some really great stories that were just thrown in the bin. And when they do bring him back, like they did with Thrawn came from that first trilogy after the movies, the Timothy Zahn trilogy. They will bring them back and they will destroy them. So don't hope that they're going to insert Yisilamari into, or Vornskers for that matter. Vornskers are predators that hunt using the Force. And that's why the Ysalamari can push back the Force, is their camouflage.
Yeah.
Again, this is all very nerdy shit, and it's too bad that Kathleen Kennedy said that there was no books to draw from, but that's what we have now. And so the fact is, these things are supposed to be rare, and it's exceptions to the rule. Lightsabers are supposed to be among the most lethal weapons ever created, and the reason the Jedi use them is because they have restraint. They're supposed to be able to use them for defense and protection. And the Sith are evil because they want power. And so, there's no real protection from lightsabers, other than maybe if you're super strong on the Force, you can maybe push it back. But that's not resisting the lightsaber. That's just using the Force. So
Yo, Echo Base Network. What's going on, dude? Hope you're doing well. There's an article I want to bring up, and it has to do with Echo Base. So it's an article I want to bring up.
Echo Base is right. They clearly have zero Star Wars expertise, and more than that, they have no love for it at all.
Even then, someone who's not into this franchise, you can be not so good, but be humble enough to seek guidance on those who do, and you can still end up making a good show. That's what I think.
Yo, Melodic Method with the 10 gifted membership. Holy crap, man. Thank you. You crazy. You crazy, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Holy crap, that's a lot, man. That you're crazy. But yeah, remember that Leslie hasn't. Yeah, the thing is that they don't even honor the original source material either. They end up changing it, and they're happy that they're doing it, right? They actually prefer to do it. And the thing is that with all of these characters that's coming up, no one really cares. And then at the end of the episode, right, how Smilo Ren basically quote unquote gets away. They were supposed to, you should have killed him. In my opinion, you should have killed him. I don't care. I guess I do care, because we shouldn't do it. Osha's like, don't kill him. Don't do it.
Yeah, I find it so odd too. It's like, here's this apparently Sith murdered 8 of your or more of your Jedi Knights.
Yeah.
And then you try to attack him in the back. It's suddenly a bad and dishonorable thing. Why are they making that out? It's like,
they're supposed to be they're supposed to be
behind the back.
like samurais, right? They're supposed to be sort of like samurais. They have honor and stuff like that, and that's why they don't attack people who are unarmed. But yeah, I do get it though.
Yeah, it's like this person murdered several people of your order. It's fine, man. It's dishonorable. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
This person murdered so many people, and then you had the chance to make him stop and put an end to whatever it is he's planning to do, which probably entails hurting more people. This honorable thing, attacking the back. It's like, it's stupid, man.
Yeah. And here's the thing, though. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, it's not dishonorable if the thing you're attacking is so much more powerful than you were going to pull out all the stops to beat it. So honor indicates that you're both equals.
Yes.
And so obviously you don't want to take someone who's your equal and stab them in the back. But if they are so much more God level tier than you are, which clearly they made out Smilo Ren to be, he was able to slice through all these Jedi with no problem at all, then you're going to pull out all the stops. You have to do everything you can to stop this threat.
Yeah.
It's like, I play Helldivers. If I'm up against a fucking Bile Titan, I'm not going to wait for him to turn around to face me before I shoot him.
Yeah.
Why? Because he could stomp me into the ground in a second. I'm going to hit him with everything we have. That's the way it is. And so if you're up against someone, if Brock Lesnar picks a fight with you and you shoot him, well, that's not dishonorable. He could break you in half with his bare hands. So you better fucking shoot him, or else that's what he's going to do to you.
Yeah,
that's not dishonorable.
The great equalizer. Yo, Lady Gravemaster just became a new member. Yo, what's going on? Hope you're doing well, Lady Gravemaster. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for becoming a new member. Yeah, what's it called? We met at the meetup at Vegas. Hope you're doing well. All right, so I do want to talk about this article, is because there's an article coming to us from Forbes, and they are basically angry. All right, they're basically super angry right over here. Anti-woke Star Wars fans are being weird about the Acolyte. This is from Danny D. Placido. I don't know who that is. Let's see, a powerful Sith, a compelling mystery, and a thrilling lightsaber battle. The Acolyte is proving to be one of the strongest stories of the Disney Star Wars era. But, quote, anti-woke fans are being extremely weird about the show. What happens in episode 5, right? So we have over here, Star Wars holocron, head butting a lightsaber blade, maybe the coolest thing we've ever seen. It was the cringiest thing. But let's continue.
I'll
here?
say something about the whole headbutting lightsaber in a second. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. Despite being outnumbered, the Sith ruthlessly mowed down his opponents. The battle results in surprisingly high numbers of fatalities. In a predictable twist, a Sith was revealed to be is it Quimir? Is that how you say it?
I think it's Kimir. I think it's
Kimir?
Kimir. And
Man,
you admitted it. Predictable twist. A twist is not supposed to be predictable, man.
Oh man, let's see. Meanwhile, long lost twins Osha and May, Amanda Stenberg, clash over their value system. May attempts to reconcile with her dogmatic sister, but Osha stubbornly clings to the narrative that the Jedi told her and rejects May. Now, if you go further down, this person basically brings up a lot of people on X, right? This is seriously how it felt being the positive side of Star Wars, and I want to make sure this is the GIF right over here. Right, positive sides of the Star Wars. No, there are actually a lot of positive people on Star Wars. It's just the fact that we are pointing it out. Let's see, right over here. Star Wars fans have been angry about Star Wars since the prequel trilogy, but the current split in the fandom is even more petty than usual. And the thing is, it's the shout out to Chris Gore. He says to prepare for an all-day global event, and I'm actually invited to this funeral for our franchise Star Wars. Right now, this person said. People have been mad about Star Wars in some capacity since 1997. You aren't special. Okay, now if we go further down, this person right over here says one of the objectively funniest things that happened to Star Wars was the last decade is a heated, hateful, bitter discourse to erupt over this guy, simply the most unserious fandom on the internet. Now, of course, he says that we haven't seen Sith in over a millennia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically said that, and now now it's canon that now it shows up now this, and the thing is that Soul is alive. He can go back and report this, right? So basically, of course,
exactly,
Wikipedia live changed it.
You would imagine if
Otherwise, all
that
the
gets reported, it's like that's gonna be a huge red alarm in the entire Jedi. So it really destroys what transpired in the prequels.
Yeah. Now, if you go further down, right over here, Wikipedia, we aren't going to mince words on this one. If your response to an editor adding a date to an article on Wikipedia is to tell them you hope they and their pets die, you are not a Star Wars fan. A hate like that has no place here, and you are not welcome in the community.
No receipts, of course.
Yeah, of course, no receipts. And that this person that they're referring to is basically part of Star Wars theories people, right? They're basically saying it without saying it. Right? Because Star Wars Theory is the one who pointed it out when someone mentioned in the chat, right? So this person said, you will not take Kiadi Mundi's birthday from me, right? And then we have this person says, it came to me in a dream, Acolyte. How am I supposed to enjoy Star Wars with a Kiadi Mundi having a different birthday, right? Basically, another person says, I have been a Star Wars fandom so long. I remember back in 2008, pre-Disney, when Ahsoka's existence broke Legends canon. I remember when everyone was an uproar of Mandalorian portrayal of TCW contradicted Clone Wars, Mandos, Republic, Commandos. But the thing is, I don't know. I haven't seen the original. Was people actually mad about Ahsoka?
Not really.
I thought a lot of people really enjoyed her.
They did. This person talking shit.
Man. All right, let's continue.
No,
right,
let me just say that when they introduced Ahsoka, I know that I had the question that, wait, Anakin had a apprentice? Well, where the fuck was she? And she should still be around.
I know there was
It was a questioning. It wasn't breaking canon. It was introducing new things. She had to be gone by the time the movies came out. She had to be because she wasn't in the movies. And there was no mention, like Obi-Wan never mentioned her. But the fact that Anakin had an apprentice that Obi-Wan knew and Obi-Wan never mentioned her, that means she has to go away at some point. But that doesn't mean she could never exist. So the question then becomes, what's going to happen with her and who she is? And of course, they completely fucked that up too. But it wasn't that people were mad about the character. They liked the character. They just didn't know how it was going to. Every time they introduced something new, like starting with the prequels, it fucked up the existing canon. And so it became this whole furious, well, how do we, the Clone Wars in the prequels does not match the lore of the Clone Wars up to the prequels.
Yeah.
So there became this whole back and forth of, well, how do we square this? Because we understood the clones were this, and now in the movies, which is also canon, the clones are now that. So, and I think they settled on, well, there's two different generations of clones. This was the first generation of clones, and then the clones after that. But it was all done after the fact to try to square this peg. But they kept doing it. They kept compounding it and introducing new things. And it's not that people didn't like the things that they were introducing. It's just that we have these original movies that none of this shit is in. So what happens to all this stuff, and how does this fit in existing canon? And then Disney came along and said, none of it's canon. It's all fucking bullshit. We're throwing it all away, and unless we like it, and we're gonna. Bob Iger even used the words "mine the IP." We're gonna mine the IP for useful stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, literally doing that. But yeah, it was really. I don't remember anyone being upset about Ahsoka. I think there was a lot of questions like, well, geez, Darth Vader had an apprentice, and it's not Starkiller from the game. Well, how come Starkiller and Ahsoka? You know, there was all these things that just didn't match up.
Yeah.
I think at the time the person. Sorry, I was just gonna add. I think at the time, back when the community was not as divided as it is now, that was our definition of upset with Ahsoka compared to being upset now. Like being upset now compared to like 10 years ago is different now because of how absurd Star Wars has gotten. So it's like what was absurd 10 years upset 10 years ago is just like normal nothing burger today.
Yeah.
Just wanted to add that up.
Yeah, let's see. However, the point of Ki-Adi-Mundi's declaring the Sith extinct is that he is wrong. Indeed, one of the biggest plot points of the prequel trilogy is that Jedi had become too complacent to recognize a Sith in their midst. Now, here's the thing. Nerdotic says right over here, I guess the Sith haven't been extinct for a millennium. #Acolyte. The person responds with, I don't understand how you can be pretty high information Star Wars junkie and then turn around and treat Ki-Adi-Mundi's line about the Sith being extinct as factual when the audience knows he is wrong as he's saying it. Sidious didn't spring out of the hole in the ground. Now, so basically, there's a lot of people basically going to bat. A lot of people are basically coping and going to bat and going to defense for Disney Star Wars. Now, moving forward,
that person would have been correct if Ki-Adi-Mundi wasn't in the fucking show.
Yes.
If he wasn't in the show, then yes, he could be wrong and make it an honest mistake. But he is in the show, which means he was alive when this happened, which means he does know about the Sith being around before 1,000 years ago.
That means he lied to Yoda.
Straight up fucking lied.
To the Jedi Council.
Oh, man. What a liar. Let's see. Some of the criticisms from anti-woke influencers were openly hostile and clearly made in bad faith. For example, May cutting her hair with a lightsaber was criticized as woke plot twist for some reason. A trope of a samurai or knight cutting their hair with a sword is common, represents a new beginning. One of the most famous was Mulan. All right, let's continue right over here. Now, Echo Base. I'm not sure if you're still here. Echo Base, right over here. You wrote, can someone please explain how this makes sense? Monday, practicing with sticks. Tuesday, dual wielding against a Sith, right? And this person responds with, yes, never have we seen a relative newcomer embrace the Force and then face a dangerous foe after only a brief period of training. That is definitely not something that happens in every Star Wars movie.
Well, when Luke did it, he got beat and lost his hand.
Yeah. Oh man,
I'll get back to all this because I was supposed to say something about the fucking lightsaber dueling and all that shit, and the helmet and the stupid ass helmet. But continue with the article and then we'll go back to it.
Yeah, let's say the barrage of bad faith critiques implies that some Star Wars fans would probably hate the original trilogy if it was released today.
Incorrect.
All of these themes have retcons, mistakes, and awkward lines of dialogue. And of course, they bring the stupid kick thing. Of course, this is choreography. This is not story destroying. You're not destroying the story, right? Right. So here's right over here response like we don't know people practice and train. That's so stupid, man. These people. But yeah, it's like, this is a choreography thing, right? That's Star Wars stuff. If Return of the Jedi was released today, people would use this 2-second goof as a way to whine about how franchise is ruined beyond repair. No, this is just this is so stupid, man. Like this is I can forgive this. Oh, this is just choreography. This is like it should have been like a different cut or a different angle where it looks like he's kicking it. But the thing is that this does not destroy your narrative or your story, which is crazy. But yeah, and of course, all of these people have, I did my time with Star Wars hater. I was on the front lines saying brave things like Ahsoka looks good and feels like Xanax commercial. and Kenobi takes place entirely in a dimly lit pit. You can trust me when I say everyone is being insanely weird about Acolyte, and basically all these people are basically going to
Hello,
bat for
fellow
Acolyte.
critics. I think you're going too far.
Yeah, and of course this person right over here says, why does he keep watching? Because he's a
Watching.
fucking
He's a
movie
critic.
critic. He's a critic. Jeremy Johns and everyone who's complaining about why it's bad, the reason that we're watching, you know, we're nowhere near the caliber of any of these people that we mentioned, right? But the thing is, we watch it because we hope that it's good, and we tell the viewers that that's whether it's bad or good, and that's the reason why like he does it, right? And
Yep.
manufactured controversy aside, the Acolyte is pretty good.
Said the non-fan. This entire article is written from a non-fan's point of view, a normie's point of view, who's just like, it's the kind of person that says, "Why are you so upset about it? It's just a movie."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
non-fan.
That's the kind of feedback I got when I talked about Dragon Age, the Veilguard. Like, they couldn't even name me particular characters, particular races, particular scenes. They just kept saying in the comments, "Oh, it's going to be a good game." And then they didn't really explain why. It's like I kept giving them reference materials about what happened in the past, why I liked about the previous thing, and they couldn't say shit, man. All they say, "Oh, it's just going to be a good game." That's it.
Yeah. So, Ogami, what were you gonna say about the lightsaber stuff?
Well, again, I'm someone who practices martial arts as a hobby, and one of the martial arts I practice is Kali, which is Filipino stick fighting. Pakiti is what I practice. And yes, we wear protective gear. We wear helmets that protect you from getting hit in the head with a fucking stick, right? Headbutting the stick, or even, never mind Filipino, if you were doing sword fighting and you wore a steel helmet, which existed, and you had steel gauntlets, which existed, and they could resist a sword, and they could resist a blade, headbutting a fucking blade or blocking it with your arm is the dumbest thing you could do in a fight. And if you're up against someone who's that heavily armored, where, okay, I'm going to hit them with this stick and their helmet will protect them, I'm just not going to fucking hit them in the head. I'm going to cut their leg off, or I'm going to stab them in the arm, or I'm going to slice their fingers off, or there's a million other targets that you can aim for that isn't the head. And if you're holding your weapon still enough for someone to run their face into it, then you just suck. I don't know what to tell you. There's no instruction I can give you. There's no coaching I can give you to win that fight, because you're sitting there holding your stick out for them to run their face into it.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it so stupid. It's like, it's the same annoyance I had with The Mandalorian. Like, once he got a suit of Beskar, he just didn't know how to not get hit by blasters. But I'm sorry, Phil, you do gun training, right? There is such a thing as full body armor that can resist most small arms fire as long as it's done from an angle. That doesn't mean you just sit there and get shot.
No.
You're still going to take cover, because a bullet can slip through the cracks. A bullet can hit it, and maybe not at a glancing blow. Maybe it'll go directly and still penetrate. You don't want to take that risk. It's to protect you just in case. It gives you more protection than not. Same thing with like knights in full plate armor. It's like, it's able to protect you from most blows, but that doesn't mean you're going to sit there and get hit by a sword or a hammer or a Morningstar. You're not going to sit there and just let yourself be hit. You're certainly not going to headbutt their sword.
Yeah.
So here's the problem with people like Leslie Headland and all these potato-shaped girls. I'm sorry, ladies, but potato-shaped girls who don't understand the language of violence. There is such a thing as storytelling through violence. Those of us who grew up watching Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee and all the great martial arts movies back in the day and all the great action movies all through the day, we understand that you can actually tell a story through violence. But the only way you can do it is if you understand violence. And if you don't understand violence, then, hey, man, anything goes. I can headbutt a freaking sword with my helmet. I don't care that the person can just aim a little lower and cut my neck. You know, I can put my arm up and block your sword. Never mind that all I have to do is go 3 inches to the right or 4 inches to the left, and they slice you at the elbow or they cut your fingers off. It's the dumbest freaking thing.
Yeah.
And so every time I watch a lightsaber duel that's in the movies, I believe they choreograph it based on the fact that these are light sticks, and so they're choreographed to make the lights look pretty. And a lot of people just buy it. But those of us who actually know what we're looking at, I'm looking at that you're not trying to kill each other at all. You're fucking dancing, and it's pathetic.
Now here's going back to martial arts. I think people who are overweight can do martial arts. Like there's only one person that's like famous for doing it, which is Sammo Hung. And he's fucking fast. That guy.
And
Holy
he's
shit,
an
man.
exception. It's not
Yeah.
the rule.
Yeah, it's not the rule, but the exception.
I do sparring Mondays and Wednesdays, and we have people who are in great shape, 20 years younger than I am, physically have all the tools. They do CrossFit, got 6 packs. They have everything they need, and they will gas out in 2 minutes because it's a completely different way of moving. They don't understand it, and they don't have the eye. They can't see the punches coming. They can't see the kicks coming. They'll throw a punch from 3 feet away and hit only air because they don't understand distance. For someone who doesn't understand how to do these things, this flippy fucking spinny shit that looks like a rave dance looks super cool and awesome. But for anyone who understands actual violence, combat, even if you just do like jiu-jitsu or MMA, or I mean, like I said, I do Filipino stick fighting. Like when you spar, even though the sticks are padded and they're not going to actually hurt you,
you're not going to want to get hit by it.
Yeah, you understand that this is to simulate actual combat. And if they hit you with this, it's mostly a plastic stick with foam padding, and you're wearing a helmet, so you're literally safe. But you understand that if they hit you in the face with that thing, this represents either a stick or a sword, and you are dead.
Yeah.
You understand that you just died.
Yeah.
And so you don't sit there and turn your back and flippy floppy do all this fucking bullshit. You are trying to not get killed while killing them. And the fact that these guys just are sitting there spinning in place and doing a bunch of bullshit and then headbutting the fucking stick with their, I don't care if you have cortosis. Again, medieval knights had full chain and plate mail. They didn't just let themselves be hit by hammers and swords and flails. They still tried to block. They had big ass shields to try to block that shit.
Yeah.
And so it's again, fat potato, thick neck Harvey Weinstein personal assistants who don't understand the language of violence are gonna write shit like this. And I'm sure she just wrote it as they fight. And she left it to a bunch of choreographers who are more interested in dancing than actually showing a life and death situation.
Yeah, I agree. See, right over Lady Gravemaster says there are plates inside the vest. They can take 1 to 2 direct hits before they shatter. Glancing blows, it can withstand much better. They're virtually useless against concussive forces.
Are you talking about bulletproof body armor?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I have a plate carrier in like, I think it's right over there. So the plate carrier, like I have a level 4, so it can withstand like a 338 Lapua. The thing is, if it gets hit by a 338 Lapua, it's done. But if it can get hit by like a bunch of 9mm or 223 556, like you have to hit them the same place multiple times before it starts fracturing. And the thing is that it's heavy as fuck, right? And the thing is, it's definitely it really depends on what kind of, like, if you're using like light body armor or heavy body armor. But the thing is, I want to talk more about the actual fight, right? So shout out to Shad M. Brooks.
Oh yeah,
here we go. Best fight scenes in all Star Wars. Really, to see the full fight scene autopsy breakdown Star Wars the Acolyte episode 5, click on Shad. Now I want to see what he has to say.
He didn't have a freaking heart attack watching this.
Yeah, he looks like he's smiling. He looks like he's smiling. But so I'm happy with this. So let's shout out to Shad. Let's go and check this out.
Again, not aiming for the opponent. Soul doesn't dodge then. That is just Smilo missing on purpose. Aiming for each other's lightsabers low. Aiming,
that's standard.
Like, what are they aiming for at all?
That's standard. That's standard stage choreography. That's nothing wrong with it.
Aiming for nothing as well as the opponent's lightsabers. Goes down.
What the fuck was
Jackie
that?
wasn't even in that position.
Yes, she wasn't.
Okay, pause real quick. Okay, what she did is equivalent of in boxing, that's called a slip. A slip is if you're getting a straight shot straight at your head, and all you do is move your head offline. Okay, it does not work against a 12-6 strike. And especially with a sword or a stick. In this case, it's a sword. If someone is swinging a sword from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock and you slip, you're getting cut in half. That's ridiculous. If it was a thrust, it would make more sense. If he was thrusting for her face and she slipped it, that's just moving her head offline, then it would have missed her. But instead, he's doing a downward strike and she's slipping, but her ass is still where her head was. So that means he would cut her ass in half if he was aiming for her ass.
She's pretty hot. I'll probably pick it up and keep it. The crazy thing is that this girl is Daphne Keen. Daphne Keen. She's what's it called again?
Right?
X-23. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
So out of
Jesus.
measure. Okay. Look at this
What
one.
where did the second
Double
lightsaber come
aiming
from?
for air.
So she basically, I believe someone dies and then she grabs it. I believe. I forgot. I forgot what happens. I believe she. Oh, okay. I remember now. She has her own that's green, and then I think May basically stole Wookiee Jedi's, and then she basically confiscates it. So she had two.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, two.
Yeah.
You know, fighting with 2 sticks is actually a lot harder than fighting with 1. So
Yeah.
even back in like in Attack of the Clones, when Obi-Wan tosses Anakin his lightsaber, and Anakin now has 2. I'm like, great, you just crippled him, because fighting with 1 sword is much easier than fighting with 2. Once you have 2, you're all fucked up. So it's a movie thing. It's a movie thing that, oh, now I have 2 swords, so I'm twice as deadly. No, you're twice as easy to kill.
Yeah, same thing with guns akimboing, like dual wielding guns.
Yeah,
That's stupid, man. Like I've seen
anyone
so
who's
many...
held and shoot a gun would know that just shooting with one gun is already difficult, let alone 2. Like, the movies are BS, right? High octane action. That's BS, man.
Another quick fight thing. Okay, so she slips the lightsaber. Let's just pretend for a second that the slip worked because she stepped to the side. She didn't step to the side, but had she stepped to the side with her slip, then it would have missed her, assuming he was aiming for her body. But with her body in the position she is where her head is kind of lower to the ground and her weight's all on her front foot, at that moment, his legs are wide open. You cut it off. Instead, he swings for the fucking head. You know who always swings for the head in sparring class? Rookies. New people and inexperienced people always hunt for the head. They never aim for other body parts. This goes
the same for shooting sports. So whenever I go train and stuff like that, and when I learned from my brother-in-law, he basically says you want to go for center mass. It's because it's easier. You're easier to shoot. Like, especially if you're going like let's say a person's about like 25 yards away or something like that. If you're going for the head, the chances of you missing is a lot higher, right? And that's why when Joe Biden said, "Shoot him in the leg," right? Just shoot him in the leg. It's like no, dude. It's like if you're trying to like maim them, you might hit the actual artery that will actually kill them, make them bleed out. So you don't want that. So center mass is usually the way to go, and that's the reason why when you see a lot of these like police body cams and stuff like that, like they all go for center mass, is because it's easier and it's better. Like you're always going to go for the easiest route. And same thing with like knife fighting or something like that, right? You always want to go for center mass, right? The fact that the head is so small, the neck is so small, especially if they're standing there and you're already missing trying to shoot center mass, imagine if they're moving.
Yep.
Right. So, but yeah, let's continue.
These are great comments from cats, by the way.
I don't know what he was aiming at.
Again, not even anywhere near.
Oh my gosh. And this is, I think, what the main thing that people like going, oh, this is so cool. If you look at it, they're not even aiming for each other. Okay, that's actually not bad. He has to dodge. See what I mean? When it's in measure, it looks better. That's the type of stuff we need. All right, Soul comes down for a hit. Literally, like...
Okay, that's a good one.
We know it's missing because it passes in front of Smilo right here, and... It's actually really bad. Oh, so Smilo is here. His guard is so low that a hit coming in will just hit him in the head. Okay, like he's not trying to guard his head. He's like, and Sol aims the lightsaber, and if he was just a little bit closer in, would have sliced
his head.
Smilo's head.
Yeah, but he's got that stupid helmet on, so you know.
Yeah, and someone mentioned in the chat, it's like, what's it called again? Who mentioned it right over here? Yeah, it's me, HD. I think this lightsaber choreography should be labeled as interpretive.
Oh, it's the power of many lightsaber school.
See, okay, so here's the thing. If you guys don't know, what's it called again? Whenever you're fighting, a lot of these skills are diminished. These skills can diminish. So if you guys don't practice, if you guys are complacent, like shooting sports, martial arts, and even in sword fighting, it's all diminishing. So like you have to practice all the time. It's not like your bike. Oh, I remember how to ride a bike, right? For instance, the thing is that like let's say the reason why he sucks. Okay, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Let's say the reason why he sucks is because the Jedi has been so complacent because they haven't seen a Sith. They don't even. This guy doesn't even know what a Sith is, right?
Stupid,
Yeah, so they haven't had any trouble in such a long time. They forgot how to fight, right? But the thing is, in my opinion, and I believe Star Wars Girls mentioned this when we were on Versus, where the fuck was Yoda?
Exactly.
He's supposed to be
800 years
here.
old. He was here. They never explain it.
Do you know why? It's because a bald green girl that's does Leslie Heston's wife.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the light whip part of this team.
Yeah, the light whip haven't.
I think I'm pretty sure it's her who's wielding it. It's green bald girl who's gonna wield that whip.
Yeah,
so
man.
Looking forward to that. Let's see how that turns out.
Yeah, but before we move forward, Mo Zamboni with the $2 super chat. It says REDSW Mifune. Aren't you tired of being stupid? Thank you so much for that, man. And another follow-up $2 super chat. In competition, the waist is the tell. Yeah, RE movement. Yeah, the movement here, it's like the line is off, right? Like he's sort of like offline over here, and same thing with it. But yeah, this is all just dancing, man. This is really, really bad. But yeah, let's continue to see what he has to say.
Right in two, but it's purposely this is look at that overswing. Like he's completely open, and if Saul had any, so Smiley should be dead right here.
Yeah, I would have
hit him.
Yes,
That's horrible. Yeah. Instead, he poses, and Saul is moving back. Instead of taking, Smiley is literally presenting his whole unguarded body to Saul, and so like, instead of defeating his evil villain, I'm going to literally withdraw.
A Jedi doesn't attack the back. That's why.
Oh, is that
not supposed to attack the back?
It's like, wait, his back is turned. Wait, hold on.
Oh, no, not allowed.
Right, turn around. All right.
You know what? You can still cut his arm off at this point.
Yep. Do you know what you call that? Called disarming your enemies. I'll stop, chat. Oh man, Ogami did not find that funny. He's like, he's like, I'm never gonna be coming back onto the show ever again.
No, I just put in the private chat. I'm going to look up one of the classic Hong Kong.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Go for it.
No, I'll play it in a minute. But when we're done, to cleanse our palate, we're going to show you what actual, and this is not realistic sword fighting at all. This is like Hong Kong style. They're using the force of chi. They're flying through the air. You could easily see them replacing their swords with lightsabers, and it would be heads and shoulders above everything. And this was like 40 years ago or 50 years ago, probably. So we'll watch that afterwards. But let's go finish this fucking travesty.
Yeah. All right. Before we finish it, let's see. Joe C818 Pure Blood. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and watch this.
And pose as well.
The fact that he backs up and just stands there.
This fight scene is good. Come off it. Instead of actually hitting him, Jackie, or whatever her name is, with a lightsaber right here, decides to swing it behind herself. Look what she does here. And look, Smilo is completely open on his side. She could have killed it. This is what I mean. As soon as you now have more than two people, they don't know what to do with this choreography.
Because they got like spin.
Like freaking carnival, like freaking river dance music.
No, you got to replace it with fucking like house trance music or like Skrillex, and that would work.
Yeah, like freaking. Oh man, dude.
And now Smilo's open to Soul. Soul doesn't take advantage of it at all. Jackie blocks.
Yep.
Soul decides to come down and kick him.
Yeah, why not hit him? Chop his arm.
Smilo's weapon is now engaged and taken out of the picture because he's blocking Jackie's downways attack. So Soul, instead of stabbing him, because right there, he's dead. Soul decides to kick him, even though
it's like, why, dude? I think if they were actually using swords instead. Yeah, they could be like, whoa, I don't want to get hit by that. It's like, holy crap, man. Like, now here's the thing. We saw in Game of Thrones, there was a flashback scene with Sir whoever. I think it was a young Ned Stark that's played. In the flashback scene, there was a scene where he was dual wielding the swords, right?
Yep.
And I believe there was sort of. It was probably not. It's not even nowhere. That was sort of bad, but it's nowhere near this bad.
No.
Oh man, space rave battle.
Now let me just say one thing about like one of the common criticisms of a lot of these choreographies, especially when you start slowing it down, is that some of the standard hits, it like they're clashing lightsabers and not really aiming for each other. It's because when you slow it down, it looks really bad, but that's kind of standard stage fight choreography.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, you're supposed to follow it up with something that looks like they're trying to actually kill each other.
Yeah.
Like, if you watch the duel of the chatty duelists from Princess Bride, someone actually did replace their rapiers with lightsabers. And it's fantastic because even though they're still doing a lot of flashy sword play, they're still trying to win the duel.
Yeah.
They're still trying to win. They're trying to actually stab each other, trying to actually slash each other. So again, because they choreograph it using actual swords, they don't really get the cool light effect of spinny, crappy bullshit. Then they have to kind of actually at least make you believe they're trying to actually hit each other. With this stuff, they're not. And it's really pathetic. But what I was bringing up was that sometimes people will stop and look, here they are just clashing lightsabers, like high, low, high, low. Okay, that's something that is done so commonly in everything that it's like that's standard.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I don't really see that as a valid criticism because that's all fight choreography. But when you have these close-ups and these quick cuts and these angles, that's when you're supposed to see something significant. That's supposed to be something that you don't see from far away. That's supposed to be a significant strike. Again, the language of violence.
Yeah.
Have it. When someone goes high, you go low. When someone goes low, you go high. This is even in a one-on-one fight. I do Muay Thai. Muay Thai is eight limbs. You have both fists, both elbows, both knees, and both shins. You punch high, you kick low. You kick low, you elbow high. You don't just keep hammering someone up high and put their hands up and not hit them in the body and not kick their leg in the calf. So the fact that you have two of them now, one of them goes high, the other one just cuts his leg off. There, you don't have to kill him. You take his leg out, and now he's done.
It's because I'm pretty sure they want to interrogate him, right? So just cut off his legs and just grab him. But
anyway, keep going.
Yeah, let's continue.
Yeah, this is so stupid. This is as bad as the Last Jedi throne room scene. That move right there. He could have just run him through, but I'm just going to decide to kick this horrible, evil assassin Sith that wants to kill everyone, murdered 4 Jedi already. I'll just kick him instead of
Yeah, it would have been better to sweep the leg.
Soul comes in, grabs him this time.
Oh,
come off it! Soul is literally holding Smilo's lightsaber at bay. Is like, all right, free shot open, kill him, Padawan. And she comes in and kicks him. Your lightsaber's right there. You can kill him, but instead you're gonna kick him because you're a retard. Come off it! I can't stand this crap. Oh my gosh. Do you see, how are we supposed to be invested in this fight when you have dumb crap like that happening? See what he does here?
Oh man, I like what he's getting, man. He's getting angry, man. Obviously, he's wearing the clitoris. Cortosis pants. Yeah, I thought they read clitoris pants. All right, let's continue.
It swings his lightsaber out. He could have sliced her in two because the Padawan doesn't do anything to deflect it. Instead, Smiler intentionally aims for the lightsaber, and he could have just killed her so easily then. Oh my gosh, this fight scene is dog crap. Come on. And people might say, oh, you should judge a fight scene on how fast and flashy it is and stuff, and you get engaged. No. Because you can have fast and flashy and make something that isn't retarded, okay?
Yeah.
We've seen fast and flashy.
Keep in mind what he just said right there.
Mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind what he just said. You can have flashy and you can have all that stuff. But you can also have it not be retarded. Keep that in mind. He's absolutely right about that. Keep that.
Legitimate stuff, like legitimate moves that just draw you in and it really engages you. Obi-Wan versus Anakin. I've done the autopsy on it. Check it out. This does not hold a
That was a terrible
candle
fight too. But it was
to
better than this. Yeah.
the prequel lightsaber fighting. Not at all. This is some of the worst we've seen, par for the course for Disney Star Wars. The only difference that they've changed, right, in terms of this, what we see here versus what Disney Star Wars seen others, it's a bit faster. The movements are just as crap. It just says, oh, I'll aim for the person who's not even there. I'll aim for air. I'll try and hit your lightsaber. I'll kick you and I could have killed you. Or you're at my mercy and I'll just move. Like, this is full of such crap. It's baffling that people are praising it so much. They did it again. And this is like a crucial point, right? See where she is at? She's right.
Yeah, knowing that like the helmet is like a place where, okay, your sword won't work. Like, why would you still go for it?
Or you can even just go a little lower.
Yeah, you could decapitate him.
Yep. Go a little lower.
Yeah, she should have hired Star Wars kid. Yeah, Star Wars kid
Maybe,
choreography would have been top tier.
Oh, wait, I forgot. There's a Cortosis shirt.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh man.
Right here, okay. Instead of like striking with the lightsaber, like there, right? She decides to elbow him when he's open. He's just gonna get killed him. Just strike right there.
If you can hit him with your elbow, you can hit him with your lightsaber.
Ooh, but anyway, just kill him. But no. Instead, this is such crap.
That's so.
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
so
you even had one more. You even had one more chance.
Yeah, she knocks. Okay, so I guess the reason why they wanted to do this because the whole face reveal. Oh no, it's Manny Jacinto. It's a better version of Ezra Miller. Oh no, that's the big reveal because the helmet falls off. But the thing is that she dies immediately after this because he knocks the helmet off and yeah, go ahead.
When she elbows him in the head, which is actually a legit move, and look what happens to his head. His face reaches the sky, and guess what's exposed? His neck. It's a great move.
I was like, his penis?
Yeah. No, you knock him in the head, his head pops back, and now his neck is exposed, and you cut his head off.
Yep.
Great move. But she never followed it up.
Yep.
I said twice! That whole time she could have just sliced his head off or sliced him in half because if he hits the helmet, it might turn off. Aim it a little lower, right? And just hit him. That whole time you could have just gone slash.
Yeah, this is part where Shad dies. Yeah.
He's like, I'm done. That's basically, he basically became flaccid right there. But yeah. But Ogami, if you have that link that you want to share, like you share it in the private chat and I'll bring it up. But yeah, it's really awful, man. But
I have two.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share the first one.
Yo, Carlos Lima with the $2 super chat. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Keep up the great content. Yo, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Yes, if you guys haven't already done so, go ahead and like, share, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. We're live on Rumble and on what's it called again? On Twitter, on what's X as well. But yeah, so you have this one over here. All right, so let's go ahead and bring it up. Okay, so this is Ogami shared
Some of you may have seen this.
So it is a Jaime Lannister versus Ned Stark, a lightsaber duel with John Williams score. So I'm gonna probably turn off the audio. Yep. Yeah, but to be honest, this is all you need to see though. All right, let's go and check it out. All right.
So this was choreographed not using lightsabers, actual swords, but then they edited after a fan edited afterwards, and watch the difference. That was a great slip because he was thrusting for his head.
Mm-hmm.
The close-ups are visceral, like they're actually trying to kill each other. That was a near miss.
Yeah,
he likes it. Good parries. Look, that would have hit Ned's head if he didn't block that. That would have hit Jaime's head if he didn't slip it.
Oh, I completely forgot it.
They are trying to actually kill each other. They did not choreograph this with lightsabers. And look at this. This Ned pinning his sword down. With a lightsaber, you could actually cut someone with their own lightsaber if you push it into their chest.
I completely forgot about the scene where, like, I was like, why was he mad again? It was because he wanted to beat him, right? and he didn't want any help from like
Yeah.
the goons.
Yeah.
Because Jaime Lannister was the best swordsman in the land, but he never fought Ned because Ned never competed in any tournaments, and he always wondered if because Ned was the one who beat the Morningstar, that that other duel you're talking about way back in the day in Robert's Rebellion. He beat what was once the best swordsman in the land, and so Ned has this legend about them that he's a great swordsman, and Jaime's never fought him, and so he always wondered how good Ned really was. And so this was a moment where Jaime could actually find out. And that's why he smiles, because like, wow, he actually is pretty good. And he's having a great time. And then the other guy fucks it up by stabbing in the leg.
Yeah, right over here. Yeah.
Yep. I remember that scene.
Got an assist. Oh man.
Okay,
But yeah.
Here's the other one I'm going to share with you.
Yeah, go
Now,
ahead.
This is not This is not realistic at all. But this is classic Hong Kong storytelling.
All right, let's go ahead
and this is not done with lightsabers. No one has bothered to try to re-edit this, but you could easily imagine this as being a fight between two Jedi, because so let me just set it up real quick. Stop it real quick.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I know this guy. He's
he's
old
great.
Dude
He's
now.
a bunch of stuff. Yeah, he's old. This is back in the 80s. So Duel of the Death, it's not a great movie, but it's got some of the best martial arts choreography, Hong Kong style you can see. This guy is the best swordsman of Japan, a samurai. The other guy is the best swordsman in China, a Chinese broadsword master. And they both use not just their weapons, but they both use chi. I mean, they're flying through the air. They're doing all this crazy shit. Not realistic at all. But look at the difference. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and play it. See right over here. So that's a Chinaman.
That's the Chinaman. That's the Japanese.
That looks like different Donnie Yen.
Yep, best versus the best. Here comes the katana. Great build up. Here comes a broadsword. It's like watching a gunslinging match.
Yeah.
Great tension. Here we go.
Yeah, even some of this, something like this is already like they're trying to take like those kill shots, right? At first, it's pretty quick, in terms of choreography wise.
But you believe it. You believe he's actually trying to stab him. You believe that he's pulling off these moves. They haven't even launched off the ground yet. And look, they both take damage. They're not the best. They're not gonna. Not one of them is gonna come out unscathed.
So we actually do that in China. The reason why I don't show it to you guys is because I don't want you guys to feel like you guys aren't cool enough, right? But
About each other, there's no reason for them to fight. But the Japanese guy, he wants to test himself and make sure he is the best. So it's not the Chinese guy's wish to fight. That's why he tried to save him. He doesn't want to lose this great master. But now the Japanese guy feels it was dishonorable because the guy saved him and he stabbed him. So he's got to make it fair. To be fair, stabs himself. There. Now we're even. Let's go.
It's like, what are you doing?
Why would you do that? You don't need the audio. You know,
basically right here, he's like, hey, what are you doing? It's like, I want to be the honorable, so I stab myself.
Storytelling through violence can be done, and it doesn't have to, just like Shad said, it can be flashy, it can be spinny, it can be jumpy. It doesn't have to be retarded.
Yeah.
And then example.
It's like, okay. All right, on God. Okay, we go again.
I want to fight you at your best. Okay, Goku.
Okay, no problem.
You die now.
Oh, you die now. Oh, yeah, I kill you. They better kill each other. Oh, he got the scabbard. Oh, damn. Oh,
off comes the finger. Stab. Off comes his arm. Neither one survived this crap.
Oh, like,
they're both done.
Damn, that's crazy.
So
that's crazy.
That was done in like the 80s, 50 years ago or something.
Oh man,
that
was crazy, man.
They're all actual martial artists in real life. They're all practiced. They understand storytelling through violence. They understand fighting, and that's the kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be realistic. Doesn't even have to be believable. It can be awesome. And the people that are making this shit now have no clue about any of that stuff. And they think just by waving a bunch of fucking lights around that they're making something great. And a lot of normies out there, remember, America has like a 67% morbid obesity rate. Oh, they're just, that's just all great. Except they're not, because this is the lowest rated Star Wars of all time. So people aren't actually watching this.
Yeah, see right here. I needed Project Eggroll audio track for this. All right, dude. Do you know what'd be funny? Okay, Ogami, I know you've seen Kung Pao Enter the Fist.
Yes.
Grae, have you seen it? Okay, okay. There's another one for the backlog. So it's basically they take an old Chinese movie, and then they put in an American guy, and then basically they do all these terrible dubs over it, right? So one guy he's supposed to be like the villain, but he talks like this, and he calls him from this day forward, you will refer to me as Betty. Right? It's so stupid, right? But it'd be funny if we did like we take like a 3-minute clip of like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, because it's dubbed in Mandarin, right? And it's like, hey, what are you doing? Oh my god, why you hurt yourself? Oh, we should.
I feel like it would take a lot of the drama out of it, though.
No, that's what it should. It's just like, oh
yeah, that's the intention.
Oh, Chow Yun Fat. Oh, you deserve to die because you play Master Roshi in Dragon Ball. Oh, nobody cares if you die.
And he looks at her and says, "You're a whore."
Yeah, just randomly. But the thing is, the people that don't get it, and of course there are Disney cock writers, right? There are a lot of Disney shills and Disney cock writers, and they ride a lot of cocks every day. Right. And this comes to us from and the things that Steph from My Nerdy Home pointed it out right over here. What the fuck is this? And why is this gem of a video deleted? Look, the Acolyte is terrible. Just accept it. There's no need to put this cringe out inducing video. So there's a video and we're going to watch it. I have not seen this yet. I've seen like the first probably 4 seconds. I'm like, oh my God, I know what this is. So have you guys seen this video yet?
I think, yeah. I know some of them already backed out and regret that they were part of that video. But anyway, yeah.
All right, here we go. We're gonna watch this garbage. Let's read this.
Wait, is this real?
It's real.
This isn't a parody?
Why isn't that full screening? Okay, it is what it is.
Okay.
It's not full screening. It is what it is.
I detect a wall of text.
Matters what you choose. Okay, oh my God, dude. Qui-Gon Jinn, of course.
Star Wars is for
this
everyone.
bitch.
For everyone.
For everyone.
For everyone.
Cock.
Star Wars is for everyone,
Cock.
regardless of race.
Cock.
Regardless of religion.
Regardless of gender.
Or identity.
Not every show, movie,
Fat.
comic book, collectible, or video game will be your favorite.
And that's okay.
Cock.
Social media should be a place where we can share
Soy
our
boy.
love for the franchise.
Without being attacked for what we enjoy.
There is no room for bigotry.
Misogyny. Or racism in the galaxy far, far away.
That's why when you feel alone in your fandom,
When someone attacks
Fatty.
you for being who you are.
Remember, there are more of us.
There are more of us.
Oh my God,
More
dude.
of us.
There are more 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 of us. There are more of us.
There are more of us.
There are more of us.
Oh my
There
God,
are more
dude.
of us.
There are more of us.
There are more of us.
Yeah, that is a tragedy. There are more of these weak, soy-infested fucking fatties who don't understand.
There
the
are
nature-
more of us. There are
You-
more of us. Hashtag. Oh my God, dude.
Why didn't they say that there were many?
There are more. There are many.
The power of
Many.
So here's the thing. Do you know what this reminds me of?
I take
I
responsibility.
take
I take
responsibility.
responsibility.
Yeah. Imagine all the people.
The power of cuckery.
Oh my God, this is so cringe. And I believe this guy was a part of it, right? John Hui.
Oh.
I have to get this off
yeah.
my chest. So let's go ahead and bring this up right over here.
All text.
Here we go. Big text boys. No, I will not be sharing There Are More of Us video going around. I have taken the high road for years, but am fed up with the possible false perceptions about me and my podcast. A fallout of us staying mostly quiet on the wake of the others' awful behavior toward us as a podcast and individuals. The video was organized and made by a dude who mocked my co-host for taking time away from TRB due to complications from a life-threatening childbirth. Jesus. made it a mission to try to take down our podcast, revealed by multiple former podcast colleagues of his separate in his separate conversations, among other things. Then, after apologizing for years of disgusting behavior, he proceeded to unfollow us immediately after we declined to participate in his marathon charity stream. Others declined too, but he admitted to me he didn't unfollow them because they had hundreds of thousands of YouTube subscribers. It doesn't stop there. His co-host used a burner account called Steve Palpatine to harass me and my podcast, including in the chat during our live shows. We caught him and he admitted everything. It gets harder to take the high road when I see performative bullshit about coming together as a community, from dudes who have done and said awful things to actual good people in fandom and in the podcast community for years. There's so much more, but I think this helps paint the picture of what me and TRB dealt with for years. I'm just tired of fakes, phonies, and assholes. So,
okay.
All right, cool. At least you came out and said it. But the thing is,
wait, sorry, I didn't fully understand the context of what you said. So the person who organized that video is actually like
a
the
piece
person
of
who
shit.
attacked him. It was a piece of shit. Yeah.
Okay.
They're all
That's
pieces of
actually
shit.
funny.
And then what
Yeah.
he's proving, and like this guy who posted this, I don't think he disagrees with them philosophically or ideologically about Star Wars. I think he's just, oh my God, it turns out they're actually pieces of shit. It's the fourth law of woke tards. They always turn on you.
Yep.
It's just like being in a cult. It's like you're all on the same side until the second you either need
Disagree on
something
that
or
one
disagree on one little
tiny
thing,
thing.
and all of a sudden you are now a traitor. And an enemy is an enemy, but no one's more hated than a traitor.
That is true. And that's why they hate everyone that sort of like woke up to this bull crap. You know, like, for instance, I'll bring her up again. A traitor to them is J.K. Rowling.
Yep.
One of the biggest hated traitors. But the thing is that she's uncancelable because she has billions of dollars that she's sleeping on while she's crying and wiping her tears with the hundreds of billions of dollars. Now, the thing is, we talked about House of the Dragon and we talked about Acolyte now. Let's see what the consensus is on Rotten Tomatoes. It's right over here, just from Tugs. Shout out to Tugs right over here. This is updated for a couple days ago.
Ooh, that is high.
This is high for House of the Dragon. This is really good.
That is really high.
Huge.
That is really high.
Awesome. And everyone loves it. More than 1,000 ratings and 92 reviews for critics. They're really good. Let's see what Acolyte has.
Oh, it dropped one. Last time I saw it was 14%.
Oh man. So 84 to 13. So yeah. So, and the thing is that we talked about this Grae before, and we mentioned it that what are the critics there for? To persuade the audience and the masses that this is a good thing. Right? It's to persuade them. And if the audience is absolutely the opposite, then you know your shit sucks. Right? Now, here's the thing. We don't typically use Rotten Tomatoes, but we use Rotten Tomatoes as sort of like what everyone's sort of talking about, right? We sort of gauge it for ourselves because sometimes you see like, 100% for, I don't know, some random crappy movie that nobody likes, but for some reason it's been bought it to make the percentage go up. I'm not 100% sure. But the thing is, Acolyte's crap. And the thing is, they need to know, especially when you're having two things that are out at the same time, right? And the thing is that you also have in about a month, or no, it's 2 months. I think in about 2 months, we're going to be getting the
Rings of Power.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, it's awful. And yes, Ogami, do not watch the Acolyte. Don't do it. Yeah,
I don't need to. Like I said, I've spent more time watching the reviews and watching people I like and you like, as Disparu, Mr. H. All of them just die a little bit inside, so I don't have to.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's see what the chat has to say. Let's see. All right, let's start right over here. Let's see. In the 16th century, during the Ming Dynasty, every 10 years, the greatest swordsman from Japan faces the greatest swordsman from China in a duel to the death under the nation's honor. That is
the synopsis for Duel to the Death. That duel we just saw. Just that sounds like I want to watch that movie.
Yeah,
like
awesome.
I said,
sounds awesome.
Yeah.
It's not a great movie, but some of the best action you'll see. So you watch it for the action, knowing that it's a early 80s kung fu movie, so not much of a story there. But the action is so over the top and so well done because every person in there is an actual martial artist and actually understands combat.
Yep. So yeah, LS2GBTQ+++ barbecue. That's basically the new one. That's basically the new one.
That barbecue. That must be the LGBT group in Haiti.
Oh no! Oh my god, man! Oh man, dude.
They gobble that stuff for real.
Oh man, yeah, that's king barbecue to you.
Eat your ass only with gravy.
Yep. See, this is stupid. I wonder who is saying that Star Wars is not for everyone. Here's the thing.
They are.
Star Wars is not for everyone.
No.
Okay, it's
They
not.
told us.
But the thing is, like we said before, Grae, and we sort of just repeating it over and over again. If you make a product for everyone, it's a product for no one.
Or no button. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But even they don't believe that. See, that's how you know this is full of bullshit. They come out every fucking time. Acolyte was one they did it before it even came out. Told us not to watch it. If you're a bigot, if you have a problem with a black, empowered, diverse woman in it, and they never saw South Park, so they didn't even really understand the joke. If you have a problem with a chick in it that's gay, then this isn't for you. And the same thing with Doctor Who. Go touch grass. Don't watch this. How many times are they going to tell us to not watch? Don't they understand their terms are acceptable?
Yep.
So, but here's the thing. If you're going to tell your potential fans, who are your potential customers, to not watch your thing and not buy your products, then it's obviously not for everyone, isn't it? So they don't even believe this shit. But that's the first rule of woke tards, is that they always lie.
Yep. They always do. And when they get caught, what do? They either
Rule
delete. They
double
either
down.
delete. Yeah, they either double down, but especially if you're on Twitter, you get community noted. They delete the message or they private their account. And for me, I always troll them. I was like, look, you're getting ratioed, you're getting community noted. It's time to put pronouns in your bios and private your account.
Yep.
I always say that to them. Oh man, let's see. Those who advocate for understanding eventually turn on each other. Yep. Yes, because
fourth law.
They hate law. They hate facts.
Yeah, I know the one in the video you showed earlier, the avatar with the blonde chick. That's actually a dude. She or he now admitted it. It's actually a dude.
Oh my god, dude. Let's see. Star Wars or whatever franchise is for people who likes a genre and type of story. Now, yeah, and the thing is that we talk about this. Okay, we talked about the Capcom thing, right? A couple of weeks ago. Like, and basically, what are the demographics of people who are playing Capcom games? 85% are men.
Men. Yep. Men and boys.
The thing is, that's the same for Star Wars.
Changed, yeah.
So
Kathleen Kennedy came right out and admitted it. She said what Chris Gore said. Chris Gore said the problem with Star Wars, what Lucasfilm was doing, is they're trying to turn a boy band into a girl brand.
Yep.
And then Kathleen Kennedy literally, like a month later, is like, well, the problem with women in Star Wars is that it's so male dominated. Right. So thank you for saying exactly what Chris Gore said, except Chris Gore said it as it's just a matter of fact, where you said it's a bad thing and you want to change it.
Yep. And that's why changing the force is female. Yeah, go ahead, Grae. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the best part is we found out that it's actually the males that get paid more than the females, as much as they're advocating that the force is female.
Yeah.
Good job, Acolyte.
All right, cool. Let's go ahead and I want to watch this video. This video came out like a couple hours ago. It's from Benny Johnson. Shout out Benny Johnson. He doesn't need our shout out, but we're shouting him out anyways because he's I guess it's a prank video. And the thing is that I cannot for the life of me consider even thinking of dating in current day, like especially in 2024, right? Be like the fact that you can get catfish so easily, it's insane, right? I'm glad I'm married, and but yeah, I let's go ahead and watch this video. Let's see. Here we go.
I don't speak Spanish, but this video breaks all language barriers.
Why is it so fast? Oh yeah, because I sped it up. All right, here we go.
I don't speak Spanish, but this video breaks all language barriers with the worst prank ever.
¡Yeah! ¡Yeah! Papi, ¿cómo te llamas tú? Antonio. Y amor, ¿cómo te llamas tú?
Miguel.
Oh hell
The thing is that I'm gonna go back. Okay, we're at 20 seconds, right? I'm gonna go back. Like this, like can't. Okay, I'm gonna pause it right over here. Look at that guy's shoulders, man. Damn, look at that. That's some broad shoulders, man.
Yeah,
That's
that's definitely, dude.
Yeah, Miguel.
Miguel.
Oh man, let's
And
continue.
the poor victim, he's such a little soy boy that he just thought, oh my god, it's a chick. Yeah, you have the wrong glasses on, buddy.
Yep.
Eso a mí. Primero, pero espérate, ya relájate. Pero ven acá, espérate.
That is how you get.
Espérate, que yo creo que me confundí.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I know that it, according to what I heard, there's a lot of people in, correct me if I'm wrong, in the black community that gets catfished too, and that's where you get a lot of people who commit crimes and ended up like hurting the person that tricked them.
It is hard to tell with, well, I mean, bio-femme black girls tend to be pretty masculine already.
Yeah.
So bio-femme or a dynamorph is kind of the same.
Michelle Obama be wilding these days, man.
Hey, man, get your ass to the gym. One day you will have a back like Michelle Obama.
Oh, man, Big Mike. Let's continue.
¿Cómo te llamas tú? Miguel. But wait, there's more. Dale. Yeah. Papi. Yeah.
I feel bad for this old guy.
José Miguel.
Yeah.
José Miguel. Y Mor, ¿cómo te llamas tú? Raúl.
That's messed up, man. That is deserving of like getting your ass beat, man.
We can
Jeez.
laugh at that because we're guys, but if you reverse this would be sexual assault.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
yeah, right.
it is sexual assault.
Yeah, it is. Right over here. I see Jose Tacos. I feel bad for Asians. A lot of dudes pretending to be chicks are in the countries. And the thing is that these Asian dudes look like women naturally. I guess they're so skinny.
Yeah, we're talking about Thailand specifically. But here's the difference. In Thailand, where you have a lot of lady boys, they don't try to pretend. They tell you.
Yeah, that's true. They're honest.
I woman up here, girl down there.
Yeah. Hello,
They're
welcome to
open about it.
Thailand.
Because they don't want to get their ass beat, probably.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Or worse.
Yeah. And so, again, it's the double standard. This would be funny if we didn't live in this hashtag Me Too era where everything is assault and everything is sexual violence, even a kiss. It's like, okay, look, I just want to know what the rules are. I will follow whatever rules we all agree on. Just tell me what they are. And as long as we all follow them, then I'm okay with that. As long as we're all following the same rules, good. And the fact is, there's always a double standard. Now, this would be funny if it was always like this. If you did this to a girl, it's like, what's your name, dude? Sasha. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That's so funny. Except no, now you have sexual assault.
Yep.
So,
I know that they what's it called again? South Park did a sort of like a thing where like a guy who's trying to like get a sting. So one of the police chiefs dresses up as a girl, ends up like marrying that guy, goes all the way, and then at the end, freeze. Oh man, he ends up like arresting the guy. So
well,
all right, let's go.
Here, another thing. Whenever the alphabet community talks about like, well, transgenders are like submitted to violence all the time. What they don't tell you is that a lot of those times it's in the black community, and a lot of those times it's because they catfish. They weren't open about it. Yep. And then the dude finds out later, just like this is a prank, but you found that in real life. Now, of course, I'm not advocating that you kill anyone, but if you reversed it and a girl got sexually assaulted and then she turned around and either maimed or beat up or even killed her rapist or her sexual assaulter, the world would cheer. They think it's funny. Remember when Lorena Bobbitt cut off her husband's dick and threw it in a freaking dryer? Everyone thought that was hilarious.
That's
so
insane,
again,
man.
It's not that we can't laugh at jokes like this. It's that what's annoying is not the joke. What's annoying is the blatant double standard that exists. If you want to live in the Me Too era, if you want to say that sexual assault is rampant and everywhere, Great. I'm with you. Every girl should be a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and every girl should be concealed carrying. All of them. And anyone who tries to assault you, you should kill them. That's my position. But then you turn around and say, but it's okay for trannies and ladyboys to sexually assault men, and we all just get to laugh at them. No.
Yep.
No.
Is this-
There's
yeah.
one rule for everyone.
All right, let's finish this video. Yeah, man. Jeez. But yeah, man, it's sad. It's sad. Yeah. It's the thing is that they say that there's a lot of like LGBTQ people who are like basically getting hurt and stuff like that over this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's because why don't you tell them? It's like, oh, because I am a girl.
No, or I've seen, there was this big move, and I guess they passed this law to ban TikTok. That was a huge mistake because TikTok, they actually tell on themselves. And one of the things I've seen on TikTok constantly is that one of the reasons why a lot of trans women, so bio males who are gynomorphs, say they don't tell their dates is because, well, if I tell him, he doesn't want to date me and he won't have sex with me. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Yeah. You're not owed sex. Remember what the ladies told us during Me Too? They were right about this. You're not owed sex. Guys, you're not owed sex. None of us are owed sex. You're not entitled to anyone else's body. We can all agree with that rule. So how come all of a sudden the alphabet people get a pass on this? Well, we don't tell them because otherwise they can't get laid. Well, it's not about you getting laid. And then when the person finds out, when you catfish them, and basically, look, if a guy pretends to be a millionaire and has sex with a girl and it turns out he's not a millionaire, that's called catfishing, and that's called rape in California.
Unless you're an extremely hot guy, then
there's always that.
It's okay, right?
There's always pretty privilege. That's true. Yeah.
Yep. So, and that's the reason why, like I mentioned it before, it's like, a hot billionaire grabs a girl by the pussy, they make it into a movie, right? It's 50 Shades of Grey. An older guy, potentially orange, says grab a girl by the pussy. I gotta lock him up, get him out, lock him up, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, it's crazy. All right, let's go and read the comments. Let's see right over here. Yeah, we can't laugh at this because it's not us. That is true. It's always funnier when it happens to someone else, right? Let's see. Or Angel Reese and her fake eyelashes. Yeah, man. Let's see. I suspect the country this video is in doesn't convict SA. Probably not. I'm not sure. Yeah. Most violence against LGBTQ plus elemental PQRS is against themselves.
Especially the L part.
Yeah, they self delete, especially the T's. Your T self delete.
The L part is that's a lot of violence.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the reason why they can't, fist each other as much anymore. The correction wasn't in when is it thrown out the window into a field? Wait, the balls? I don't know. I just heard about that story. Man, that's crazy though. Chopping a dude's genitals
it's
off.
like, look, at the time it was because he was a cheating bastard. So okay, you can kind of understand it. But the fact that, even back then, this was like 20 or 30 years ago. Okay, you can understand that a woman would be so upset and so pissed that her husband had been cheating on her all over the town that she did that. It's still a crime. She still got convicted and all that stuff. But the fact that all the media, especially the women's talk shows back then, were laughing about it. Even Sharon Osbourne, Ozzy Osbourne's wife, came out and talked about how funny that was to her.
Yeah. Like for me, I think, there's a bias towards women, a positive bias towards women, and there's a positive bias towards hot people. I remember there was this guy, this like biracial guy. He has like tatted up and stuff like that. Very good looking dude. Okay. Not gay. Or I'm not gay. Very good looking dude. I believe he trafficked women. Yeah. I think he got like how many years in prison, but the thing is that he was insanely good looking. So he got let go off like probation or something like that, or something like that. And then like after he got out of jail, people are like, "Do you want to model for us? Because you're really good."
I didn't know that's what he did. I didn't know that's what he did.
Nice, yeah.
I didn't know he did something. I didn't know that's what he did.
Yeah, I believe he was either trying to traffic women or he did something like basically illegal with like using women and stuff like that, which is crazy. Yeah. Let's see. Yo, Melodic Method with a 10 super chat. Thank you, dude. Where can we find Ogami Girl online?
Yeah, the only place you'll find me online is playing Helldivers. So come on in and let's smash some bugs and bots.
Yeah. He does not have an online presence, unfortunately. But yes, he has a lot of good takes, a lot of base takes. It's like making sex transactional in a society has created a predatory environment. Yes, it has.
Valid point.
Definitely. You see, no, it's because he was graping her. Really?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw. I don't think we're talking. I think we're talking about two different cases. I'm pretty sure the Bobbitt case was different, but yeah, I'm happy to be corrected on that. So if you can, I don't know, maybe find if that's because I know there was another case of a guy getting his dick cut off because he was a rapist. That's a different situation. I think the Bobbitt thing though was not quite so serious. But again,
Yeah, so
correct me, please. I'm happy to be wrong.
okay, here it is. So the guy that I'm talking about, his name is Jeremy Ray Meeks. All right. So he basically, when his mugshot came out, all the girls were like, wow, he's hot. He's really hot. What the hell?
This
right?
one I had in mind. Yeah.
Yeah. American fashion model, actor, convicted felon, former member of Crips street gangs. Meeks was arrested, called Operation Ceasefire Stockholm after the mugshot went viral for his attractive appearance. He was convicted of federal charges on felon possession of firearm and grand. Okay, never mind. So my bad. So firearm and grand theft. My bad.
Yeah.
So Meeks' mugshot was noticed by modeling agencies, and upon his release, was contacted. Basically, he was contacted for modeling. Yeah. So basically, like, it's crazy.
That was my impression too of his crime. So yeah, it turns out to be correct.
And
Yeah, he was called a hot felon. Yeah.
Let me address Melodic Method because he's saying my understanding was Bobbitt was he was for. Okay, let me just for the sake of argument give it to you and say okay, he's raping his wife. Why didn't any of and I'm going to agree with that. Then yes, a rapist getting his nuts and dick cut off and thrown in a blender is funny. If he's a rapist, none of the talk show girls, none of the daytime TV people ever referred to him as the rapist. They always just refer. And Sharon Osbourne certainly didn't say, when I heard that rapist got his dick cut off and thrown into a dryer, that was so funny to me. I would agree. Yeah, a rapist getting his junk cut off is funny, but no one ever used that language. So the question then becomes, why didn't they? They should have, because then we'd all be laughing too.
Yep. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's go ahead and move to our next topic. All right. So I want to talk about this new show. It's called the New Norm Show. And they're basically saying that it's the South Park of X. They're saying that it's as funny as South Park, but it's on X.
I doubt it, but all right, let's go.
All right, right over here. The South Park of X legalized humor check mini pilot, the first animated sitcom on X featuring Larry Elder, Rubin, so this Dave Rubin, Awaken with JP, and an animated appearance of Elon Musk. Support this. Donate the Stripe. Oh, here we go.
Right away, it's not the South Park of X. When you have Larry Elder and Rubin, I like Dave Rubin and I like Larry Elder, but they're not Trey Parker and Matt Stone. So.
No, they're not. They don't have edgy comedy, edgy humor. Here we go.
What's that?
Progress.
Why is there a laugh track?
It's supposed to be like a sitcom. Yeah, okay. Keep going.
All right.
It's the new norm.
The new norm ain't the same as the old norm. I'm the old norm. I want normal beer.
Warning, perimeter reached.
Ugh. It's your fault I got house arrest.
You're the one who threatened the school board.
I gently suggested
Yelled.
they stop brainwashing my daughter that girls aren't girls and men aren't men.
Sometimes they're neither, or both, or furry and dressed like dogs.
Ow! Janice! What's that?
Warning, offensive.
Actually, that is one of my pronouns. Also, they, them, and me.
You're non-binary?
How do you know that word?
I learned it.
I'm gonna pause right there. Oh my god, I need to take a break.
So fucking terrible.
Yeah.
See, this is why the right wing can never win the culture war, because they make shit like this.
Yeah.
The problem with woke is that it's not really about the things the utopia they dream of. It's that instead of just making something entertaining, it's all about the fucking message. That's what makes woke bad. It's about the message first. So does that change when your message is different? It's about the message. This is the right-wing message. And it's like, look, it's not that I don't agree that all this is lampoonable. It's just that this isn't, like, we know all this already. This isn't funny. This isn't entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they had the laugh track.
And that's the reason why when Grae and I officially basically watched Lady Ballers, we saw the trailer and I'm like, all right, cool. And then when we saw it, and just like, all right, yeah, we get it. Like, these jokes are old. There's some parts where we actually laughed, but most of it, it's like, yeah, it's sort of like the story isn't that compelling. It's like, I think we gave it a 7 at best. And it's like, it wasn't that great. And this feels like it's the same type of comedy. Yeah, we know, can you make something good and make fun of the woke at the same time? The story comes first, right? But let's continue.
In school.
That's why I'm locked up.
Norm, the judge agreed to conditional parole.
What condition?
Where's my room?
That's staying here?
Chaz is part of a new government program.
To re-educate homophobic, transphobic, racist...
Charlie, finally, someone normal.
I don't understand. You're black.
Did that just Black Whisper?
You're his friend?
And boss. Speaking of, when you coming back to the trophy shop?
As soon as I get rid of this, which means I gotta take in that?
Chaz is here to re-educate Norm.
In non-bonery studies.
I'm allergic to dogs.
It's okay. Billy is an emotional support dog and non-binary.
Oh, okay then. Good dog.
I come here to get away from woke.
Trouble at home?
My boy, or whatever it calls themselves now, is thinking about transitioning.
Reggie?
Try Regina.
Grae, what are your thoughts on this, man?
Every line uttered is terrible. It's like, this is what Disney wants to be. Modern day Disney wants to be. Dude, every millisecond there's supposed to be a laugh effect. It's fucking annoying, dude.
Yes, and it's
insanely annoying, man.
It's so fucking cringe too. It's so bad.
They don't know when to subtly. You use those very subtly, and you have to properly time it to the proper. They're just spamming the laugh effect, and every single line is terrible. I don't know how to further elaborate or describe or finding the proper words to say, but it's just terrible, man.
Yeah, Ogami, how do you feel? How's the animation? What do you think about the animation?
Animation's fine. It's actually better drawn than most of the crap you see on TV. So I imagine there's a bunch of, I guess you call them expats from the animation industry, because there actually is a minority of them who don't believe in any of this rainbow stuff and woke stuff that are actually very good. So I have no problem with any of the animation or the art or anything. It's just the writing is terrible. And what do we always say? What do all our favorites always say? Just tell us a good story. We don't give a shit about all the messaging. Just tell us a story. And if you can organically incorporate jokes, and if they call this, I find it insulting. They called it the South Park of X. This is retarded.
Yep.
South Park.
Yeah,
is written by a
absolutely.
genius.
Absolutely.
Trey Parker is a literal genius savant, and he's able to hit everyone. It's not he's against you. It's just your turn. Everyone gets a turn being hit with the baseball bat. That's what makes South Park good. But it's also brilliant. It's brilliantly written. It's brilliantly timed. Everything about it is fantastic. Except for the animation. The animation sucks. But that's part of the joke. This is not brilliantly written. It's not funny. It's not witty or anything like that. It's just complaining from the other side. And again, it's the message that's the most important. It's not. They're not just telling a story, a bunch of lovable characters. It's just the same things we already know, just spelled out for us. It's boring and it's just kind of cringe.
Yeah, it's like where is the subtlety? I think it's show don't tell. It's always
Yeah.
been like that, right? And the thing is, you're basically telling us, oh yes, we know already. How about you stop with that shit, right? All right, let's finish this up.
Transitioning to what?
Another fumble.
Hopefully not a Jets fan.
Hey, pronoun. This bud's for you.
I can't drink. I'm not 21.
Y'all influenced my boy to cut off his junk, but draw the line at beer?
Can't do this.
Yes, we can. Find a way to break him.
I like the character.
Maybe we can fix the country.
Those are good.
Yeah, those are good.
I just want normal beer.
You know there'll be jokes.
New norm ain't the same as the old norm. Everything's changing, and I don't know when. This whole nightmare will end. Thank God for Elon Musk.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay,
I
I'm
have no
curious.
problem with the art. The art is fine. The animation's
Yeah.
look. I don't remember who said it. I actually kind of do remember who said it, but I won't say who it was because I know a lot of people don't like him. But the remedy to all the bad shit they're making is not more bad shit. Okay,
Mhm.
if you're tired of the crap that the Hollywood is making and the wokerati are making and the alphabet people if you're tired of all the creative shit that they're shoveling, it's like woke slop that they're giving us. The answer is not more slop. The answer is you make something good. And, the reason I said that the person who said that is not someone who's liked is because some of our favorites have actually started trying to make their own stuff, but it hasn't been great, Not all of it's been great. Some of it's been okay. But the point is that if you see what the slop that they're shoveling us from the official establishment and your solution is to make your own independent slop, it's still just more slop. So the answer is not making more slop. So when the right wing, even though we agree with a lot of the ridiculousness that they point out, you're just making more slop. It's more crap that we don't want. We just want good stories. We want good entertainment. We don't want it ass full of messages. And if it's going to have a message, then make it part of the fucking story. Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon has all kinds of fucking moral quandaries in there. It has all kinds of moral questions. There's fucking incest. You have brothers married to their sisters and turning out fucking crazy, deformed, and stillborn things. You got bastards. You got all this other shit. But it's part of the story, and they're all characters that we actually care about and wonder what's going to happen to them. And we're all immersed in that. That's what makes it great. It's not about, okay, a lot of people were like, well, how come the Valerians are black? Well, here's the thing. The world of Game of Thrones does have the Summer Isles, and the Valerian, you can explain away that, no, Valeria had colonies in the Summer Isles, so that makes sense. It's part of that world. Well, why are there Asian Meisters? Well, there's Asian Meisters because Old Town and the Citadel has learning from all over the fucking world, including ET, where there's actual Asians. Or, I'm sorry, excuse me, Orientals. Okay, there's Orientals, there's Middle Easterners, there's fucking black people. Everyone's in that universe, and it's all organic. Why? Because in the time that it was based off of, which is Middle Ages England, that also was the case. There was England was not the only place on Earth. There was other places where people came from, and they usually arrived by ship. So you can it was never about representation. It was never about having different people from different backgrounds. That was always organic and explainable as long as it made sense and was believable. But now they want to do it just for its own sake, and that's what makes it woke, and that's what makes it crap. That takes precedence over story, over character, over the things we care about. And it doesn't matter if it's done from the freaking woke left or these people from the right who also hate video games, who also hate comic books, who also want us not to watch the things they don't want us to watch because it makes us into a bunch of degenerate assholes. It's like, we don't need to just change the fucking tyrant. We just need free expression and actual entertainment.
Yep.
That's what we want.
And I think that's the reason why, like Grae and I, we talked about the whole like Matt Walsh thing a couple of times, and we have like a bunch of people in our comments saying that he's right and we're wrong, and you shouldn't play games, you shouldn't like watch anime, you shouldn't do any of the stuff that makes us happy, right? And then we're just like, well, that's the reason why he's out of touch. That's why he says video games are bad. He's out of touch. And I think that he's not that much older than us. Like he's in his 40s.
Yeah.
So it's just like he grew up with conservative values and stuff like that, and like what Judeo-Christian values or whatever values he believes in, right? The thing is, like, that's how you isolate the people that could potentially want to consider believing or watching your stuff or voting the way that you vote, right? But if you're just gonna like, what it's like, okay, we believe in all of the political stuff you believe in, and then all of a sudden, anime is bad, video games for degenerates. Well, you're losing us, dude. Like, don't do that. Like you're basically being Aegon Targaryen. You're right. You got something good already. Everyone's on your side, and then all of a sudden, you kill all the rat catchers and you string them up on the wall. And everyone sees it, and that's the reason why I think that the right will always lose unless they change this, right? And like we just need someone who is like more middle of the ground that goes over there. Okay, when I'm talking about fucking Chase Oliver. Okay, I'm not talking about that fucking Katunki, right? I'm talking about someone who is actually like smart, someone who is like, all right, cool. I'm in the middle. I play video games. I believe that like someone like Elon Musk, right? He has he thinks he has like traditional leftist values or whatever. More liberal values, but he also believes in he plays video games. He's a nerd. He enjoys all these things. I don't believe in everything that Elon Musk says, but at least he's more based than a lot of the people that that tend to be right leaning, right? And that's why he's saying like it's like, of course, we're bringing back to Matt Walsh again, saying that video games is bad and watching anime is considered it's the devil's
demonic, yeah,
right? It's like, dude, stop. Like you have so much gamers and a lot of people who like anime on your side. Don't push them away. Embrace it. How about it's like, oh, it's because I see a lot of little kids. They look like little kids. Like, why don't you just watch something that Matt Walsh needs to watch? OG Berserk. He needs to watch. He needs to watch Attack on Titan. Something that's not like has like something that has like some edgy stuff in there from time to time, right? No, I'm not talking about those. Watch something that's like actually good storytelling and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, so this is what anime is, right? It's because I remember even Asmongold, like he was talking about how he hated anime because his friend Cody showed him Bleach and he fucking hated it. And then he watched Berserk, the OG Berserk, and he's like, this is anime? It's like, yeah, wow, anime can be good. And that's what he should watch, right? And just he needs to step out of his boundaries and just accept it. And I believe he's grown a little bit more like more reasonable, but we'll see.
Yeah, I believe he talked to Jeremy.
Yeah, he talked.
So hopefully that kind of takes them up a notch in terms of his acceptance into anime as a medium.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and read the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see. Let's go all the way up. Let's see. All right. Right over here. Yeah, Lady Ballers was an attempt to make raunchy, non-PC 90s humor. Yeah, I think Lady Ballers would have been funny if it came out in the early 2000s.
I agree. That would have been funny. It's just,
Yeah, it did. It's like yeah, it's like there's some parts that we laughed out loud, but like other than that, like the overall, it's okay at best. Let's see. See, where is the disconnect that is made and this is released to the public? Yeah, here's the thing. If this show is meant to be cringe like this, if it's meant to be like that, I'm talking about the new norm.
I think if it's meant to really troll on it. But if it's like they're marketing it as like X exclusive competing against South Park, that's like conflicting to the
Now, if they never said the South Park of X, no one would have been like, all right, cool.
It would have been closer if they said like this is the Family Guy of X. Okay.
Yes. It's because if you're talking about South Park, South Park is like, in terms of like how far they go, South Park is at the top, right? It's literally at the top. They make fun of everyone. They don't hold any punches back. And, like take a look at what they did with the Subway guy in, what's it called again? Fractured Butthole. Grae, I'm not sure. Do you know what the Subway guy did, right? Okay, I don't need to tell you. He basically did some stuff to minors.
He is a kids playground enjoyer. Yes.
Yes. So basically, his special move, his ultimate special move, his critical art was basically using his subway and ramming it into little kids' faces. That's his special. All right. It's like wow, right? So like the things that compared, yeah, this is more like Family Guy. This is more like Family Guy. But yeah, that's what they should have said. I love Larry Elder and Dave Rubin, but how did they get blackmailed into this? Hey, this is like the pilot. It could be good. Okay, we could be wrong. I hope we're wrong. Well, like what Ogami said. We would love to be wrong, and this is like one of the best shows that no one's watching, like Andor or something like that. All right, let's see. The right lost the culture because they abandoned it and let it infect. Razorfist has a good video of how Hollywood wasn't always left. Yes, exactly.
True.
Right. It's the right are the same people that says Dungeons and Dragons is the
satanic.
game of, it's satanic, right? And
wait till they see Warhammer 40K.
Yep.
Literal demons everywhere.
Yeah. See. Let's go ahead and read it. And then you have popular people on the right telling us comics, video games, RPGs are evil. Yeah, fuck those dumb turds. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see, the thing is, like, everyone talks about cancel culture as this is a modern leftist. I'm old enough to remember when it was the right that was the cancel culture. They wanted to ban books. They wanted to ban comics. They wanted to ban stories. They wanted to ban Dungeons and Dragons. They wanted to ban video games. Why? Because it's satanic. It's corrupting. It's degenerate. It's this. Now we have the left wanting to ban all those same things, but instead of saying it racist, it's problematic. Instead of, well, so they still say it's racist. Instead of saying it's satanic, it's, oh, this is patriarchal. Instead of saying it's, oh, this is degenerate, they say, oh no, this they use the word fucking trope. This promotes tired stereotypical tropes that are harmful. It's the same shit. They just want to ban things. These are people who just want to control everyone's choices.
Yep.
Now, the problem with the right is that they actually have legitimate criticisms. You can get addicted to porn. You can play too many video games and not get your life in order. But it's not the video. There's nothing in the video game that actually addicts you to it. There's something going on with you. And so you need to get your shit together as an individual and not let yourself be consumed and just fall into a window of that's a you problem. That's not a video game problem. And the great thing about video games, the reason that it's one of the only industries that, although it's starting to shrink recently, but it's one of the only entertainment industries that hasn't been completely destroyed, is that it's not centralized. It's everywhere. Everyone's making it, and it's mostly a free market.
Yep.
Which means you don't have to buy their game. You don't have to play it. You can choose not to. And when they tell you to not play our game because you're a racist, you don't have to.
Yep. And the thing is that we have what's it called again? Like let's say if your son, you're like right-leaning, conservative, Judeo-Christian values and stuff like that, and your kid is playing too much games. Whose fault is that?
Yep. That
The
sounds
parents.
that sounds once again like a you problem. But you don't want to take responsibility. You want to blame the devil.
Yep.
And
You want
if
to
you're on the left, you blame the patriarchy. It's the same shit. I didn't walk away from one religion so I could just join another. That's fucking retarded. And the right never seems to understand this. Then they never learn. And so all we have now is, at this point in history, it's the right that seems to be wanting to defend things like freedom of speech and free thought and free ideas. 20 years ago, it was the left. Maybe 20 years before that, it was the right. I don't know. I guess they're all taking their fucking turn at bat, and none of them have any fucking first principles.
Yep. All right, let's continue. Let's see. We have no writers, directors willing to put their necks out on the line and do something risky that might connect people. A lot of the good people that are like a lot of people I know that are still working in industry, gaming, entertainment, or what have you. They're all afraid. They're all afraid of getting canceled. They're all afraid of losing their jobs. And a lot of the good people they're older. Like, I'm not saying the young people aren't great, but a lot of the really good ones that have a lot of power, a lot of pull, they're a lot older, and they're like, man, if I step out of line, I'm gonna lose my job. I won't be hired anymore. And it's like, try to make your own stuff. It's okay. We have a bunch of people that was originally from the comic book industry, the video game industry, starting their own stuff. They should be able to do that too. right? And I think that the fact that Daily Wire is even attempting to do that, that's great. You know, they have the Shut-In movie, the school shooting movie. I forgot what that one's called already. And then we have
Run, Hide, Fight. Yeah.
Run, Hide, Fight. And then you have Terror on the Prairie.
Movie was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and of course, like the you know, Lady Ballers. The fact that they're trying.
Yeah.
Right.
And
that's what you should do.
Yeah, I applaud them. Look, you're gonna get some bad shit too. So maybe this is just an example of them trying something and it just didn't work out. That happens all the time. And I'm not saying they should stop, but it's just look, our own favorites with the Iron Age. I think it's great that every one of our favorites has decided, you know what, Hollywood is just giving us nothing but slop. Fuck it, we'll do it ourselves. And I guess G Prime just came out with a comic book, him and Razor Fist. Was it Razor Fist?
Yes.
It's from what I heard, it was really good. But again, the lesson they all have to know is that yes, please try it yourself, do it yourself. It's all attainable. All the technology, all the programs that are industry standards are well within your reach, even as a small independent creator. Try it, but just remember that you don't counter the slop that they're giving us with slop that you give us. If you give us slop, we should be able to say this is shit, just as like we do with them.
Yep.
And a lot of our favorites have already tried that and produced slop. And as soon as they get called out, they throw a fucking tantrum of it. No. If you want to play this game, if you want to actually contribute, understand that you're not going to fight slop with more slop. You have to give us what we want, which is great stories, great characters, and something that we can believe in. Doesn't have to be realistic. That fucking sword fight we just watched was not realistic at all. But
it is. It is Ogami, the one they're flying in the air and twirling. That shit is real, man.
Jumping off your own sword. Come on, that's physics, baby.
We do that every day.
Yes. All right, let's continue. Let's see. I agree completely. Having this is only going to give enemies feel. Yeah, the right wingers don't understand culture. Yeah, a lot of them don't, unfortunately. Some of them do, but they don't contribute too much, right? One person that actually I would say does understand culture really well. I think they should have her. Is I think Blair White is really good, and and she's of course she's trans, and I think Tom McDonald, he does too. But the thing is that like, I think we need more. Whether or not you fail, people are always going to be there to support you. Hey, not every song, not every movie, not every comic you're going to make is a banger, right? But just continue doing it, right? And once you get something that's good, people are going to be like, yeah, let's go with that one. That one's really, really cool. And that's what we should do. It's okay to fail. See, lots of people on the right play video games, watch animes, are nerds. People bundled conservatives because of the load people. Most conservatives just wants to be left alone. Yep. And here's the thing: a lot of people who are considered conservatives now were originally probably libertarian in one way or another. Because I identify as libertarian, but I'm more conservative leaning, right? But based off of my looks and based off of where I'm living, I'm supposed to be a liberal Democrat, but I'm not. Right? Let's continue. As the raging golden eagle would say, the conservatives always shoot themselves. Yes, and us in the foot. Yeah, I agree.
You have to understand that this culture war. There is a culture war. There's people who like to say there isn't, but there is. And the reason the conservatives are fighting so hard, I'm not saying they shouldn't, because they're the ones fighting right now in this moment in time for free speech, free thought, and the right to basically be left alone. That's great. But what it actually is, it's a battle of culture, which is a battle of ideology. And so you have the new Marxist leftist ideology. It's not new, actually. It's not new at all. It's 100-year-old. It just has a new veneer on it. But it's just Marxist ideology versus classical English liberal ideology. And the conservatives actually call it their religion, like Christianity. So it's their Christian values versus the new non-theistic Marxist values. These are incompatible religions. And so the religious people on the right are going to defend their religion against what they see as religious encroachment on the left. The left likes to pretend it has no religion at all, when really they have a bunch of freaking shit they believe in without a shred of evidence. Sounds religious to me. And of course, we know what happens if you commit the heresy, which they call hate speech or problematic speech or whatever. If you commit heresy, they will name you a blasphemer and a heretic, but they don't say blasphemer and heretic. They say racist, bigot, homophobe, istophobe. And then they banish you, even if you're among them. If you're a member of a church or a cult, and you say, actually, I think this leader of ours is diddling little girls, your ass gets kicked out. and maybe even disappeared. That's how cults work. So it's just a cult on one side versus a cult on the other side. It just so happens the cult on one side is known for building civilizations, and the cult on the other side is known for destroying them.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Unfortunately, all the people in the middle who just want to be left alone, we're at a point where you're going to have to choose a side. And if you're going to make me choose one, I'd rather choose a side that builds things.
Yep. Agreed. See, Warhammer 40K literally traveled through hell to get there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, there was the trailer that dropped like a couple of days ago, or like a week ago or something like that. I'm actually looking forward to playing the Space Marines game.
Yeah, I have the first one. I played a little bit.
The first one's great. I am looking forward to the second one, but I did hear that Sweet Baby might be involved with the second one. So I don't know. I don't know.
Oh god.
Wow. Okay.
I'll have to consult the website.
Check the journalists if they're positively promoting it, like it's the best game ever. Yeah.
Well, we do know the
if they're shitting about the masculinity of the Space Marines, yeah.
We do know that Games Workshop has fallen. Finally,
yeah.
The Wokies have taken it over. So that is gone. That's going to be going the way of Dungeons and Dragons. We know the problems that Henry Cavill is running into with the Warhammer 40K series he's working on. So will that affect Space Marine 2? I know that's been in development for a long time. From what I hear, we have a bunch of Wokies involved, and we'll have to wait and see if it actually affects the game.
Yep.
I'm hoping it does.
All right, let's continue to see. Actually, it was the Dems that wanted to ban video games in the 90s. A lot of Dems led to fight this. A couple of high profiles, right? Politicians. Yeah, because they did it is because never let a good tragedy go to waste. Because of Columbine.
Yep.
Columbine happened. Doom. Oh, and I think the Doom.
Playing the video games. Yep.
Yeah, playing video games and stuff like that. So they basically, of course, who was in charge of it? Joe fucking Biden. Joe fucking Biden, he was fucking there when that shit happened. So yeah, they want to find ways to get rid of guns, and yeah. So basically that's it. Let's see. With how downhill Hollywood has gone, now is an amazing time for non-woke companies to make movies and shows. Yes,
true.
Absolutely.
Here's the problem with that though. Right now, and although I think this might be changing, but for the last few years, the majority of international investment has gone to woke companies because this is a World Economic Forum project. The DEI stuff, that was all done by the World Economic Forum to encourage investment from international investor groups. Everyone talks about BlackRock and Vanguard, but they're not the only ones. The WEF got governments and investment companies together to try to change culture toward a more progressive future. And they came up with the diversity, equity, inclusion codes that if you have a high enough DIE score, then that's like a credit score for investors. International investors will put more money towards your company as long as you hit these check marks, which is why you saw so many corporations and so many companies acquiesce to this stuff. They stopped looking at their customers as a source for money and started looking at these global investors as a source for money. And so in order to get that money, they had to check these boxes. The problem is they try to do it from a business economic standpoint, saying that this is the future of the market. This is the future of customers and consumers. And if you appeal to these things, then you're going to make a ton of money. We're all going to fucking be swimming in money because that's the future. The future consumers are going to care about the stuff. The problem is over the last 5 years, it has not paid off. And investors are wondering, where the fuck is my money? Where are the profits? Disney's stock just fell below $100 again this week. They're now starting to move away from it because they're realizing we're not actually getting a return on this investment. So it might be changing, but it's going to take a long time. And
yeah, it's going to take a long time.
And once the people who've gotten these DIE jobs that are fake, and they're starting to get fired now, but once they have them, they're going to fight tooth and nail to keep them.
Yep.
All right. Yo, Melodic Method with another 10. Yo, thank you, man. Please know there are tons of role-playing games other than D&D, and they are great. Try them out. Yeah. There are definitely a lot of good ones.
That's what my other channels are for. I know I don't post as much as Phil in terms of videos, but I try to promote positive games and a positive culture in my personal channels.
I
Whether
haven't
it's
seen any. Yeah, it's yeah, there are other role playing games out there, but from what I understand, all of them have these Marxists who want to change the world for their utopia. So I haven't really run into one. So if you have any suggestions, you should leave them in the chat.
Yeah. See, you won't be left alone. That's why you have to fight back. Yes.
Correct.
If you get left alone, that's what happens, right? Like they basically, it's sort of like it's like a cloud, right? It's like a cloud that's like basically like covering this, like blanketing this entire land with darkness. And if you don't do anything about it, like like it's just gonna continue coming, right? And it's just like you have to fight back in some kind of way, and that's why you have to do is like counterculture stuff. Yes, your stuff is gonna suck in the beginning, but you're finding your stride, right? And just get better and get better and get better. Find good people. You'll find good people to help you and stuff like that. And yeah, it's gonna be.
Or you walk away. You vote with your feet and your wallet. There's a reason I chose this avatar that I have here. It's one of Ogami 2's famous lines is "I refuse." That's simple. That's a simple way of saying fucking no. And when you say the power of no cannot be underestimated.
But what about the power of many?
It trumps the power of many. And so you walk away from this shit and you go find something else. And what do you find? Well, like you said, you find a different thing. And whatever activity you find, like for example, for myself, I've thrown myself into martial arts. I'm actually competing in November. You find a different tribe of people. You find a different community. You find yourself getting stronger. You find yourself getting more formidable. And suddenly you're not afraid of these fucking cretins. One of my favorite moments of what happened at one place that we used to work there, Phil, was somebody actually laughed at my concerns with all the even back then, 10 years ago, they were talking about censoring this and forcing that and mandates and things like that. And I was voicing my concern with like, no, I don't think you should be telling people what to do. And they said, well, I'm not trying to force you to do anything. And I looked right at that fucking person. I said, I know you're not, because you can't. There's nothing you could fucking do to me to make me do anything I didn't want to do. You have no power over me. And if you tried, I would fucking stomp you through that curve over there. The fact that you don't have any power means that you're going to end up voting for people who'll put that law in place, and then you'll send men with guns to enforce what you want. That's my problem. So I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid that you are such a weakling and so impotent that you will actually vote for laws that will make people who actually can fucking kick my ass, send them to my house and make me do whatever the hell it is you want to do, whether it's pay a fine for not using the correct language, or maybe ban me from something for saying the wrong thing, or even blacklist me from a company. It's like this is what I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of you as an individual, because you as an individual are weak. But what we have is lots and lots of people who are weak banding together, and they outnumber us. So what you do is you just say, no, I'm not participating. That's it. You can't.
I refuse.
I refuse.
Yo, Edwin with a $10 super chat. Yo, thank you, man. It's the international DEI thing. We were warned some 8 to 10 years ago. Watched the video Sesame Credit. The true danger of gamification, extra credits, links in the Discord in general. All right, cool. We'll check it out for sure. But yo, thank you, man, for the 10. So speaking of the power of many. Speaking of the power of many, Grae shared this.
Yeah, I posted that late last night, but it's still funny up to now. It's
all right,
so
all right, here we go.
It's
here we
so
go.
simple, but it's incredibly funny.
Here we go. All right.
I find it incredibly funny.
So I heard that George Lucas is going back and editing shit again, and this is what they put in, right?
If you only knew the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. If you,
it's still really funny, man.
Oh man,
it's still really funny.
Oh,
it's still not as bad as no.
All right, let's jump over to our last topic. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Everyone in the chat, we really appreciate it. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share this video with your friends, and hopefully we will hit slowly and but surely make our way to 5,000 subscribers, hopefully before the end of the year. All right, let's go ahead and talk about this last topic over here. And the thing is, I guess the games journalist people are, like they're very mad at that people online, and they're basically like, you guys should listen to us. It's time to listen. It comes
Get
to
'em,
us from
Frost.
it comes to us from the
Talk to
gamer.
them, Frost.
Yeah, there we go. It's time to start trusting video game reviewers. I get it. Games journalists are terrible at video games. Remember that one guy playing Cuphead? Let's ignore the fact that the games journalists regularly beat entire games in a far shorter time span than regular people who don't have deadlines to meet. Turn a blind eye to the fact that they don't have a single guide to help them beat a difficult boss or access an area with a abstruse entry method like drinking poison that kills you at any other time. Forget about the fact that they beat them before the patches even arrived. Now, here's the thing. You are paid to make an article. You are paid to beat the game. Regular people have regular shit to do, like working a job, going to school, having a family. Okay, but let's continue. They also hate video games and chose to cover this beat because they want to destroy the entire industry. It doesn't matter that wages are low across the sector and crunch is rife, especially when, oh my God. And when reviewing 100-hour games with bafflingly tight turnarounds, we hate video games and can't wait to tear them down. All right. So basically, if you guys don't know, there's a lot of games journalists that are very mad too, is because they're saying that Shadow of the Erd Tree, which is the most recent DLC for Elden Ring, is too hard. Right? I read an article yesterday they're saying that Dark Souls is ruining Shadow of the Erd Tree Elden Ring DLC.
Yeah, I didn't watch your segment about that. What's that about? Did Elden Ring come from Dark Souls?
Yes. I guess I read the entire article, and then it feels like they don't know that Dark Souls and Elden Ring are from the same company.
That's so pathetic, dude.
Journalists.
Like, you're making Elden Ring into Dark Souls. How dare you? The game should not be this hard. Yeah, basically that in short, that was what they're complaining about. See, the myth that games journalists not only suck at video games, but also actively hate medium is one thing I've never understood. However, the issue with game reviews is much easier to parse. Gaming in 2024 is team-based. Your team Xbox or team PlayStation, team Fortnite or team COD, team Stellar Blade or team censorship, team developer or team journalist. That's how many gamers see it, at least. There's a major problem with games marketing that feels this feudal misery. Hype trailers for games years away from a release whip fans into fervor, and excitement heightens into a level where any criticism of the game is seen as personal slight. Calling Stellar Blade's protagonist Eve boring meant that you are part of the pro censorship. Wokerati who can't stand beautiful women and leading a game. Oh my God.
Okay, I'll throw a bone to Eve is boring as a character. But in terms of aesthetics, definitely not.
Yeah. But before we continue, Ogami, how do you feel about this article so far?
Well, he sounds I can hear the sneer in his cadence. He's proving everything he's saying. He thinks he's saying it tongue in cheek. Oh, well, you think we hate gamers and you think we hate the industry. You do. You fucking do. You come out and say it all the time. The games are too white. The games are too male. The games are too this. The games are too that. And anyone who likes it is a problem. We need to change it. We're going to change the industry for the better. And if you don't like it, then you're an istinophobe and you're a problem and you're in the way. And go touch grass and don't play our games. And again, they keep saying this. They keep coming out and saying, don't play our games if you don't fucking like it. As if their terms are unacceptable. As if we don't have choices. Let's say you don't just go join an MMA kickboxing gym. Let's say you just want to play games. We have a lot of choices to play. We don't need to play your fucking game. So when you I made the sound. I made the horse sound because when they said, "Oh well, the marketing for this is abysmal. It just whips fans into fervor." They talk as if we have no agency. Again, this guy just betrayed that he sees the gaming community as consumers. Their job is to consume product. If you do not consume the product, you are not doing your job, you lazy piece of shit. Do your job and consume the product. What they don't see us as is customers with choices.
Do you remember a couple of years ago? And we talked about this a lot. Now, when I say a couple of years, damn, it's almost been 10 years since this incident. Do you remember this, Ogami?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember
This
this.
was the huge issue that they had to change this is because you're sexualizing Tracer. This is one of the victory poses that you can get in the game. And you're extremely sexualizing the character. And yes. Okay, sure, whatever. But then you get the actual figure, the actual Tracer statue from Blizzard, official Blizzard.com.
Boom.
There's the cake. People were complaining about bullshit, and these people, like this asshole that's made this dumb article, this stupid nothing article, and I can't believe he wrote this. They hate this.
Yeah.
They hate this with the fact that her ass is so nice and clappable. And it's no, it's sort of like when what's it called again? When Mr. Incredible and the entire family destroyed that the fucking drone, and then Syndrome wakes up finding that everyone's cheering for them. They're like, no, what are you doing? Right? So that's the reason why this will never see the light of day in the game. Is because you get people who are mad at this. And it's the same type of people who write these articles.
And Blizzard fell to DIE wokarati crap long time ago, and it's been downhill ever since. And here's the other thing that you mentioned the Capcom poll. One of the things they asked in that poll is who your favorite characters are.
All of them are hot,
right? And they broke it down by demographic. Even though 85% of the player base is male, there was still like 10% of the player base that are female, and they were able to tell the favorite characters. It was like the guy from Devil May Cry.
Yep, Dante, Chun-Li. Yeah, all of them are hot.
Men and women chose Dante as their favorite character. Why? Because he's, for the girls, he's hot. For
And
the
then
guys,
Leon Kennedy is like second.
that. Yeah. So, okay, well, are we all supposed to get bent out of shape because, well, those guys don't look like real guys and my body don't look like that? There's no way I can get a 10-pack. Or do we say, fuck that, I got to hit the gym because that fucking, he is fucking ripped and he kicks ass. I want to be like that guy. He-Man was one of the early big heroes of boys because he was buff, muscular, and could kick ass. That's all we cared about. And it turned out the girls could kick ass too. But so girls can look at freaking a guy who's ripped and shredded, and that's okay. But if boys want to look at a girl, and by the way, Chun-Li was like not even the top 5.
No, she wasn't.
You would think Chun-Li would be right up there. But again, they have this caricature of gamers as they're these fucking neck-bearded consumers who just like to coom all day. Now, that's you, Phil, but that's not everybody. Okay?
Hey!
But there is, it's not just a gaming thing. There has been a concerted effort from the Marxists that there has to be a war on what people find beautiful. People have always found beauty in things, and women traditionally have always been the standard of beauty, unless you're in ancient Greece where they were all gay and then men were the standard of beauty. And it's still the case in West Hollywood where men are the standard of beauty. If you pick up a phone book in West Hollywood, you'll find like an ad for a plumber and it's a dude with no shirt who's ripped with a 6-pack. So in that environment, men are the fucking standard of beauty. But with the wokeratis, with the Marxists, the neo-Marxists, it's like they can't have standards of beauty, and they constantly wage war against what people find beautiful. Because that's a problem. Everyone has to look the same. Everyone has to be shaped like a potato. Everyone has to have no chin. Everyone has to have a couple of squiggly hairs sticking out of their cheeks. They can't have a full beard. That makes you too right-wing. Working out is right-wing now. And so we have to get rid of the ring girls in MMA. We have to get rid of modeling jobs for pretty girls. Only the fat, ugly ones can work. And it's like, what is this war on pretty girls? What's this war on beauty? It is a total left-wing neo-Marxist thing, and games are just one avenue in which they do it. And so, Tracer, who was never sexualized, she looks like she's wearing yoga pants. And guess what? If you run as much as she does, you're going to have a shapely butt, legs, and calves.
That's true.
That's just what happens. But she never just was sexualized. But then they cut her ass off, and now we can't help but notice when her stature comes out normal.
Yep. All right, let's continue. Team Elden Ring got mad last week when a couple of reviews said that the game was too... No, it wasn't a couple. It was like half the reviews were negative on Steam charts is because it was too hard for them. It was
Why isn't there a story mode for this?
That's why a Shift Up made it for Stellar Blade. Like, go ahead, Grae.
Yeah, that's the thing about. I think that's the negatives of Elden Ring being extremely popular. It drawed in a crowd who were never supposed to play these type of games because it's really not for them, and that's what kind of hurt the score. But I think it's normal. I think it's back to mostly positive, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't checked recently.
I should. Okay, I'll give it a look.
Yeah. Go and check the Steam charts. Let's see. Accusations flew across the Twitter sphere, and the critics behind said reviews were told in no uncertain terms to get good and suffered far worse abuse, as misogynistic as it was vitriolic. Cuphead has been brought up again. Fast forward a week, and the players are leveling the very. No, here's the thing. Do you know what happened? People were saying that it was so fucking hard. Okay, this is very disingenuous, especially this first paragraph. I mean, it's this middle paragraph right here.
It's mostly positive now. Shadow of the Earth.
Okay. Do you know why it's mostly positive? There was an update that came out a couple days ago that made it easier.
Oh yeah, I think there was.
The Shadow Tree fragments are the things that you're supposed to go around and collect, and that's the thing that boosts your stats to make you on par. You need, according to what I heard, you need a minimum of 10 Shadow Tree fragments in order for you to even be able to fight the boss solo, right? It's because that's the thing. The game isn't meant for you to be able to blaze through the game, right? It's like Dark Souls, any Soulsborne game, Bloodborne, whatever, the Sekiro. Demon Souls, all of these games are meant to be hard and challenging. And the thing is that, I'm going to go into this DLC using the same build that I used to beat Millennia. It does not fucking work. All right? My original build that I use does not work currently, right? Because there's a new meta. You're supposed to, the game wants you to use, and the creators want you to use different builds, right? And the fact that there's an update, the reason why they did it is because people were bitching, right? And now you don't need 10 Shadow Tree fragments in order for you to be strong enough. Now you only need like 6. This is extremely disingenuous. And for a person who's still playing the game, so still playing the DLC, I noticed that it's gotten a little easier. Right? I like, for me, like, the bosses were insanely hard. But yeah. Let's continue. Let's see. All right, right over here. Countless mods have been added to easy modes in the game. One called Journalist Mode, despite the fact that journalists beat the game without needing it. Sure. I'm pretty sure the person who made the Stellar Blade review at IGN beat it on normal mode and not story mode, right? If you need to get it out fast, right? Players feel bosses are unfair. They believe the systems are too abstruse, and yet they refuse to engage with some of the game's core mechanics due to believing that there are cheats way out. I wonder if any of them have apologized to the reviewers who have pointed it out on any issue. Now, here's the thing. The reviews that I've read, there are some like bug issues. There's some like frame drops issues and stuff like that. And those are all valid. Fine. Yeah, those are extremely valid concerns. But like, if people are saying that's too hard, just get better, man. Asmongold was going to quit.
Yeah, he made 2-part react. One he was kind of shitting on the Elden Ring for being too hard, but the next one he was like, I didn't watch the second one, but I know it was going the tone of, I was wrong. This was actually really good. I know that was part 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what happened was that he was fighting Mesmer, and I beat him. I beat him yesterday. Mesmer is like one of the bosses that you have to beat. It's not optional. You have to beat him in order for you to beat the DLC. It's not like Millennia. Millennia was completely optional. Mesmer is a mid boss. He's like he's like mid game boss that you need to fight. And the thing is that he basically had to switch his build up because his previous build didn't work. And that's the actual part that's a part of the game that you need to do, right? There's a bunch of games that, like, can you go and fight can you go fight Mesmer right away? Absolutely. But you're going to get completely destroyed. And that's the reason why the game wants you to go around, search. It's an open world game. Go collect these Shadow Tree fragments. You'll get stronger. And by the time you get enough, you feel like go fight the boss again, right? Change your build. And I believe I was even listening to, of all people, Yang Ye. Yang Ye was using his original build from the original game, did not work against Mesmer. What happened? He ended up, not Mesmer. The big wall of the game is not even Mesmer, it's Rilana, which is supposed to be the new Millennia. Okay, and I beat that boss before the update came out. I beat that boss before the update. Before the update came out, it took me about an hour and a half to beat that boss. It is really hard, but it's not like Millennia, where it took me 3 hours. The thing is, Yang Ye's build didn't work. What he ended up doing was going with a shield build that actually lets you parry the attacks, and that staggers the enemies a lot quicker. And he ended up completely changing his build, and he ended up beating the game. He was able to beat the game with that new build, and that's why you're supposed to try it out, right? And I believe this is extremely disingenuous, man. But let's continue. It's not just an Elden Ring problem. When Callie Plague reviewed Cyberpunk 2077 for GameSpot, she was hounded by thousands of play for pointing out the game's negatives. She didn't like the edgy aesthetics that played in no meaningful part of the gameplay. She was also labeled as prude. She pointed out the offensive depictions of minorities, so she was called an SJW. She probably was, and probably still is. She called the technical issues obvious even on PC, so she suffered a barrage of hatred. You're in the no. It's not. If it's criticism, it's not hatred. They're not attacking you if they're giving you criticism. And I think, and a lot of these games journalists, they feel like whenever someone critiques their critique or critiques their feedback, it's considered attacking them, providing hate speech, right? Like right over here. Plague, I'm putting this Plague. Yeah, Plague. Okay, we'll call it Plague. Plague was at the receiving end of the whirlwind of abuse from gamers excited for CD Projekt Red's new title, 8 years in the making. Their excitement as well as marketing campaign blinded them from seeing fair criticism as exactly that, fair. I don't know her, but I imagine Plague was excited to play the game too. Games journalists and critics like games. And yet her 7 out of 10 review sparked days of collective outrage. Now, in my opinion, I think CD Projekt Red's Grae, and you play Cyberpunk, right?
A little bit, but I got what went down. I was actively watching YouTube at the time. And yeah, it's more of a CD project thing, but I do get why a lot of people were upset with like Skill Up, Young, the people were pushing Cyberpunk to be like the best thing, the bestest thing since sliced bread. Because when people got to play it, it was like, oh my god, this is such a dog shit game. What
and
the fuck
it was like insanely plagued, right? Like, and you have a bunch of like bugs. Some of the characters look fucked up.
Eric July called it Cyberbug 2017.
But yeah, all right, let's continue. However, when the game released, fans saw the truth for themselves. Just days after Plague's review was published, their post appeared on Cyberpunk subreddit titled "Everyone Talk Shit About Her," but I'm starting to agree with Kelly Plague. On the whole, the review was more positive than the sentiment on subreddit. The fan reaction was so intense that a new subreddit, Low Sodium Cyberpunk, was set up by this minority fans wanting to escape swabs turning on the game for the exact reasons Plague pointed out. What gives? And what do you start trusting games critics and those who review your games? As much as you think we are different to you, that we have different agendas and want to tear down things you love, we are not. We love video games. We wouldn't do the jobs otherwise, but we have to be honest with our opinions. Now, I think what you're saying is, this person saying, is not 100% incorrect. I believe they do love video games, and sometimes you get legit good reviewers. I'm not saying that, we don't. But hell no, Hellblade. Hell to the no, Hellblade is a 10 out of 10. I'm not sure what they gave it. Hellblade.
What? I'm the world champion, man.
Yeah,
it's a 10 out of 10.
So someone in the chat just said gaslighting. Gaslighter is gaslighting. Yeah. Yep. This person has redirected the situation as, oh, the problem that the gamers have with us is that sometimes we don't agree. And so you need to fucking chill out and relax. That's not the problem we have with you, game journos. The problem we have with you is that 10 years ago, you were exposed for fucking Zoe Quinn and giving her shit good reviews. And when people pointed it out, you started attacking us and you never fucking stopped. That was Gamergate 1. And then Gamergate 2 happened just recently, and it was the same shit. You attack us constantly. You always say that we're the fucking problem, just like you're saying in this article right now. We are the problem, not you. Well, guess what? You're the one who's fucking just admitted that you're not paid shit. And the reason you're not paid shit is because we don't fucking need you. We don't buy your stuff. We have people that we watch online. Phil's one of them. Grae's another. But we have a lot of people online who we actually can sit there and watch them play the game and get much more entertaining reviews and better reviews than your stupid ass writing an article. And when we point it out and we tell you that, you tell us we're a bunch of ists and phobes and we need to do better and you need to trust us, bro. Fuck you. I refuse. No. What does Doomcock always say? Without respect, we reject. You disrespected us for fucking years. We reject you. And now your ass is out of a job, and then the ones who are left in a job are getting paid a pittance, which is exactly what you deserve. So no, I feel nothing for you. It's not that we don't agree with you. It goes way deeper than that for way longer than that, and you fucking know it.
Yep, and you have the whole Anita Sarkeesian stuff, and it's like, oh, you know, sexualizing characters and yada yada yada, and then what happens? Like, one Stellar Blade is the highest rated PS5 game.
Yeah, there's this narrative spreading that 1 million sales on Stellar Blade for the PS5 alone is a bad thing. It's not.
If it's multi-platform on every single platform, yes, it's bad.
Yeah, but it's
one
not. System. It's on PS5, Mike. PS5, one of the console that a lot of people still don't have.
Yes. All right, let's go ahead and finish this out. Let's see. So find someone with similar opinions to you. Wow, Eurogamers reviewers found the DLC so difficult that spoiled their experience. Our reviewer relished From Software seemingly insurmountable challenge. I myself play and review a lot of RPGs, text-heavy games, because I'm a book nerd at heart. If you too like those sorts of games and welcome valid criticism of the genre, keep tabs on my open Of course, you gotta shill.
Fuck you. Here's
you gotta
what
shill.
you do, asshole. If you want us to keep tab, let's say you're one of the good ones. I'll give it to you. I'll grant you this. You're one of the good critics. Start a fucking channel. Get on Twitch, get on whatever the fuck. I don't even know what the channels are, but get on one of them and start doing it on your own. You don't need to work for the fucking Eurogamer. You don't need to work for 1UP or whatever the fucking these trash journalist sites are. If you are such a great critic that you're on our side and you actually love games and want to see them do well, and you're not bothered by the difficulty level, then why are you working for them? Why are you wasting your time writing? Start a channel and have us watch you play. That's all you gotta fucking do.
And the thing is that the reason why this article also is coming out at this time is because this is happening with movies and TV shows for a while now. I think now there's a lot of people online that are doing game reviews that's probably putting them out of the job, right? Yeah. That's why a lot of these big corporate like media companies, they're afraid of reviewers, especially YouTube reviewers, like, you know, Drinker, Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, you know,
Nerdrotic, the best gamer.
Yeah. The fact that you have someone that's like giving like actual like criticism of you know, Doctor Who, Game of Thrones, you know, like everything that's coming out that we consume, that we pay for, that we use our hard-earned money to pay for.
Exactly.
It's like, of course we're gonna listen to these people that we agree with, right? If Drinker says a show sucks, and we majority of the time we listen to him and we agree with most of the stuff, it will probably suck, right? But the thing is that, are there times where Drinker or Neurotic, they may be wrong? From time to time, but potentially, but most of the time, their takes are we're pretty aligned on takes.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why they're afraid of YouTubers and video game reviewers and movie reviewers. They're all on YouTube, because the thing is that no one's going to come to your crappy website anymore, right? And that's the reason why this person has to make this argument, saying that why, you know, basically over here, the same thing. It's time to start trusting video game reviewers. Okay, how about we trust video game reviewers that are on YouTube and not your shitty ass website?
Yeah, you know what's great about YouTube reviewers is that they'll actually sit there and play the game, and you can watch them.
Yep.
Phil,
yeah,
you do live streams. I do that. Grae does live streams. We can sit there and actually watch you play the game, and we can decide for ourselves. And your streams will be an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We can go to any point in the game and say, you know, this game actually looks really good, and you'll hear your commentary over it. Here's what I like. Here's what I don't like, and we can decide. I actually bought Helldivers 2 based on fucking watching our favorite nerds play it. I had no interest in playing Helldivers 2. But then I saw Az playing it, and I saw Beardo playing it, and I saw everyone get X-Ray Girls playing it, and I was like, this game actually looks pretty kick-ass. I should go give it a shot. And and now I'm still playing it. And so it's like, when Space Marine 2 is coming out, I will watch the gameplay footage of game channels that I like and I watch, and I'll just watch them play, and I'll decide. I'm not going to fucking read The Gamer or Kotaku or any of these fucking trash sites. I'm going to actually watch people playing it in real time. And I say the same to this author of this fucking trash article. If you are the exception to the rule of shitty games journalists, which are right up there with science journalists as being fake news, if you're one of the good ones, quit. Go start a channel. If you are really that good, you will get 1 million followers and you will make money based on the amount of views you get. Asmongold, I don't agree with half his fucking takes. I think he's half wrong all the time. But when it comes to video games, I'll still listen to him because he has pretty decent takes. I disagree with him half the time, disagree with him other half the time. But you know what I can't deny? The guy's a fucking multimillionaire. Why? Because he fucking started a channel and his reviews are on for everyone to watch and he has millions of viewers.
Yeah. All right. Let's go and finish this out. Let's see. This is how to navigate the media landscape. Find someone your taste is aligned with whose criticism enjoy reading. Find your Roger Ebert. Don't just look at the biggest reviews on the biggest. All right. See, that means don't go to The Gamer or Kotaku, basically, or IGN. Because you lack the important context about the person behind the webpage. You can expect their review to be balanced and fair, but it will also be entirely subjective. Reviews are opinions after all, so you need to dig a little deeper and understand whether this is a perspective that is similar to yours. If your favorite reviewer writes an independent zine, go for it. That might be more valuable than IGN or The Gamer write-up. Exactly. I agree with that paragraph.
Look at this fucker explaining how to consume product. Here's how you. Of course, we agree with it. We already fucking know this. By the way, he spelled favor with a U, so he's a fucking Brit. You can already hear his English accent. Let me explain to you, mud people, how to properly consume my product. What you do is this, this, and this. Yeah, we already fucking know. And you know what we did? We read your shit. We decided it was crap, and we don't read it anymore. We've already done it. And now you're telling us, well, you gotta come back and trust us. No, we followed your steps. And by the way, they're not your steps, they're our steps. We already know how to do this. We don't need you to fucking explain it to us. We read your article. We think it's trash. We're moving on. We're not going to fucking read you anymore. Anything else you'd like to explain and teach us? Oh, great fucking Harvard or what is it? No, Oxford Games Journal with your fucking U in the favorite. Yeah, okay, Brit.
Okay, but no games journalist is out to get you. That is completely untrue. Alyssa Mercanti. I just debunked your entire sentence. Alyssa Mercanti is one of them, all right? The vast majority try to be fair in their criticism and unbiased when it comes to unconsequential arguments like console preferences. Okay, to be I think PC is the best, but in terms of consoles, I think PS5 is winning in general. But nobody's going to give Astrobot a 2 because they love Xbox. Nobody is trying to destroy game developers' lives. We're honest, we're opinionated, we're human just like you. But there are shitty humans though. Like this, I can't believe this is an actual article. And then there's a first comment. You really wrote this article. Oh man. But yeah. The thing is, like half of the entire thing was like extremely like disingenuous and extreme. Of course, it is biased because this is an opinion. I'm assuming this is an opinion. But the thing is, yes, sometimes games journalists purposely like, oh, the controversy with Stellar Blade and Eve's Look, the controversy of jiggle physics, the controversy of hot women. Oh, Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3? Yes, let's have him fuck a bear. It's completely asinine, and it's stupid that they're even comparing this kind of stuff. But Grae, how do you feel about this article that we just read? While I pull up a really fantastic example of why Stellar Blade is creating a lot of great shit, including awesome cosplay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw this one in your tweet. Yeah, that's really
Real
good.
girls aren't built like that.
No, this is not. This is not real. This is AI.
Somebody please tell my fucking IG feed that real girls aren't built like that. That's all I fucking get.
Yeah. So Grae,
Yeah.
how do you feel about the article?
Yeah, there's nothing more I can probably expound on what you and Ogami already said, but yeah, we can only hope that things are. I can see signs of correcting itself. So I do know that Craig from Side Scrollers applied for editor-in-chief for Kotaku. So if he makes it in, that would be really interesting, actually.
He makes it in, he shuts it down.
Yeah.
You're all fired.
You're all fired, dude. And I'm gonna apply.
Yes.
I'm gonna freaking try, man. If that really happens. But is it Mercanti editor-in-chief? So they're like
No, she's like a senior editor.
That's lower, right, than an editor.
Yeah, editor-in-chief is the one who gets final say on everything. It's basically it's basically CEO of like it's not the company, but CEO of the journalism that's being done.
Oh, imagine if he makes it in. That would be really cool. Maybe there'll be a resurrection for Kotaku some brand. But anyway, yeah, very disingenuous, and you always take the angle of your ideology, your messaging. It's hardly about the game with these journalists. And yeah, but just I mean, I my second channel is proof, right? I've been getting like I talk about the game, I criticize the game, and it's surprising it's gaining traction, even though it's like Dragon Age 2. I did not expect it to hit that ballpark of exceeding 1K, but it did. It's like it's a game that's in 2011, a game that came out in 2011. And I just talk about the good things about a game and why people hated it back then and why people don't like it now. And just be genuine. Just talk about the game. Don't insert your ideology and your politics in it, and you'll do fine.
Yeah, that's how it should be. It's because they let their basically their dogma, they let their religion of wokeism get interfere with actual journalism, right? If a game sucks, why does it suck? Be objective about it, right? Don't be like be bipartisan. And of course, like these people can't do that, right? They feel like they can't do it, and that's the reason why they feel like, okay, I need to write in why Abby is the best video game character from The Last of Us 2. It's or some garbage, right? Why it's okay to sexualize Ryu from Street Fighter 6, and why you should do it too. Some garbage like that from like fucking Stacey Henley or some shit like that, right? A lot of these they just don't get it, right? If they actually like IGN, 30% of the time they come out with like unbiased reviews. But most of the time, it's like extremely biased. Is because you hire all of these activists, right? You get activists writing. You're gonna get activist articles, and it's just that simple. Ogami, how do you feel about this article?
Well, he's fucking lying. He ends the article with again another gaslight saying, "No, we actually like games. We love games. We love the industry." No, you fucking don't. You know why? Because all you talk about, and by you I mean all of you, the journalist fucking industry. All you talk about is fixing it, improving it. It's broken now. It's problematic. It's too sexist. It appeals to the male gaze. It's too masculine. There's too many men. There's too many white people. It doesn't have enough this. It doesn't have enough checkboxes. All you talk about is trying to fix it to match your stupid utopia. That's this crazy DIE fucking certified Marxist thing. You don't do that to something you love. Okay, it's just like with Star Wars. It's just like with Willow. It's just like with Rings of Power. It's all these things that, oh, we're huge fans of this. Leslie the Headland said that Star Wars has saved her life. She loves all of it. But let me fix it. Let me change this. I'm going to change the very nature of the Force. I'm going to tell my dumbass actors who are also not fans that there's no such thing as good and evil in this universe. When literally the fundamental story is light versus dark. So you don't love something if you want to change the fundamental nature and core of what it is. It's like me saying, I love Harry Potter, but you know what? I'm not a fan of magic. So I'm going to do a remake of Harry Potter, and they're all going to be fucking scientists, and they're all going to work on nuclear physics and quantum mechanics. And instead of riding brooms, they're going to ride hovercrafts. And I change every single fucking thing about it that makes it the core of what it is. Is that something you do to something you love? Or is that something you do that you actually don't care about at best? I don't care about it. I want to tell my own story. So I'm going to fucking make this fit into my story. And at worst, you not only hate the thing you're working on, which all these games journalists actually don't like being game journalists. They want to be bigger journalists. This is just a stepping stone to them to become either a Hollywood writer or an actual journalist. So they don't give a fuck about this job. And they certainly don't give a shit about games because all they can talk about is the stuff they do care about, which is diversity, inclusion, and equity, which is just a fancy way of saying fucking Marxism. So, yeah, that's a lie. And some of us can see the lie, and you can't gaslight us out of the lie.
Yep.
So all you're going to get is a bunch of fucking normies who've never seen a game journalist before, but someone mentioned in the chat that Gen Z is actually shifting a lot more toward the right. There's a reason for this. They probably can see the lie too.
Yep.
And you're not getting them. Did you know that in Germany, they lowered the voting age to 16 just recently in the latest EU elections, thinking that the young people, Gen Z and the Zoomers, are totally going to vote Marxist.
And then what happened?
The opposite happened.
Yep.
The right wing swept, not
They
just
tried-
Germany, but multiple European states.
Didn't they try to like freaking like that the current prime minister tried to like fix it or some shit like that?
Well, France, the president of France dissolved his parliament. Just flat out fucking cancel it. Imagine if we had elections for Congress and suddenly we lowered, Kamala Harris got her wish and lowered the voting age to 16, and the 16-year-old said, fuck that shit, we're gonna vote with Matt Walsh. And it was just a red wave. And then the president said, fuck it, we're canceling Congress. That's what they did in France.
What a pussy.
Yeah.
What an absolute pussy.
This is the worst timeline. It really is. But it's also the best because the meme cannons will not be silenced.
No. All right, let's go ahead and read the comments. Let's see. I think From Software admitted that the Earth Tree is difficult, but the people know when they play these games. Yeah. Like I know that the game is hard, right? But it's fucking Dark Souls. It's like
I won't even dare. I don't even dare to play it. Like what was it, 10 years ago? I got a PS4 and the first game I played was Witcher 3, and I got my fucking ass handed to me immediately. And I realized, wow, I actually can't play modern games. I suck at this. But then I ended up getting another game that I got my ass kicked, Red Dead Redemption 2, got my ass kicked in that game. And then I finally got Jedi Fallen Order, and I got my ass kicked. And I finally said, I keep buying these games and I keep getting my ass kicked. You know what? The problem is me. I got to get good at these games.
Mm-hmm.
It was never, oh my God, these games are so hard. I used to play games all the time, and now I can't because the games are hard. Yeah, the games are hard. It's a new way of playing. You got to get good at it.
Yep.
And eventually you do. And you actually feel accomplished because, hey, I can actually play now. I can play on heroic difficulty now. I can even play on really hard difficulty, but I won't touch a Dark Souls game because I'm going to get my ass kicked again.
It's funny is because like I saw this clip on, I believe it was like Emaru and Tectone, who's basically part of OTK with Asmongold, and they're reacting to a person beating Rilana, one of the harder bosses in the early game, in Shadow of the Earth Tree in 3 seconds.
I heard about that.
It was fucking crazy, but it was like a lot of buildup. It's like, okay, I'm going to use madness on myself multiple times, and you max out your madness. So whenever because when you have madness, you're also taking damage. So you basically, it's like a double-edged knife. And then you use this thing called like rolling thunder or rolling lightning strike or something like that. And it's a perfume bottle. And usually when you target an enemy, you shoot out 5 of them, 3 to 5 of them, right? And they all explode. They all explode. But what happens is that you're supposed to not aim at the enemy and aim on the ground. And when you do that, you throw all of them down at once and it all explodes at the same time. So when Rilana comes, like, and this is like max boosted everything, throws one lightning ball on the ground, all 5 of them explode at the same time, kills her in 3 seconds, which is you can cheese the game like that. You just need to find a way to do it. Right, get good. Like find a build that works. Right, like if you got to change shit up. But yeah, all right, let's continue. Let's see. Sometimes games journalists are just looking for things to complain about. That doesn't make it a good review. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, a bunch of leftists looking for things to complain about. That's news to me.
Yep. Let's see. It started the same way and it happened like 10 years ago, except they don't have influence this time around. Yep. The good old Anita Sarkeesian basically like, all right, I see ya. I grifted
Everything is
enough money already.
racist. Everything is sexist, and you gotta put it all out.
Yep. The first day? Who's the first character they went after? Grae, Bayonetta, right?
Yeah.
Bayonetta was too sexy, and then Nier Automata came out, and then they completely dropped her and went to 2B. 2B's too sexy. How dare you look up her skirt? Now 2B is awesome. Now they dropped that, and now Eve from Stellar Blade is the problem. Ah, man. And here's the thing: I talk to a lot of girls, a lot, and I see a lot of girls online, and and a lot of girls like playing hot girls when they're playing video games. No one wants to play an ugly fat fuck. Like here's unless you're Justin Wong, right? Like he plays Rufus in Street Fighter 4. Like who the fuck uses Rufus other than him? But he's good at it, right? So, but the thing is that nobody like when I play a video game, I want to play a character that looks cool, right? And that's even though he's extremely edgy boy, like edge lord to the max. Jin Kazuma is fucking cool looking, and that's why I would pick him. But yeah, let's see. I'd rather trust James Rolfe's review as angry video game nerd or Mike Matei as the Joker than the James Urinalist. Yep. Let's see.
Video game nerd. Love it.
Let's see. Any company that added real value to gaming review industry would crush the YouTube reviewers. Yes.
Yep. The market will speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That
The
and
market
that's
is
what
the people. Like Elon Musk said, tell it to the judge. The judge is the people.
Yep. Consume the slops, bigots. Yep.
Yep.
And Grae, we got a lot of feedback on our
D&D.
Our D&D video when we talk shit about the new art style.
Well, okay. To be fair, when I reviewed the thumbnail again and the title, oh yeah, okay, I can see why it upset that crowd.
Yeah, because you did the 3 thumbnail thing, right?
Yeah, the second one was mine. The first one was for the artist. I put one bigot. Then I titled it "Maximum Queerness Overload." they got so mad.
Oh man! And here's the thing: there's a person who typed the fucking essay, dude. Like
there was a lot of them. There was a lot of them, dude.
The first one I thought was like it was like a long ass essay, and I didn't even read it. I already typed it. It's like, wow, you wrote an essay. I hope somebody reads it.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Let's see. What's your favorite color, Ogami?
Color with a U. See,
color.
Favorite color.
Color. All right. Let's see. Fuck. I write code for Craig for Otaku. Yeah, man. If Craig gets stuttering, Craig gets in there. That'd be fucking awesome.
Like I'd want to make videos, even though it's like if it's under Kotaku name, that'd be fine by me.
Yeah. Let's see. Funny. These people are an embodiment of evil. Yep. It's about power and who has it. Yep. And right now they are losing power. They're losing their grip on who they can manipulate and influence. Right.
Yeah. I actually want to see because like there was articles right that Larry Fink had a meltdown. They should have recorded that thing, man. They should have made that public.
Just go like when you have a meltdown, just go. Slowly move your camera up, your phone up. Yeah. Ogami on fire. Yeah, man. He usually brings the heat. Ogami, he loves debating people. I remember we did
I'm a master debater and a cunning linguist.
We did this thing. I forgot what it's called. That stupid test that shows you what personality. And I believe you got debater, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, the leftists are panicking. Yeah, man. The young folks can feel the physical danger posed by the current regimes. Yep. I even asked my brother. He's like 9 years younger than me. He's considered a Zoomer. I asked him, like, do a lot of people on like this in your group are like more conservative? They said, yeah. They said Biden's is a fucking idiot. It's not that they're more conservative. Just they became more conservative after seeing what Biden has done. Let's see. X-Ray Girl was playing Nier Automata. Oh, speaking of, I made a poll.
Yeah, if you're gonna play the first game, I would you're still ways to go with Erdtree, right?
I would say based off of what I know, I'm halfway through the game. And that's That's
Okay.
3 streams so far. So I'm
Oh,
halfway.
but then again, it's just July. So
Yeah,
what's
August is I need to beat, if I'm going to play Replicant and Automata, I need to beat both of those before Black Myth comes out.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Ooh,
Replicant can get super tedious when it comes to getting the canon ending. That's the part that you're gonna take a lot of time with.
I did pick up Replicant. I'll have to get to it sometime.
Yeah, it's my favorite game ever.
Cool.
It's my number 1. So, but yeah, it's gonna. What's probably gonna happen is you'll probably get ending E for Replicant, then you're gonna go for Wukong and then Automata. That's probably what's gonna happen for you.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Let's see. My girlfriend plays hot female characters. Yes, and that's the reason why people play Chun-Li. Like a lot of girls, they didn't play Ryu or Ken or any of that when Street Fighter 2 came out. They played Chun-Li. Right? And plus Chun-Li just smash A and you do the thunder kicks and stuff like that. But the thing is, my wife, one of her favorite fighting games of all time is Soul Calibur. And guess which character she mains?
The hot chick.
Ivy?
Ivy, the big titty girl. I was like, why don't you use Taki? She's Filipino. She's like, I like Ivy. She's hot. She's a dominatrix. She has big tits. What's not to love? I'm like, that's awesome, right? But yeah, she basically mains Ivy. Like, I'm like, really? She's like, I love Soul Calibur. I main Ivy. And she uses her favorite character in Tekken's Nina, another hot chick. Ivy isn't that much fun to play, but she's fun to watch. She's fun to watch, man. Fantasy art has been going downhill. I think the few artists that were fired for using AI content. Well, here's the thing. AI art is getting better, man. It's going to get better. Just how you roll with it. Now, Ogami, I haven't asked you. What are your thoughts on AI art? You don't have to go too long into it because I know we're at like 4.5 hours.
Well, I could. I see AI art as a great tool. I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah, briefly, I believe.
I see it as just another form of automation. And I myself am not threatened by it because automation will always hit anything that is tedious. And Grae probably knows better than us because he works in that field. Anything that's tedious, repetitious, and doesn't take a lot of thought, machines can do better every fucking single time. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. If it's manufacturing, that hit that first, right? We have robots manufacturing things in factories because they can do tedious, repetitious, and no thought just fine. It turns out there's a lot of art, or at least parts of the process of art, that are in fact tedious, repetitious, and doesn't require a lot of thought. AI can do that better. Now, the artists that are threatened by this, that's what they are used to doing. And when it comes to fantasy art, there's a few fantasy artists that kind of stand out, and they're pretty famous for, the one who did the Lord of the Rings and all that stuff. But yeah, someone said in the comments, most of the fantasy art, especially for like D&D and role-playing games, has been atrocious for a very long time. And it turns out that AI can, if you type into AI, I want a fantasy landscape where hobbits live, and I want 60 versions of this, it'll spit out 60 versions of that in about 10 seconds. And you can pick any one of those and put that in your book. And you've just saved yourself hours of time from an artist who would just be a hack and just paint, the same thing over and over again. Now, I've used AI as part of, as an animator. I've used my AI as part of the process because there's parts of animation, when you do independent stuff, you have to do everything. The problem with animation as an industry is that it's way too specialized. People only do one thing. There are only color designers. There are only storyboard artists. There are only key animators. There are only in-between animators, right? There's only background artists. There's only prop artists. Well, as an animator, you got to be able to kind of do everything, especially if you're independent. And there are parts of the process that are a lot of fun. Character design, prop design, animation itself. That's a lot of fun. There's parts of the process that isn't fun, like fucking color design or coming up with a background. That to me is very tedious. And picking a color palette is also very tedious. Oh, wait a minute. Tedious, repetitious, doesn't require a lot of thought. I bet I can use, to pick my color palette, I can actually use AI to come up with 60 different fucking color palettes, and I can use the eyedrop tool and pick the ones I like. And now I have a color palette within a half hour, which would have taken me probably a couple hours if I had to actually sit there and do it myself. Same thing with thumbnailing. When it comes to something specific, AI sucks. AI is retarded, really. if you want something specific, it's useless. If you want something general, if you're not an artist and you just want something to throw on a page, like in a D&D book, I just need a splash page of a Shire type thing. AI can do that for you really fast.
Yeah.
What I found when I was playing with it was that I actually specifically typed in, I had a picture in my head. I want a graveyard scene at midnight with zombies coming out of the ground. And I had it spit out 60 versions of that. Not fucking one of them was what I wanted. And I spent the next hour or so trying to coax it to come up with something closer to what I wanted. The reason was the zombies were weird looking, and AI doesn't really understand how many limbs you're supposed to have, how many fingers you're supposed to have. And after a while, I realized, if I had just drawn this myself, I'd be done like an hour ago.
Yep.
So to come up with anything specific, it's fucking trash. To help you come up with like ideas, like I had to do a scene for like the scene called for like they're in the middle of the woods on the way to like Yosemite, and there's a gas station, a little gas station, and I had to draw that background, and I'm like, I don't want to thumbnail this, but you know what can thumbnail it? AI can thumbnail it. I want 60 versions of this. And again, there's always errors because AI actually sucks, but there were a few that had really good colors, and there was a few that had a nice composition. So all I did was take the one that I liked and I put it into I used Photoshop at the time. I actually canceled my Adobe subscription because now apparently they own everything you work on. But at the time, I put it on there and I just made a layer over it, and I did a sketch based on the shit the AI put out, but it was kind of close to what I liked.
Mhm.
And I did a sketch of my own, and then I painted it, and I was able to do the thumbnailing and the rough sketch in probably 20 minutes versus doing an hour of thumbnailing and then fucking just wringing my hair out over this, how boring this fucking part of the process is.
Yep.
The point is, as a tool, it's wonderful. I myself am not threatened by it. The writers who are threatened by it, it's not because AI is great, it's because they suck and they can't write better than AI.
They suck. Yes.
AI could definitely
Yep.
write any of the fucking scripts. The Acolyte could easily be written by AI. Not
Probably
because
is.
AI is
Mhm.
fantastic, it's because the writers are trash. And
Yeah.
so, I always compare AI to like a retard with an encyclopedic memory. It knows absolutely everything, but it doesn't understand anything.
Yeah.
Talking with AI, trying to debate. I catch AI in lies all the time. It insists it doesn't lie. Arguing with AI is just like arguing with any fucking idiot online, except AI never gets mad. It never insults you, and it actually admits when it's wrong, which is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yes,
For
I
me,
misspoke. Yes, I said something that was false. Yeah.
yeah. For me, I think I'm not threatened by AI, but I can see why people are threatened, and it comes down to the same conclusion. It's because you suck.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And because what you do suck, and the thing is that your skill is will be diminished just because you're not great, right? Just get better, right? I remember I was watching the Corridor Crew, and they had on one of the brothers, forgot the name, the Bancroft brothers for animation, and they showed them the rock paper scissors animation that they did using AI generated, and he basically said that he's surprised and he's shocked how great it can be, but he says that it's ultimately is a tool. It's a tool for you to make your job easier and more repetitive. Does he feel that his job is in jeopardy? He says no.
No.
Right? It's because the Bancroft brothers, both of them, one of them worked on Mulan, the other one worked on Lion King.
Mm-hmm.
They're fucking fantastic on what they do. So yeah, definitely
I've actually seen some programs, and I forgot the name of it. Maybe someone in the chat can look it up, but they're working on programs right now that's AI assisted animation. So when you do 3D animation, you basically have a 3D puppet, right? And you got to move all the vertices, and you got to pose the puppet, and then you got to do the in betweens. And it's still tedious. It still takes a lot of work. With AI assisted, the AI understands the physics of the puppet. It understands that in order for the puppet to stay on balance, if you move the arm too far this way, it has to compensate with its other leg and its other arm, and so it'll nudge it into positions so that you don't have to move every vertex. You move one vertex, you move the wrist, for example, and if it's too far to the right, it has to compensate for balance. It has to bend its leg. It has to bend its back, and in order to stay balanced, in order to stay on its feet. Now you can still go back and change the puppet based on what the AI did, but the AI is helping you. And so it actually streamlines the process. Instead of having to move the wrist, then the elbow, then the shoulder, then the other shoulder, then the elbow, then the wrist, then the waist, then the knee, then the other knee, then the fucking ankle, then the other fucking ankle, then the toe. Instead of doing all that, You move the wrist and everything else moves with it because AI understands that this character has to be on balance. And then if you want to adjust the pose after that, you can, but it's a lot easier to move a couple things a little ways than to move fucking everything to every position you need it to be. And so I think there's a lot of potential for AI assisted animation to do it for you. Probably not good for primary animation, maybe for background characters. If you just have them doing business, that's fine. AI can handle that. But if you want a character to, like, say, we were talking about fighting, swing a fucking lightsaber and actually hit someone with it, AI could help. The new programs that I've seen, AI can help you do that, but you still need to be the guiding hand for it. And it's just like everything else, Photoshop, Procreate, these are just fancy pencils on fancy paper. If you don't have the skill to do it, if you can't draw on paper, you're not going to be able to draw on the computer. Same thing with AI. It's like if you're a great artist, you can use AI to actually not just, your art's already going to be great, but AI can actually help you do more art in less time. But you still got to be able to know how to do it, and it's still going to be a lot of work. So that's my thoughts of AI. It's a very long. One of the big complaints I hear about AI is that, and again, this is a legitimate complaint. Adobe says it owns everything you work on because it wants to train its AI, and so in order to train its AI, it has to actually own everything that you work on. That's a problem, and all I did was cancel my subscription. Go fuck yourself. I'll use Procreate. Now, maybe Procreate will come up with something like that, but I find it interesting that criticism, even though I do think it's legitimate, that criticism comes from people who don't believe in property rights. They're the same people who say that this certain percentage of people don't deserve to keep their money and it has to be taxed at 100%. But then they'll complain about the fact that a fraction of their art that they willingly put online might be referenced to be used in an AR piece of art, and that's stealing. Very interesting. I would like them to actually determine why exactly that's wrong, and the reason it's wrong is because you believe in property rights, but then try to justify how do you want to take things from people that they earned that you didn't, and then reallocate to people that you don't know that you think deserve it, who don't.
Yeah.
They're the same fucking Marxists who want reallocation of wealth. They're the same fucking Marxists who want redistribution of everything. And so it's
you don't believe in UBI?
No. No. Andrew Yang was a fucking moron. So no.
Well, here's the thing though. He did come out recently after the debate and said, we have to replace Joe.
Well, I mean, anyone's fucking eyes can see that, but
no, we got to keep him. That debate was great for Republicans. We got to keep him in.
Apparently, a CNN poll said that 33% of people who watched the debate on CNN thought that Joe was fine. So that means 33% of people are fucking morons too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's continue reading the comments. Ben says, I think what Shad from Shadversity teach you about AI is a better method. You still need the pointer. Yeah, which are our own drawings. Yeah. He's not using that as his main thing, right? He actually draws it out and stuff like that. And it's funny because like I mentioned, I didn't know his brother was Drav Jazza. And the fact that he draws it out and he puts it in, and then he trains the AI to build it, and then he finesses it into a point where he likes it, right? He's basically using a tool to make it easier and to render something, right? But yeah, fuck Adobe right into the depths of Hades. Yes, true.
I think they fucked up. I think their subscriptions have actually fallen off a cliff now.
Good.
Yeah.
Get what you deserve.
What's going on, Picasso? First time here. What's going on? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying it. You see, we are losing the ability to create traditional hand-drawn animation movies soon. No one will know the techniques.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's one of the great tragedies.
Yeah, and the fact that everything is being outsourced, nothing is being done in-house anymore, which just sort of sucks.
Yeah, let me alter that, okay? In America, that's true.
Yes.
They're still doing it in Japan. They're still doing it in South Korea. Even China's coming out with excellent animation. So the old way of doing animation, those principles, even if they use the computers, are still intact in places like Japan, South Korea, China, and other places in the world that you didn't even think had an animation industry that's popping up. The place that it's dying is here. And the reason it's dying is because all the fucking people who, like, the 9 old men, they're long gone. That's the Disney, standard. The ones they trained, they're responsible for the Renaissance in the 90s, Lion King, Little Mermaid, all the ones that we grew up with.
People like Glenn Keane.
Well, Glenn Keane's in his fucking 70s.
Yeah,
and
that guy's
everyone like
old.
him is old. And we are literally within 10 or 20 years of losing everyone who was trained by the originals. And what about the new people? Well, I was trained. I'm one of the new people. I don't work in animation anymore. A lot of people who actually know the old way isn't working in animation anymore.
Yep.
We've been replaced by, look, Disney started Cal Arts as a way to train future Disney artists. So is that what it is now? When we say Cal Arts style, does that mean the Disney style? It
It's
should.
garbage, man.
It's supposed to mean that if I said Cal Arts style, it should mean the Disney style, but it doesn't. It doesn't, because they've abandoned all of that. They've had their war on beauty, their war on actual traditional art. Walt Disney used to only hire excellent artists and train them to be animators. Now it doesn't
Hire
matter if
activists.
you're artists. Yeah, you hire activists, you hire postmodernists, you hire people who actually don't really care about how pretty an artwork is, because beauty is just a patriarchal standard and a male gaze. So now the Cal Art style is its own thing. A picture pops in your head when you say Cal Art style, and it's not the Disney style.
Nope.
And we are
It's basically Gravity Falls and
we are
all
within 10
those other
years
shit.
of all of that style being gone from this earth. The only people, and Miyazaki's on his way out too, by the way.
Oh yeah, that dude's old too.
The only ones left will not be in America, and the ones who are left in America will be like me, who don't actually work in the industry anymore. We've left. And so, and then I don't know there's not going to be anyone left. And all you're going to have is the books. We still have the books. If maybe in 100 years, someone will go back and read these books, the animator's workbook, Preston Blair's animation book, and say, and rediscover the Disney style.
Do you have the, what's it called again? Sorry to cut you off, but the, other than I do have Preston Blair's, but I don't have, do you also have the Richard Williams one?
I don't know which one.
It's the Roger Rabbit one.
Survival kit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I still have that one. Yeah, man.
Those are, Shad talks about HEMA, which historical European martial arts. That's a bunch of history nerds who go back and read these old manuscripts on how to fight with sword and shield and all that stuff. I think that's what animation will be one day. Very soon.
Like a lost art.
Yeah, it's going to be the only ones who are going to want to actually do it the original way, who understand the principles of it, which, by the way, again, the principles can be applied to fancy paper and fancy pens. If you know the principles, you can apply it anywhere. No one's going to know these principles. And the only ones who are going to know it are going to be these nerds who go back and read these ancient books, these ancient tomes of the old way of animating. Or the Japanese.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's continue. Let's see. Is there anyone who appreciates art would not use AI for our artistic creations? It is yet another modern tool for lazy and those happy to propagate the mediocrity.
Well, that sounds like an opinion from a non-artist, because, again, without the talent, without the skill to actually do it, it's useless.
Yeah,
really unless you don't really care. Again, if you don't have anything specific in mind, if you just want something pretty to put on your fucking book, yeah, AI is great. But if you're an artist who actually has to say, let's say I need to make a specific scene that looks a certain way, and I need a character that looks a certain way, and I have a picture in my mind that I have to put on paper, or in this case, a fancy paper, which we call a computer screen, then I better know how to fucking do it.
Yep.
And it's just a matter of learning the tool.
And I remember there was this guy. So I used to work with Frank Montagna. You guys don't know who he is, but he's basically the BG artist for Tarzan and Mulan. And I worked with John Kafka as well, who worked on All Dogs Go to Heaven 2, and he also played a small part on what's it called again? Nightmare Before Christmas. He told me that one time that they brought in a guy that was clearly only worked 3D digital like his entire life, and he's like, "Oh, hey, can you come over here and draw out your information? I want you to like what's your thought process? Just put it on paper." And he was like, "What?" He's like, "Oh, just draw your thoughts on paper. Just here's a pen and a pencil and paper. Go do it." And he doesn't know how to do it, which is freaking insane. But yeah, all right, let's go and continue. I know it's like we're getting to 5 hours, chat, but yo, Melodic Method, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Use Linux to maintain your privacy. Had to play games to send this. Yo, Melodic, man, you've been supporting for so much today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Man. All right, let's go ahead and finish this up. I see people will just will rediscover it, but it's why it's necessary. They lose a lot by destroying mentorship and developing next generations of animators and creators. Yep.
And all we'll have left is the ugly ass animation, even if it's good. Like Rick and Morty is a great show. Ugly as shit.
I hate the art style, but I
like
it's great though. It's great. Let's see. ADGTH made me ball. What's ADGTH? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Just a small part on Nightmare Before Christmas. Is that all? Just a small part. Just and like I'm good. I'm pretty good friend. Okay, and Ogami too. Like we know a guy who animated Hogarth on freaking Iron Giant. The fact that we got to work alongside with him is it's a fucking like privilege, man.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy is so good. And unfortunately he worked on Space Jam 2. Right? But that guy he's a legend.
I won't fault him for finding work.
Yeah, guy needs his work, man. Guy needs his work. Yeah, AI's corporate wet dream, yes, is because they want to save money. That you are 100% on that.
Yes,
and
take it from someone who works for one.
Yeah, and we all
take it
know
from someone who
how,
works for one.
when it comes to creativity, how good the suits are.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting so much clients right now. It's kind of actually pretty tough on our end.
Yeah. Let's see. Watch out for Linux 2. Large parties like nation states will want to install backdoors in Linux code. Yeah. Like for me, I still use Windows. Let's see. I don't get Rick and Morty. It's wacky. It's a wacky show. Like it's its own thing. It's not. It doesn't try to be like anything else.
It's either you like the humor or you don't.
Irreverent nihilism, but funny.
Yep.
So
yeah. He also worked on All Dogs Go to Heaven and stuff like that. And I worked with David Feast. I'm pretty good friends with him, and he's the guy who made Cow and Chicken. He worked with Seth MacFarlane. He was actually taught by HMB, which is fucking insane. And the fact that I got to, if you guys don't know HMB, Hanna-Barbera, it's that guy's a legend. Like it's a lot of these people, they're really old now. They're in their 60s, potentially even no, they're in their 70s now. They're probably retired. And a lot of their crafts and stuff like that
will be gone.
Some of us worked on Space Jam too. Yes, we know, Dave.
And
yes,
Rick and Morty. Yeah, we know, Dave.
Yeah, Rick and Morty too. Yeah, The Princess and the Frog. Yeah, you do phenomenal stuff. You do. We're not saying that, but people got to make money, man.
Not gonna fault you for finding work.
Yeah, it is what it is. They say I watched the first episode and got bored, and even 5 minutes into it, the first couple episodes are slow, very slow. It gets better like halfway through and into season 2. It picks up there, which sort of you have to wait a little bit though.
It's hard. I actually didn't watch it for years just because I thought it was ugly, and I didn't.
Yes, same here. I hated the eyes and the pupils.
Stupid mouth.
Yeah,
hanging lips.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. We're coming in 5 hours.
You probably should cut it off. I was like, we sure we don't want to talk some more? Come on, guys.
Yeah, but Grae's like, I'm fucking starving. I need to go eat lunch.
Yeah.
But thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. The fact that we have a concurrently of a total of 81 viewers across all platforms. We really appreciate it. Shout out to Johnny KS for the gifted sub, SuperBas for the gifted subs, the Coconut, SuperBas again for gifted subs, and Coconut for the gifted subs. Melodic Method for the 10 gifted memberships. Lady Gravemaster, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Mo Zamboni for the super chats. Joe C for gifting a membership. Carlos Lima for the super chat. Melodic Method 3 times for the super chat, and Edwin for the super chat. Man, you guys are freaking awesome. Thank you guys so much. Have you guys met Don Bluth? No, I have never met him. Never met him. Yeah, bring back Ogami soon. Yes, he is a busy guy. We're trying to get him back on. He usually messages me. He's like, hey, I want to come on. I want to come back on. Yeah, but yeah, we usually bring Ogami on for whatever's. And but yes, we do like having him on. He's a close friend of mine, so whenever I can, I would like to get him on. But yes,
I could probably talk for 5 more hours, guys. So I appreciate you guys putting up with my my ranting and raving, yelling.
No, that's great, man.
As if I'm talking to the journalist himself. Just want to wring his little freaking baby-headed neck.
Yeah, but thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. Ogami, I'm always going to ask you this. Where can people find you?
I'll tell you what. If you guys want to come and hell dive with me, I'm happy to do it. I'll post my my friend code in the chat, and come on by and say hi. Let's go smash some bugs and bots.
All right, cool. And Grae, what are you up to, man? Where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find my links already posted below, and I'm playing Final Fantasy VI. Really,
how are you
good.
liking it?
Really good.
It's my favorite, man. It's my favorite.
Yeah, it's not perfect gameplay wise, but like it's something that like a little Googling won't solve. Like because it's so old school, you have to find where you need to go.
Yeah.
But
where are you?
Yeah,
where are you right now?
I just finished I'm looking for Terra because like she transformed when she merged when she got connected.
You want me to
with
tell you where she is?
Sure. Why?
She's in Zozo.
I have no idea where that is, but okay.
Okay, so basically, once you get the airship, you basically you're on the bottom of this land, and you basically want to go up to the tiny sliver of land and make a right, and you sort of go into the spiral thing, and it's the city of Zozo. That city of Zozo, it's basically infested with monsters, so you won't be able to rest or anything in there. So basically, you need to climb all the way to the top of Zozo. But the thing is that there's a bird that you go to that's sort of like on the left side of the map of Zozo. There's a city, and it's like that. There's a bird that basically tells you where to need to go. You need to go to a city, you talk to a bird, and the bird is like, hey, I met this weird, strange lady.
It's usually just you have to explore the city and to find out what to do.
It's OG.
Yeah.
You
OG.
gotta look.
It's super old school. You gotta look. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and Sabin,
which is kind of refreshing.
Sabin is a fucking beast, man. He's a fucking beast.
Like, fucking insane. When you get him, it's like, what the fuck? Why is he dealing this much damage compared to everyone else?
And here's the thing. He has I don't want to spoil it for you, but he is the best character in the entire game. He is the best character. But have fun with it. FF6 is my favorite Final Fantasy of all time.
Yeah,
cool,
I'm liking the story too.
I want to see your review. I want to see your review on it.
That's definitely going to the main channel. I'm definitely putting time to it.
All right, cool. Absolutely. Awesome. And you guys can find me everywhere at Mr. Phillip Chan. If you guys want to follow my YouTube channel, go ahead and follow me at Mr. Phillip Chan #2. It will have a blue icon with my stupid, ugly, drawn face on it. And I recently got partnered. So Ogami, what does partners mean? That means that I can start getting super chats and memberships, so people can start like doing what they're doing. And potentially, if I get to the what's it called again, the actual monetization part, where you need 1,000 hours and 4,000 watch out. 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours, then you can get advertisement, and that's where the ads come in. But yes, you guys, I'll be playing. I've been playing a Shadow of the Erd Tree for Elden Ring DLC. I've been really, really enjoying that. And every Wednesday, come check out the channel. We do this thing called Coomcast, and we talk about degeneracy as close as we can without getting banned. And at the end of every show, I use the OpenArt.ai that Grae is subscribed to, and I use that to generate the girl of the chat stream. So whatever prompt that the chat wants, I'll type that into the prompt, and it will make a hot girl for the chat. But yes, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. Next week, we'll be going live with Tom from the Rogue Attraction. So hopefully, if you guys come by and watch that. If you guys haven't already done so, like, share, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Thank you guys so much. Follow us on our socials. Thank you, Just JK, for dropping all of our links. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone at Rumble. Thank you, everyone who's on X who's been watching. We really appreciate it. We're going to have Ogami back on in the near future. Thank you guys so much. We will see you guys next time. Take care.
Bye, guys. Good night.
Bye-bye.